Hello and welcome. You're watching Bitcoin Magazine. We're broadcasting live from Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor-at-large at Kraken, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, and Bitcoin historian on X. And of course, today we are making history tonight as Bitcoin's best and brightest celebrate all-time highs at billionaire Michael Saylor's Miami estate. We'll be here following all the action over the next 8 hours as we count down to New Year's on Eastern Standard Time. Of course, there is much to discuss. Bitcoin price mooning past 100K, nation states lagging and adopting, and freedom money spreading about the globe. I'm joined with special guests now to kick it off. We've got Nico Moran, co-host of Simply Bitcoin, and Alan Helm of Bitcoin Magazine. Guys, 100K Bitcoin party. We're here at Michael Saylor's house in Miami. Why don't you take the folks at home, watching on YouTube, watching on Rumble, watching on X, what's it like to be here right now in this moment? What are you seeing? What does it look like, Nico?
Absolutely beautiful Miami weather. We're here right on Miami oceanfront with Michael Saylor's yacht in front of us. We have a beautiful ballroom. We have beautiful New York Eve to 2025, Bitcoin signs all over the place. This is the Bitcoin party of the century. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for. We've been waiting as a community for 100K for such a long time, and it hit right before the party. All the stars, all the planets aligned just for this very, very moment.
Serendipity of the moment. Alan, take us in. You walked up that aisle. You saw the dancers. You saw the drinks, the celebrities, people pouring in. What are your reactions as we take in this moment here on Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve?
I mean, we're sitting here in a mini citadel. We got a yacht literally right across. I'm looking at a yacht right over here. We've got amazing dancers over to my right. The food already has been impeccable. I've got my favorite drinks here. We got old fashioned.
Right.
It's going to be a really good
And of
night.
course, we're encouraging you all to drink responsibly at home as you're celebrating Bitcoin and its rise back to 100K. Going to hit some price stats because that's the focus here at this 100K party. Bitcoin up 110% over last year, up 27% against gold, up 23% over the S&P. How are we feeling right now? What kind of catalysts take us back over 100K? Do we get there tonight? Does it happen? Nico?
I don't know. It would be very special for us to reach 100K tonight. I don't know if we'll do it, but I will say this. You know, I think that the price was, I felt something for the first time, not so much because of the percentage gain, but because of the historical milestone. After that euphoria wore off after a couple hours, I felt nothing again. So I don't know, and maybe I'll feel something again at 150K. I think we're going to hit that easily in 2025, and I'm looking forward to that.
Well, Alan, Nico was talking before about just the nature of these Bitcoin price cycles, people kind of having a lot of predictions for next year. Nico even saying that in 2021, you know, we didn't really see the epic top. Do we get an epic top in 2025? What gets us there? How are you feeling?
I think we're definitely going to see an epic top. I mean, everything's all relative at the end of the day, right? For anybody who came into the cycle last year in 2020, 2021, I mean, we went from 3K all the way up to 69K. I mean, that's an incredible
3K
jump in
just
price.
4 years ago,
Just 4
going
years
on
ago.
5, yeah.
And let me check my watch here. We're at levels not seen since what, 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? I mean, we're at 91K, guys. We're at 91K Bitcoin. I think we're in a lull period. It's Christmas, it's the holidays. You know, the people who want to short sell, you know, they're doing their thing. We're on the cusp of nation states adopting Bitcoin. And if that's not going to be the biggest catalyst that sends Bitcoin to $1 million, you're losing me there.
Well, let's talk about the orange pilling that went on over the holidays, everybody wrapping from the Christmas and the holiday breaks. Nico, how are your conversations going? I know we were talking and just saying that if you had told us, I don't know, 6, 7, 10 years ago, Bitcoin 100K, I would have said everybody accepts it, it's mainstream, it's in every person's wallet. Maybe they're buying their tacos, their lunch with Bitcoin. How are you feeling about the penetration? And is your family getting the message that they need to get on the Bitcoin lifeboat?
Yeah, absolutely. This year, you know, was the vindication year. This year was the year after 5 or 6 years of telling my family, my extended family about Bitcoin, thinking I was crazy. I feel like we all have to go through these processes as Bitcoiners. And then this year was the vindication year. Why? Of course, Bitcoin entered into the mainstream political discussion. You have mainstream figures like Tim Pool, Russell Brand, of course, the President of the United States, wishing
Doesn't
Bitcoin,
get any more mainstream than that.
wishing Bitcoin happy birthday and then taking credit for 100K.
And happy all-time highs.
And happy all-time highs. So, you know, to answer your question, I think this year is the first year that Bitcoin is entering the mainstream consciousness, and I think it's only going up from here.
Well, one thing that I noticed is I think people are very happy for me, right? They associate me with Bitcoin, they know that the price is up, but they're not taking that next step. Are you seeing that? Like, is everybody in your life, are they engaged? Do they understand, or is there still a gap there?
I think, you know, I think we underestimate the technical know-how that's required to really buy Bitcoin. And, you know, the whole self-custody aspect, that's the thing that I run into the most. Like, it intimidates a little bit of some people, you know, and obviously that's what we want. I think the introduction of the ETF in January of this year was a massive deal because it allowed institutional investors, perhaps older individuals that are used to buying things through Charles Schwab, the ability to buy Bitcoin. And I think that was a big step. Now, is it ideal? I think spot Bitcoin and self-custody is the ideal, you know, standpoint, but it's a step in the right direction, right? So yes, I think we are starting to see the first innings of mainstream adoption, mainstream cultural acceptance, but we're not quite there yet. But that also creates an opportunity, because if we had total mainstream adoption, you know, Bitcoin would be at $1 million right now, to be frank, if everyone really knew the true benefits of Bitcoin.
And that would be really nice. We're looking at the chat in the live stream. We've got a lot of people psyched up. If you want to ask questions, we'll be keeping it light. We're going to be having a lot of people at the party pass through, get on stage, talk to you guys. If you're on X, if you're on Rumble, if you're on YouTube, or watching the chats, we see you out there with Michael Saylor, all caps. Of course, Michael saying that he'll be on the stream later. We don't know when, maybe making a surprise appearance. Also going to be going to Isabella Santos, our roving reporter, out there on the floor, so you'll be able to see what's going on. Alan, I want to turn it back to you. With orange pilling at home over the holidays, was it successful? Is your family on board with Bitcoin?
Yeah, well, so let me give some context to the audience here. So class of 2017 here, you know, I think, you know, story as old as time. You get into Bitcoin, you make a bunch of mistakes, you lose a lot of money, you get disincentivized, and you're like, I'm gonna step away from this thing, and then the next cycle happens and a big pump occurs, and then that sucks you back in. Then you're like, oh wait, I understand that Bitcoin, you know, is scarce. It's a digital asset. It's the finest form of money and a store of value that's in existence out there. And then all of a sudden you're like, I have to evangelize it. I have to tell everybody. So then you become known at like Thanksgiving or Christmas time.
You're the guy.
You're the Bitcoin guy, but also kind of the crazy guy, right? Because you're talking about down to the government, money's bad, you know, all of that. You know, I went through that cycle. Nobody listened, or at least I thought at the time, right? And so now, you know, I'm approaching my third cycle in Bitcoin. And there were some people that listened. And I think the biggest difference is this time I'm not going around, you know, trying to scream Bitcoin in everybody's ear. Partially that has to do with just, you know, cultural acceptance, you know, for people that like having, you know, big daddy government tell them something's okay. We're at that point now through the ETFs. I mean, heck, President-elect Trump is literally talking about a Bitcoin strategic reserve. But at home, on the home front, right, I got a number of texts as Bitcoin was approaching 100K saying, hey, Alan, thanks for telling me to only focus on Bitcoin, only buy Bitcoin. I bought Bitcoin all those years ago. Didn't really believe you.
Vindication.
This thing was going to go to the moon.
Of course, a lot of people vindicated here. Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party. We're going to send it out, as we said, to Isabella Santos out there on the field here in Miami. Isabella, we'll take it to you.
Hello, welcome to the 100K party. I'm Isabella Santos, and we're going to be going around and asking people many interesting questions. The first one up is Efrat. How are you, Efrat?
I'm wonderful. Thanks for having me. It's so exciting.
It is. I was just going to ask, how is the vibe? How would you explain the party?
I've never been to such a party before. It feels like a Barbie world or, I don't know, like Disneyland or something like that. It's all full of beautiful, big balls with Bitcoin on them and big cars with Bitcoin on them, 100K signs, flashy signs. It's really cool. I love it.
It's insane. I wish tonight we transmit to you guys what we're feeling. But first, I want to go back. What were you doing when you first heard Bitcoin reached 100K?
So I was in El Zonte in Bitcoin Beach. And I was checking the price because everyone was talking about this coming soon because it was close to 100 already. So I was checking it, and all of a sudden I see that it's over 100. And my friends weren't with me at that moment, so I took screenshots and I sent it to them at that moment. And I called them up, sent them the screenshot. They all started yelling, and they came back very quickly to the hotel we were in. And we started looking for bars to go and party in because it was evening already in El Zante. But everything was closed. And we're walking in the streets yelling, "Are you people crazy? We're in Bitcoin Beach and everything is closed and we want to party. It's the 100K. So we just party with ourselves. It was a pretty lame night, and it was, I know, and we were so ready to party. But it was, it was the right place to be for 100K. Bitcoin Beach. I was using Bitcoin for 5 weeks when I was there, like all day, every day, for my hotels, my taxis, my food, everything. So it kind of gave me a taste of what life could be like if you just use Bitcoin all the time. It was so much fun. It was great.
That is insane, and I want to hear what you were doing when Bitcoin reached 100K, so comment below. Over to you, Rizzo.
You just saw Isabella Santos and Efrat Fennington at Michael Saylor's pool. We're celebrating a Bitcoin New Year's Eve 100K party of the century. Talking about the catalysts that get us back, about 94,000 on the price charts if you're following on X, YouTube, and Rumble. What gets us back? One of the topics that, Alan, you brought up before the break, the U.S. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. This has hit mimetic status. People are talking about it. They're talking about it in Washington. They're talking about it in Hong Kong. They're talking about global Bitcoin superpowers. Nico, what is this conversation about? Does a U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserve happen? Does that get us back over 100K? Do we need it? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so according to the Polymarket odds, it's currently at 30% right now. But what's a really interesting dynamic is, we're seeing on the state level it being mentioned, and multiple states. Politicians are introducing legislation.
We just saw Dennis Porter.
There we go,
yeah.
exactly. So multiple states are discussing, like the state of Pennsylvania, the state of Texas are discussing.
Ohio as well.
Ohio, exactly, about introducing strategic Bitcoin reserve legislation, or they introduced it. And on the federal level, of course, the Bitcoin Senator Cynthia Lummis, is really moving this forward as well. I'm really interested to see what Donald Trump is able to do, but we all have to remember, there's only so much he could do with executive power. The ideal situation is for a bill to be passed. And this isn't only just happening in the United States. You have news coming out of Russia. You have news coming out of Brazil. You have, at Bitcoin Amsterdam, you had a German politician talking about the fact that if the United States does move forward with the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, the European countries are not going to have a choice but to follow suit. And that's when all the dominoes fall. And I'll say I'll say this. They have a money printer, and they could use that money printer to buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin is absolutely scarce, and that will just make the number go absolutely crazy. If this happened, I would not be surprised if we ended up at 500K Bitcoin next year. 500K Bitcoin party next year in Miami. I'm down. Want to give a quick shout out to Mark B. Hello from Hong Kong in the chat. We've got people from other nation states. Alan, topic is 100K. How do we get back? Strategic Reserve. I'm going to unpack a little bit what Nico said there because there was a lot. So one, the U.S. government owns Bitcoin currently. Right now it's owned by the U.S. Marshal Service, which is selling it as a contraband asset. We want to change this. How has that effort taken shape so far? Maybe take people up to speed who aren't familiar with the U.S. Strategic Reserve.
Yeah, so Senator Lummis introduced the SBR bill. She presented at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, which was just an incredible moment overall, on top of tens of great moments that occurred at that conference. And it really was the line was drawn in the sand that governments are now officially talking about Bitcoin, right? And so, Pete, Nico, we were talking earlier before we went live, the power of just memeing ideas and the memes being a reflection of the collective consciousness of the people as a whole, right?
Just a regular conversation.
Just a regular conversation, standard just Bitcoiners talking.
Saylor's, in front of a yacht. Yeah.
And so, there's definitely a lot of, there's the potential for a lot of stress on the current fiat system that could be imposed if we do pass the SBR bill in its current form. But that being said, the cat's kind of out of the bag here. There's a bunch of undue pressure and expectation now on the new administration that's coming in to pass this bill. It's a campaign promise. And not only that, I mean, to Nico's point earlier, we have all these global heads of state, right, both in the Magnificent Seven and in the BRICS nations coming out and reversing their stances on Bitcoin. I mean, most notably, we had, Vladimir Putin come out and say that Bitcoin's unbannable. We also had the CCP remove the person who is responsible for the Chinese mining ban from power. And so whether or not the US puts SBR into place in the next 3 months, 6 months, or even at all, we know sovereign wealth funds are accumulating Bitcoin. We know there's immense interest in the BRICS nations as a whole. And so whether the US wants to establish and maintain itself as a leader in the global financial markets, they have to do it. There might be some short-term pain in the immediate term, but Bitcoiners are long-term thinkers. We don't care about the short-term pain that comes with
We've
it.
got Tortimus in the chat noting Russia already mining, but don't we want a global adoption of Bitcoin? What do we say to the loud critics these days who are saying that this sort of US first Bitcoin adoption wave is too much? It's antithetical to what Bitcoin is about. We should be spreading Bitcoin in the global south. We don't want a US that is stockpiling Bitcoin, that has so much Bitcoin that it is using the money printer to push the price of Bitcoin in its geopolitical favor. Nico?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So I would say one of the most powerful quotes I've heard from Jeff Booth is, the thing about Bitcoin is that you're going to have to get used to the idea that even your worst enemy is going to adopt it and benefit from it. So I think that's something to keep in mind, and I think we also have to look at Bitcoin on two fronts. Bitcoin as the investment and Bitcoin as the revolution. I think all us Bitcoiners truly want to see Bitcoin effectuate change in the world, really free humanity from the tyranny of central banking. And that really only happens with individuals taking adoption of Bitcoin, specifically into self-custody. So I think two things could be true at the same time. The price is definitely going to benefit from nation state adoption, but we still have to, as Bitcoiners, we have to take agency, we have to take individual action to continue pushing the message of Bitcoin, because that is what is actually going to fundamentally change the world. Individual adoption of a Bitcoin standard.
Well, speaking of individuals, speaking of adoption, we're going to go back to the red carpet. Isabella Santos of Bitcoin Magazine. We're here at Michael Saylor's in Miami, his mansion home, Bitcoin's best and brightest. Isabella with her latest interview coming up right now.
We are back. We got Mateo from the Orange Pill app. Mateo, what were you doing when Bitcoin reached 100K?
Working. I was working, so that's easy to answer. But I remember there was a live stream on X. I guess it's X now. And I was like, wow, that's, everybody thought it was going to come, but you never know when. And it's a good feeling, It was great.
One of the best feelings by far. But I also want to go back in all of year 2024. What do you think was the most iconic moment in the Bitcoin space?
Oh, easy. Trump speech in Nashville, right? Like, I was there in the room. 1 hour delay. I was going to miss my flight. I said, I'm not going to miss this speech. And they were looking for a guy. I can't remember the name now. But yeah, Trump's speech, I think, especially now that he's won, that now he's actually going to be able to do some of the things he promised, was definitely the most, I think in the future we're going to look at this and say, this was historic speech.
Historic speech, historic party. Speaking of Trump, do you think he's going to do a Bitcoin reserve?
Yes, I think he's going to do a Bitcoin reserve. I don't think he's going to buy 1 million Bitcoin. Not at once, but I think he will do something. I think I would lower my expectation a little bit if I was, people watching at home. But it's definitely something that's going to happen for sure.
I love that. And that was it. Back to you, Rizzo.
New Year's Eve Bitcoin party here with Simply Bitcoin co-host Nico Moran and Bitcoin Magazine's Alan Helm. Topic has been U.S. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, this idea that the United States will push Bitcoin adoption on the world. Alan, maybe we can just dive into this. Is this happening, right? One, is the United States currently the world leader in Bitcoin? Can it be? Do you want it to be? Should it be? Your thoughts?
Is the United States the leader in Bitcoin adoption? Yes, absolutely, hands down.
You think currently right now?
Currently right now, the most amount of Bitcoin held between
Even
the
with
government.
El Salvador and all that it's done.
Even with El Salvador and all that it's done. If we're talking, and just in terms
Even
of
with
pure.
Bhutan mining Bitcoin.
Okay,
and
you
the
might have got me
parties.
there with Bhutan.
One
Ah,
third,
dang.
one third of their GDP in Bitcoin, which is gnarly.
It is pretty gnarly.
So you think
imagine
US
if the
the
U. Imagine if the U.S. had 1/3 of its GDP.
It would be at $1 million.
But the,
per coin.
the narrative has been that the U.S. is not the leader and that we need to become the leader. You're saying we're the leader.
So I think there's two sides to this coin. I think when everybody converses about the U.S. and U.S. Bitcoin adoption, they're thinking from a governmental standpoint, right? But there are many other tools to maintain Bitcoin superiority within a nation, right? And so one of those things that has been a huge topic of conversation, right, is just corporate Bitcoin adoption, implementing Bitcoin into treasury strategies as a way to not only hedge against the dollar, but just maintain corporate wealth within the company and shift away from this quarterly planning, yearly planning, and think a little bit more long-term, bigger picture and that sort of thing. And so, obviously, preaching to the choir here, Michael Saylor is the leader in implementing the strategy, but we've seen a lot of other companies start to adopt this, mainly interest from Rumble. We had Microsoft recently inquiring about the potential of implementing a strategy.
At least
there.
hearing out Michael Saylor.
Yeah, at least hearing out. But nonetheless, they're having these discussions, right? And whether or not they don't find Bitcoin liquid enough for them yet, it's the conversations being had. And on the flip side of that, right, there's pressure coming from other publicly traded companies in other sectors of the world, right? We have, here on the Western Hemisphere, up in Canada, we've got, Liquid Tech. On the eastern side, we've got Samara Asset Group, and we have Jet King in India Pubco.
We saw Bitcoin for corporations kind of take root in 2021. Nico, maybe throwing it back to you. Do you feel like there's something different this time around where now this is the start of something that's really going to become a major narrative?
Absolutely. I mean, you saw pressure from Microsoft shareholders and Amazon shareholders putting pressure on the board, on the executives to adopt a Bitcoin treasury strategy. Now, to be clear, the Microsoft vote got shut down. But again, in terms of moving the Overton window, it's absolutely doing that. And one thing that I'll also say for anyone who's not familiar with this, if you own a business or if you run a business and you adopt, you don't have to be a public company, and you adopt a Bitcoin standard, you now have a competitive advantage compared to companies that do not do this. Your runway continues to get longer over time. It is a literal cheat code. So yes, to answer your question, Pete, I definitely think the Overton window is shifting. We also have to keep something in mind as well. Tesla owns a lot of Bitcoin, roughly 10,000 Bitcoin, right? Now, of course, I don't think Elon is laser focused on the Bitcoin strategy, but yeah, man, I think the Overton window is shifting, and I think 5 years from now, I would not be surprised to see one of the big tech companies announce that they're adopting a Bitcoin treasury strategy.
Talking more about Bitcoin for corporations, Bitcoin treasuries. We're here counting down to New Year's on the East Coast in Miami from Michael Saylor's Miami estate. Going now to Isabella Santos, Bitcoin Magazine's roving reporter, out on the red carpet. There is so much more coming as we count down to New Year's Eve. Isabella.
We're here with Borja from Roxxon. Borja, what were you doing when Bitcoin hit 100K?
When Bitcoin hit 100K, we were having kind of a party in the office because we were ringing alarms and putting pump it up music at all volume. We were like just hijacking the office and transforming it into a party, into a day party.
I know, you gotta pump it up.
Exactly.
That's what Michael Saylor's trying to do, no? With trying to pump it up to 100K.
Always pump it. Let's try to pump it up to 100K tonight, guys.
Do you think we will reach 100K tonight?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard. But well, this is a crypto market, right? If everybody, all the Bitcoiners get together, maybe, this is a pump it, and we just get to 100K just for tonight. But I don't know, it doesn't matter anyways, right? I mean, clearly 25 is gonna be an amazing year. So many Bitcoin strategic reserves. I mean, 100K is gonna be remembered in 10 years like an amazing time to buy Bitcoin, and people will wonder what the fuck were they doing that they were not buying Bitcoin with Bitcoin at 100K, and today 95K, I don't know what the price is right now.
I don't know what the price is today or yesterday, but I do want to know what you think the price is going to be and the highest that it will go in 2025.
That's an amazing question because I think it depends on the following. No Bitcoin strategic reserve, 150, 200K, I think on my conservative side. Yes, Bitcoin strategic reserve, God knows what. 500K minimum, I think. 800K, a million. I don't know. Definitely what many people say, gold's market cap is one of the targets, which is around 850K. But if we get a Bitcoin strategic reserve, I think clearly Bitcoin is going to tap into prices that people would have never imagined, not even in their wildest dreams.
I love it. We are bullish on Bitcoin. Back to you, Rizzo. Perfect. Amazing.
Party heating up behind us in Miami. Yachts filled with people. We've got bars, we've got dancers, and we are still 4 hours away from midnight Eastern Standard Time, the New Year's, the 100K party. We're here with Nico Moran, co-host of Simply Bitcoin, Bitcoin Magazine's Alan Helm, talking now about somebody that Alan Helm brought up in the last segment, Elon Musk, who has a little bit of a history in Bitcoin. The question now, is there a redemption arc that we could put forward for Elon this cycle? I want to read some facts about Elon and his involvement in Bitcoin and crypto so far. First mentioned Bitcoin in 2014, calling it probably a good thing, largely silent during crypto winter. 2019 comes out again, says Bitcoin is quite brilliant. In 2021, follows Michael Saylor in purchasing $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin for Tesla, and then the salad hands. Start selling Bitcoin. The treasury of Tesla goes from 40,000 Bitcoin to under 10,000 Bitcoin. Now, Elon Musk, absent this current cycle, Tesla not accepting Bitcoin, still saying we need to be greener. Elon Musk, the man that maybe put Trump in office, that brought X to glory, is he getting on the Bitcoin bandwagon this cycle? Nico, Elon.
I don't know, man. That I just think that he has so many things going on. He's doing Twitter, like he's now getting involved in American elections. He's launching rockets. He's landing rockets. He's making self-driving cars.
He's got 17 kids.
17 kids. And I'll say that, Tesla used to accept Bitcoin. It used to be a method of payment. And he said that he'll adopt it, he'll allow that service again as soon as mining is, quote unquote, sustainable. And it is. So WTF, Elon? Like, what's going on?
Elon, if you're watching this stream, if you're a man of your word, put down the Diablo. Get off the leaderboard. So you think he has to accept again? That's what you're looking for to say Elon's back.
Yeah, but Bitcoin's a humility test. And, selling 30K Bitcoin and then having to buy back a little bit higher, that's a tough pill to swallow, right? Like, I don't think Germany's going to be back anytime soon.
But he's still held, right? SpaceX still owns. Alan, your take on Elon, is he a villain in this story? Can he be redeemed? Does he become the Bitcoin champion that we want him to be? I mean, people said for years that it was political pressure. He couldn't do it, but now the political winds are in Elon's favor, no?
So the short answer is ultimately it doesn't matter whether or not Elon likes Bitcoin or not. Bitcoin's inevitable. Well, I'll try to steel man his position, right? So Elon's a smart guy. He obviously jumped on, he understands the value proposition of Bitcoin early on. Like, you don't just go out and buy 40,000 Bitcoin and not kind of understand why there's a value prop
Don't
behind
you though,
it.
if you're Elon, maybe a little bit?
Maybe there's a little bit of a YOLO and FU to the man, to the system, right? And so let's start with some facts, and then we can get into some speculation, right? Why did Elon sell 30,000 Bitcoin? So publicly stated, right, it was to test the liquidity of Bitcoin.
Right.
Which was, I'm pretty sure, demand from the shareholders just to make sure that they can trade in and out of it, just on the off case that just Bitcoin went way off the deep end. There could be a half-truth there, right? There could have been some fear that, just Bitcoin wasn't going to do what Bitcoin does and go to the moon. So that's some plausibility. Now, if we want to get into an unknown of an unknown, Elon Musk works heavily with government contracts. There could have been some undue pressure from the SEC. I mean, this was during a time, too, when Elon was under fire by the SEC for just putting out tweets and
But
pumping the price of Tesla
counterpoint,
overnight.
his support for Doge
Yeah.
really hasn't wavered to the same degree. I
Well,
think
Let me make that last point, because that was going to be my third point. So you put yourself in his shoes, right? And Musk is making these tweets about Tesla that's pumping their stock, magnitudes of percentages. He knows the power that he has to just go out and say Bitcoin, right? It's a similar power that
Right,
Michael
but that was
Saylor
always
has.
the excuse, right?
Right.
There was that Doge was the red herring,
Right.
so that he could really adopt Bitcoin. Nico, your quick thought.
Again, Bitcoin is a humility test, and this is like one of the unique things where Elon can't go in there and be the best, be the star of the show. That could play into it, because any other industry that this guy has gotten into, whether it's literally building self-landing rockets and then they catch them with the tower, like insane.
Robots, rockets,
self-driving cars, right?
PayPal.
Like exactly. Like he's dominated that field. Bitcoin, you come in there and that old age meme, like I'm new to Bitcoin, I'm here to fix it. There's nothing to fix. You have to get in line and buy Bitcoin like everyone else, and Saylor's famous saying, you buy Bitcoin at the price you deserve.
Well, speaking of lines, we've got Isabella Santos, our roving reporter on Bitcoin Magazine, on the red carpet. Bitcoin heading to 100K. It's Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party. Isabella, take us back to the red carpet.
We are with Annalise and Alex now. McShane, down. So what we're going to do is, sorry guys, I just doxed him. I can't believe that. But what we're going to do is we're going to ask them what they were doing when they reached 100K. Let's go.
I was in the beach and my mom texted me saying, "Hey, Bitcoin hits 100K. What should I do?" That's what she said.
What about you, McShane?
Oh, I was waiting for days and days and days for it to hit 100K. It didn't seem like it would ever get there, so I gave up and also went to the beach and then came back and found phones blowing up. The whole internet's exploding. It's incredible, yeah.
What do you guys think would be the most memorable moment of 2024?
My Bitcoin memorable moment, definitely the Bitcoin conference. The Bitcoin conference is always a good time in the year, and being with my two partners here every night after the conference was the best experience.
Well, for those of you that are home, you know that Bitcoin Nashville is not happening in Nashville. It's happening in Vegas, and you can be there too. What about you?
Most memorable moments. There's so many. We had the ETFs. We had the local all-time high before the halving that was incredible and kind of broke everyone's brains, who have been economically planning around these cycles for like 14 years. And then 100K, and of course, Trump's very memorable speech at Bitcoin Nashville as well. But I gotta say, 100K just psychologically is the real icing on the cake. Yeah.
It's sort of like that 4-minute mile type of vibe that it was just like psychological. Once we passed it, sky's the limit, to the moon. But speaking of to the moon, do you guys have sort of like a price prediction for 2025 in the Bitcoin space?
180.
What about you?
We're bearish here tonight. No, 100 million K.
We got the bears and the bulls over here, the bears and the bulls, the animals walking around. And now I got to ask, of course, do you guys think Trump is actually going to do a Bitcoin reserve, or you calling it little snippets of lies over there?
I don't know if I have going into analyzing this question yet. To be honest, I think definitely he's gonna do something that is gonna support Bitcoin this year, something that we don't know and we don't expect. So I'd rather waiting for the surprise.
All right, what about you? Do you think Trump will have a Bitcoin reserve?
I hope so. I mean, I want to see some action on his behalf. He's definitely been talking the talk and showing up for Bitcoiners for a little bit. But there's two things I want to see. I want to see Ross Ulbricht freed day one. I want to see a strategic reserve put in place. But I will point out that the U.S. already owns 200,000 Bitcoin, so we're doing pretty good. Strategic reserve could grow pretty quickly from there if we can get the money printer behind it. So
Speaking of Ross, what is the first message that you would want him to hear when he comes out?
Welcome home. You know,
To talk to you about.
Bitcoin is 200K.
Welcome home, my friend. But also, what about you? What would you tell Ross?
I mean, you have so many people out there waiting for this moment that you should really kind of like spend some time with everyone outside, everyone out there that is wanting you to be free, and I think get to know them and really immerse yourself in the community because everyone is there for the support.
And what would you guys explain the vibes are of this party, the 100K party? Did you think it was going to happen this year?
Yes. Actually, yes. Yeah, for the last 2 years, I was a bit of a bear, but, you know, once Trump kind of put some of his weight behind Bitcoin, I anticipated it'd be 100K, so excited to be here.
And there you guys have it. Back to you, Rizzo.
Welcome back to Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party. The party is heating up here. The guests are lining up. We've got yachts, we've got bars, we've got dancers, and we're hoping the price will make a climb back to 100K. Special guest now to talk about the catalyst that might get us there. We've got Simply Bitcoin co-host Nico Moran, and joining us now, Roman Reams, CEO of Block Trainer, a German YouTube channel focused on Bitcoin education. Topic has been nation-state adoption, the geopolitical impact of Bitcoin. With your background, keen to get you in the conversation here, Roman. Germany's mistake, 50,000 Bitcoin sold. Your country, what has it been like being in Germany watching that kind of mistake happen?
Yeah, that's crazy because now I think we made a loss of 3 billion or so because we sold this so early. And the reason was that Germany said, yeah, that's an emergency sell because if you have a speculative asset, you have to sell it. But I think where you have rules, you can change these rules if you really understand how worthful Bitcoin is. And the crazy thing on top is they can't use the money now because there's so much bureaucracy that this money is just frozen now.
Oh, wow.
They even can't use it.
But what has the conversation been like here in the US? I think, you know, Bitcoin is now in the political conversation, the mainstream political conversation on the news, our major political party platform. In Germany, is it there? Are people even talking about this sale?
Just a little bit, and just since Donald Trump made this huge, political thing out of it. Because, before we had a little initiative, it called Bitcoin im Bundestag. I was there, I had the opening speech. It was to teach our politicians how they need Bitcoin and how they could use this for growing economy and stuff like that. But the impact was very small because the politicians doesn't see this. And I was wondering because, you can use this for your election fight and everything, but nothing. And now, a little bit, some voices coming up and saying, oh, maybe we should look at this topic because other countries do. Maybe America will build up a strategic reserve and Germany should as well. Now they realize it was maybe
Well, Nico, you were saying before that this may be the biggest geopolitical mistake. We were talking about China's Bitcoin ban in 2013, 17, and 2021. That China had the lead in the Bitcoin industry. They owned Bitcoin mining, they owned chip production. Many of the richest early Bitcoiners lived in China. In 2021, that all went away. That was called by some the geopolitical mistake of the century. Germany, sale of 50,000 Bitcoin. Do you think that is worse, your comparison?
I mean, absolutely. I don't think to the extent of the China mining ban, because no one's gonna go back to China and say, you know what, let's, and then the amount of hash rate that they had that's never gonna happen again. And it was actually better for the network. It decentralized the hash rate in the process. But what I gotta say about Germany, I think 10, 20 years from now, the amount of Bitcoin that they sold is gonna be looked upon like Napoleon selling Louisiana to the United States, or Russia selling Alaska to the United States. It's gonna look like that big of a mistake down the line. And one of the things too that blows my mind, it's confusing, and maybe, get your thoughts on this. They sold Bitcoin for something they could print out of thin air.
That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Well, we've got a lot of love for Roman in the chat here from people apparently from Germany. I got 21 Spiel. Germany's so famous now because of the sell, a little bit of upside. Roman, what do you think about Nico, just his positioning of this, of this blunder? Do you agree with the view?
Yeah, I think the German government makes a lot of mistakes right now, and you feel this in the society.
But they can't print their own money, right? Maybe to pull on something that Nico said, right? Aren't they beholden to the Eurozone? Germany can't print money like the US can and buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's right. But in the EU, Germany is quite a big position, big voice. So I think, yeah, if we need money, we can print it. But we all know if you print more money, it will decrease the value. In the end, we are limited, and yeah, we are not the US dollar because it's much stronger, right? A lot of countries use the US dollar. And yeah, in the end, it's a huge mistake, but I think the German people will buy Bitcoin instead. So for us, for the people, for the sovereign people, it's not that big problem. It's more, it shows the current situation in the politics in Germany, because you see this as an intelligent man or intelligent woman, you see what your government is doing, and you just think, okay, I buy Bitcoin with your printed money out of nothing.
We're going to go right now to a quick aerial shot, some drone footage of Michael Saylor's Miami mansion home. We're celebrating, counting down to New Year's, counting down to 100K again. We'll be right back after this break. We're back at Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party. You're watching Bitcoin Magazine, joined once again by Roman Raham, CEO of Block Trainer, and a new special guest here, Gary Leland, creator of the BitBlock Boom Conference in Texas this April, the longest running Bitcoin conference in the world. Gary, you were just out here. We're at Michael Saylor's Miami estate. Michael Saylor, the Michael Saylor from MicroStrategy. What are you seeing out there? What was your experience out in the halls?
Well, you know, when we came, everybody else came out here to watch you in this massive crowd out here, but we went in the house and took a tour because no one was in there hardly. Not only are there beautiful women in there, food and drink, but the house is just gorgeous. I mean, it's just a beautiful home. It's decorated for Christmas. Actually, this was a house that they could charge for tours of the house just to see it.
A special place to be, and of course they're giving away some items. It looks like you walked away with some sort of book.
Well, in one room is art, and Fractal Crypt has several pieces in there, and he has this book. I don't know where to put this book at, but this book is the Time Chain Codex, signed by Fractal Crypt, and it says, Artist Proof, Saylor, 100,000K. New Year's Eve.
Well, some of the best Bitcoin artists in the world here. The topic now, what's going to get us re-accelerated to 100K? We were talking with Roman about nation state adoption. Of course, his home country of Germany not really setting the mark in terms of what we expect. Gary, what's your sense? You're a proud Texan. You're from the US. Does the US now become the Bitcoin leader that we want it to be with Trump's re-election? What's your feel for what's going to happen in 2025?
Well, I feel that it's going to just go crazy, I really do. I think not only do we have nation states, which we're all hearing about nation states, the United States and blah, 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 blah.
There's
but
a lot of them.
We have all these US states that are as big as countries. You know, we have Texas now, they're running one through there. We have Pennsylvania running one through there. We have Wyoming, we have Florida. I mean, all these states are running it through there. The states by themselves, plus with the United States, they can change the destiny and the direction, or not change it, keep it on the same path.
And we've seen, for some data points here, Pennsylvania, I believe Texas and Ohio already thinking about a state strategic reserve. Roman, curious your thoughts. Doesn't the US have too much Bitcoin? Is Europe getting, how does Europe catch up to what's going on? Do you think that these states will be buying Bitcoin? How do you feel about that?
I think it's great because if you ask a Bitcoiner how many Bitcoin he has, the one correct answer always is not enough. So it doesn't depend where you are on the world. So just try to get this much Bitcoin as you can, and that's everything you should do in your life.
Let's try to make some predictions here. You know, we're looking for 2025. Gary, it sounds like you're bullish on states buying Bitcoin, putting it on the balance sheet. Does that happen in 2025 in your view?
Yes.
Okay.
Without I don't think that's a hard thing to say.
Do you think the U.S. government buys Bitcoin next year?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to do a gigantic thing on day one, but they will put Bitcoin. If nothing else, the $250,000 they have sitting there, they're going to throw that in the strategic reserve.
And do you think that you will see a U.S. state buy Bitcoin next year? Your prediction?
Texas will be the first one. That's why I live there. So Texas will be the first state. You heard it here first.
Roman, your thoughts on these predictions? Do you think the U.S. will buy more Bitcoin this year? Obviously, already large holders, over 200,000 Bitcoin. Does the U.S. buy Bitcoin in 2025?
Yeah, probably, but I'm not that sure if we see a really big strategic reserve from the government, more from the single states.
Okay.
And I think the reason is that Trump for sure wants a strong dollar, not a strong Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is one tool for making the dollar strong, but it's not his main tool. I think they have Doge with government, Department of Government Efficiency. They try to lower the costs of the government, and that's what they want to do. And as well, he forces now other countries to use the dollar again. He sees that countries like even the NATO countries are decreasing the debt to the dollar, and he wants that again. So I think Bitcoin is one step in this, but not the main step right now. This will be probably the main step in the future, but I think in the first moment he will a strong dollar. That's my prediction on this. So I think probably, yeah, Texas will be one of the first states.
Texas buying Bitcoin in 2025. You heard it here. We've got 2 yes predictions. We're going back to the red carpet now. Bitcoin Magazine roving correspondent Isabella Santos back with another special guest. Stay tuned.
And we're here with Neil and Knut. And of course, I gotta ask you guys, what were you doing when Bitcoin reached 100K?
I have no clue. I don't remember that. I don't follow the price that much.
Were you sleeping? Was it on your side of the pond? Maybe, I don't know. You might have been.
Yeah, I probably was sleeping actually. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was actually FaceTiming with my mom, and I was like, I think it's about to happen, and she's like, yeah, and then literally like a few minutes later, we went over 100,000. So, hi, Mom, how's it going?
I think I was actually on a pod with someone, not when it hit 100K, but when it all-timed high when I did a pod with someone. I can't remember who, but like during the pod, like it hit new all-time highs.
And I heard tonight it hasn't reached 100K. Do you guys think we're gonna reach 100K tonight?
That depends on who you're asking. Value is subjective, you know. Like, to me, it's always been at 100K, yeah.
$1 million already, it should be. No one's getting my Bitcoin for 100K.
Well, I heard Saylor might have another party when it reaches 10 million. Speaking of the price, do you guys have a price prediction for 2025?
Yes. 1 Bitcoin will be worth 1 Bitcoin in 2025.
That's when you know you're a Bitcoiner. What about you?
I don't really get into the predictions at all, so that's my answer too. I just know that it's programmed to go up forever. It's in the math, so just go with that as your prognostication, I guess.
Perhaps more importantly, fiat is programmed to go to 0 over time. So like, yeah, they're stealing from you people.
They're stealing your money because Bitcoin is the real money. And do you guys think that Trump will fulfill his promise of having a Bitcoin reserve?
I don't care. One single bit.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What about you?
I do care about one thing. I do care if he frees Ross or not. So free Ross Ulbricht, please. You promised.
Do you have a specific message for Ross when he first comes out? What would you tell him?
Good for you, dude. I don't know. I don't have a specific message for Ross, no. But I wish him the freedom he so deserves. He did nothing wrong, in my opinion.
What about you? Will Trump have a Bitcoin reserve, and what message would you send to Ross Ulbricht the day that he gets out?
Well, as far as Ross, just congratulations. I hope that Trump follows through on his word. And as far as the strategic reserve, American politics is very, very messy. So you never really know what's going to happen. But I think they're going to try to do it. I mean, we saw Eric Trump, right, at Abu Dhabi, push at the Bitcoin conference in Abu Dhabi, pushing it. And yeah, there's senators here, U.S. senators here today. So they're definitely into it. So we'll see.
And my last final question would be, what would be the most iconic moment in the Bitcoin space in 2024?
In next year? Or
this year.
The most iconic moment? You answer first. I need to think about that.
Let it think. Let it marinate.
See, you're going to have something really crafty and make my answer look good. I would just say the whole year in general. I mean, the ETF launch in the beginning of the year in the U.S., no one saw that coming. Bitcoin Nashville was amazing, right? Having presidential nominees there, right? RFK and Trump, before he got elected. And then Trump getting elected, the geopolitical landscape around Bitcoin has completely changed. All these years, wow, that was a nice ribeye that just went by. All these years, we were taught governments are going to ban Bitcoin, governments are going to ban Bitcoin. And I'm not saying you should trust governments at all, but it is funny that kind of like the opposite is happening and some are embracing it. So we'll see how it goes.
And we'll see how the night goes. And wait.
I know the exact moment.
Okay.
It's right here, right now, being interviewed by you. So,
no, that's the nicest thing ever. We are having such a...
I told you he would come up with a crafty answer. But yeah, and no, thank you, Michael Saylor. This is an amazing party. Thank you for inviting all of us. It's amazing.
Back to you, Rizzo.
Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party in Miami, Florida. You just heard on stage right now a prediction. Next year, Texas will become the first U.S. state to buy Bitcoin. That was from Gary Leland, creator of the BitBlock Boom Conference in Texas this April. We're joined by a new guest. You know him from his posts, his threads, his spaces. Dennis Porter, founder of the Satoshi Action Fund. Dennis, want to bring you into the conversation. Gary's prediction, 2025. Gary said, yes, next year a state will buy Bitcoin. It will be Texas. Your thoughts as we head back to 100K here?
It's a great, I think, statement. It's an accurate prediction, but I think it'll be just slightly off. You might want to modulate it to be one of the first states to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet, because the Texas bill actually doesn't allow Texas to buy. It only allows for donations and taxes to be paid. But
well, what's the difference here? What's the nuance? Maybe take a step back. Maybe people don't know the work you're doing with Satoshi Action Fund on the state level. Maybe just bring us up to speed.
So Satoshi Action is a nonprofit. What we do is we advocate for Bitcoin by educating lawmakers and regulators about the benefits of Bitcoin, and then we turn around and we say, well, now that you like Bitcoin as much as we do,
buy it.
Yes, also that. But we craft model policy, and we say, take this model policy and pass it into law. We've had 30 bill introductions in 20 different states, so roughly half the United States has seen our legislation. And then we also work with those lawmakers to make sure the legislation passes into law.
And a lot of these are focused on self-custody, protecting core Bitcoin rights, correct? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Bitcoin rights, the right to self-custody, the right to mine, the right to run a node, the right to peer-to-peer transactions are protected now in 4 different states: Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Montana. But we're just getting started. There's going to be a whole lot more states. And now going into 2025, we have at least, I would say, 10 states, maybe up to 12 states, that are going to introduce strategic Bitcoin reserve legislation.
The legislation introduced, right? That's passing into the House. It's passing into the House Senates and the state level. Yeah. What does it take to get passed? Is this going to be a monumental undertaking on the same grandeur of the U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserve, or can things happen fast at the state level?
Happen very fast. In fact, we already have a state that we think is a near 100% guarantee to pass our legislation into law. The thing is about
are you able to divulge the
we can't divulge the state. You got to protect the policy process. I've made this mistake before, telling Bitcoiners too much, and then they rush in, and things get messy and things fall apart.
Well, how long do you think it'll be?
It's going to happen within the next 4 months.
4 months. Okay.
So what's going to happen is there's a state that has a task force. They meet in the off season, and what they do is they say, okay, we like this bill, or we don't like this bill. Every bill they've passed out of that task force in the last several years, every bill that they said they like passes into law. Well, our bill just passed out of that task force. So we give it a near 100% chance that our bill will pass into law and that state will be able to start buying Bitcoin.
Well, they're loving this in the chat right now. We're taking questions on X, Rumble, YouTube. Well, Gary?
You didn't ask him who he thinks the first state
will
be.
I did, but he didn't answer.
I already know who it is. That's the problem.
He knows the answer. But Gary, let's go back to you. Maybe let's talk about this election. It was historic. Obviously, there was a big shift red. I mean, how much of this nation state, adoption in the U.S., do we think the Democrats can support this? Do you think they'll support it at the state level? How do you view this sort of left-right dynamic with Bitcoin today in the U.S.?
Well, I think that, I do think that Democrats are capable of being orange-pilled. I guess that is your question.
yes.
And I do think anyone is capable.
We wrote a whole book to try to orange-pill people of both political parties,
yeah,
right?
Bitcoin and the American dream.
Right.
That's where, you became my adopted son.
Right, of course. A very prestigious occasion.
But yes, I do think Democrats will come on board. I think it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time before, if they don't come on board quickly, other countries start buying, and then we have FOMO happening with everybody. I mean, that's the key, is FOMO is going to make things happen that people didn't think would happen.
We get a question now, the Zen Den. Question for Dennis. Any thoughts on crypto projects? Do you see states entertaining crypto on the same level as they are Bitcoin? This is a question from the YouTube chat.
No.
Thanks for watching.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, this is Bitcoin's core purpose, right? It is to be a savings technology and to protect yourself from inflation and monetary debasement. And states, more than anything else, need that type of protection because the states don't have a money printer. The federal government, they can just boom, boom, boom every time they want, hit that money printer. States don't have that, and now we're having states across this country with massive budget deficits. Not all of them, but a lot of them have massive budget deficits because of all the inflation. They didn't protect themselves. So Bitcoin is a core strategy to help them protect themselves from monetary debasement. Inflation is going to happen, but it's the best at it. Why would you buy anything else?
The Bitcoin price, $93,000. We're 3.5 hours away from midnight Eastern, the new year, 2025. We're going to go back to the red carpet with Isabella Santos with our next guest here at Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party.
We're here with Samson Mao over here in the 100K party. And Samson, I have to ask, what were you doing when Bitcoin reached 100K?
Nothing exciting. I was just on a marketing call with my team, Bevan, Bit Intelligence, and a few others, and we're just talking, and someone said, "Oh, look it's 100K," and then we just finished our meeting. That's it.
Oh, I love that early start of the day. Did you ever think we were going to reach 100K this year?
Definitely. I think we're still undervalued. Bitcoin should be way over 100, maybe 200 right now. So the market's going to fix that by rebounding, and then it's Omega candle time.
Whoa, Omega candle. Speaking of price predictions, what is your highest price prediction that Bitcoin will reach in 2025?
Well, I thought we'd hit 1 million this year or 2024. So I think I'll push it to 2025. So end of next year, we'll hit 1 million.
I like that. I like that. And we've seen you cooking around the world, talking to all these politicians. Is there anything exciting that we can be looking out for in 2025 aside from the Bitcoin price prediction?
Well, lots of stuff. We have some interesting things with Aqua that's going to change the game and bank the unbanked. We have some new people joining the team, maybe some high-profile Bitcoiners, and we might meet some heads of state in the coming year.
Oh, so you got to keep your eye out. Speaking of, politicians and everything, do you think Bitcoin, Trump would do his conquest and keep his promise of reaching, and having a Bitcoin reserve?
I think so. It's really that they have no choice. They have to create the Bitcoin reserve. They need to buy Bitcoin simply because they need to shore up the US dollar and strengthen it. And I think they view it more as a measure to boost the dollar, but ultimately I think it ends up killing the dollar, and you enter the hyper-Bitcoinization phase.
Very true. And we have heard some rumors that Ross will be freed in 2025. What message would you want him to hear the first day he comes out?
Thanks for taking one for the team.
And that's for sure. Thank you, Ross, for taking one for the team. And over to you, Rizzo.
Is Tom Brady
The YouTube chat now turning bearish here, saying we're going down. We've got some end of the year dump it, saying 2025 is going to be a bear market. It's Michael Saylor's Bitcoin 100K party. You're watching Bitcoin Magazine. We're talking price projections with our special guest now, Gary Leland of BitBlock Boom and Dennis Porter of the Satoshi Action Fund. Some price projections for next year, just want to read them off. Kathy Wood, $1 million by 2023. Van Eck saying 180K this cycle. Max Kaiser calling for 2.2 million. And Saylor, of course, Michael Saylor, $49 million by 2050. Gary, we were talking about price projections. You love to make them. You were right this time around. Why don't you tell us, the folks at home?
Well, first of all, let me say, I'll be dead by the time Michael Saylor's comes through since I'm 70. So I'll never know.
So Michael Saylor's projection is not bullish for you.
So I can join
bullish
that.
For
I can join that. Right. And if I'm wrong, no one can give me a hard time.
As your honorary son, I find it very bullish, actually.
Well, thank you. But no, I think that it's easy to say 175 by next year.
By end of next year.
Next year.
Okay,
I have no problem saying 175.
We like on the show, we like serious predictions, pinned down. Dennis Porter, now we're going to go to you. A price projection for the end of 2025.
Well, I think it all stems on whether or not governments start buying Bitcoin or not, which I feel very bullish about, and I think is a foregone conclusion in 2025 that a state at bare minimum will start buying Bitcoin. But if we have that versus a executive order that's signed by Trump, it's a huge another leap. So I think if we get a state on board, we go to 200K, and if Trump signs the executive order, we go to 350.
Wow, $350,000 per Bitcoin. Of course, there'll be the 300K party, maybe here in Miami, Florida. Want to note something, which it does seem like Wall Street analysts are sort of united right now in saying 160 to 180K. Is that too conservative for next year? Gary, do you think we're going higher?
Actually, my personal thoughts are much higher than 175, but I want to be correct. So I'm going with what I know will be correct. It's like last year at Christmas.
Well, as I was going to say, in 2021, we saw a lot of this as well, right? Bitcoiners projecting that in 2021 we would hit 100K. Michael Saylor maybe planning this party for years. Like, we don't know.
Actually, I was on this property and with Michael, talking with him and Eric, Kathy, and I asked him about that prediction.
Oh, really?
I asked Eric about that prediction when it was going to the moon, and Eric told me, and I don't think this is any secret, so I'm not worried about saying it, said, yeah, he's going to do it, but he didn't think it was going to happen this quick as it may be going. So he was really thinking, I think, more long.
Well, Michael Saylor backstage telling us the next is a $1 million party, so hopefully you're seeing that soon. Dennis, your thoughts on this just sort of herd mentality on Wall Street? Are they correct? Do we think 160, 180K definitely going to happen? Do we get burned like we did in 2021?
Well, I think the big thing is that we got to really see the liquid supply on the exchanges come down. And they are kind of assuming that we're going to continue to have a reduction in the amount of growth we see every cycle. And we have seen that take place. But that's because we've seen more and more and more availability of Bitcoin on exchanges. We've seen more ability to access Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, sell Bitcoin. But what's going to happen eventually is, Saylor and many others are pushing us along the supply curve. And eventually, it's going to be really hard to get Bitcoin. And then the volatility will pick back up and we'll see these huge price spikes. Is that going to happen this cycle? Possibly. But at the bare minimum, it's going to happen, I believe, by next cycle.
How do you think about price projections? Because there's an element of this, Gary. Do you still think this should be the tip of the spear with adoption that people, because they look at 100K Bitcoin and they say, we missed out. What do you say to people who come to you and tell you this?
At some point in time, they're going to understand that it's sats or bits that they're worried about. Bits is the deal. Sats are the deal.
That's right.
That's what it is. It's not Bitcoin.
2.1 quadrillion Bitcoins, smaller units.
But at some point in time, we're going to start talking that way. Because it's going to be almost impossible to buy a Bitcoin.
But what do you say to a young kid, maybe under 30, who's saying, I'll never accumulate a Bitcoin? Maybe for Gary Leland of the BitBlock Boom Conference, it was easy. People may pay you in Bitcoin, your sponsors. I'll never get a Bitcoin. I can't aspire to that.
Well, that's a good question. But if they start buying, that's the thing. If they start buying, if they start dollar cost averaging, however they want to buy, I mean, really, I was talking to someone the other day. I said, it's a matter of what, and this wasn't about Bitcoin, but I said, it's a matter of whether you want to look like a millionaire or whether you want to be a millionaire. If you want to look like a millionaire, you'll be driving a fancy car, dressing up all the damn time. If you want to be a millionaire, you'll be spending every penny you can on every sat, every Bitcoin you can buy. And you can get enough to buy a whole Bitcoin if your priorities are right. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't want to do the work. So they aren't going to get that whole Bitcoin.
The advice from TikTok's Bitcoin boomer blowing up last cycle. Dennis, your thoughts to what you say to young people who want to get into Bitcoin but feel like they missed it?
I mean, ultimately, we're at the beginning of what could be the final version of money, right? So 1,000 years is going to go by and people will potentially still be using Bitcoin. So to even be in the first 100 years, the first century of Bitcoin's existence, I think is a blessing. All right.
We're going to go live now over to the red carpet. We've got Isabella Santos. We're showing you inside MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor's Miami home. The best and brightest Bitcoiners descending here, ready to celebrate New Year's Eve. Isabella, we're taking it over to you.
Hi, we are here live with D++. Funny enough, the first time we met, we were actually at Saylor's party.
Saylor's yacht. We met on Saylor's boat.
We did, and now we're here celebrating 100K. What were you doing when Bitcoin reached 100K?
I love that question. I was in Africa, in Kenya. I was at the Masai Mara, which I totally recommend, and I went on a safari. And I woke up, and Bitcoin had just happened to hit 100K while I was asleep. And we celebrated at what's called the sundown, which is where you go have a drink in the middle of this incredible landscape. And so I was there for the Africa Bitcoin Conference, which I highly recommend.
I saw that was crazy. Even Jack Dorsey was there.
He was there, yes, and he watched every single talk. He just sat there and watched. It was incredible.
Talking about incredible moments, what was one of the most iconic moments in 2024 in the Bitcoin space for you?
Right, we're at it right now. It's Michael Saylor's 100K party.
I heard Michael.
Actually, I threw a party. I threw a halving party. That was iconic. And I think, as far as I know, my party was the only party in the world that happened at a block height as opposed to a time and date. So it didn't matter what time, what day. It didn't matter if it was going to be like 5 in the morning. You have to just show up at a block height.
And what time was it?
Well, we got lucky because the halving just so happened to occur in the U.S. on a Friday night.
That was pretty iconic. Nobody had mentioned the halving. We've had the halving Trump. We've had the ETFs.
Oh no, it was the halving, of course. Yeah. Well, specifically my party.
Well, are you going to have another halving party?
Yes, we are. So me and Martel Fox, we're having another party in 2028.
I love that. You're sort of like the Bitcoin Atlantis conference that they pop up every 4 years.
Yeah.
Now I have to ask, do you think Trump is going to have a Bitcoin reserve this upcoming year?
I don't know. So I'm a Bitcoin developer, so I'm kind of here more for like the revolution. And so I can't really speculate when it comes to politics because I've opted out of that.
Ooh, I love that opt out of the system. Can you speculate on the price? How high would it be in 2025? Infinity and beyond to the moon. And so now well, I'm kind of running out of my questions here. Yeah, I think we got it covered. Are you ready, Rizzo, to take it back from here? Rizzo, we're waiting for you, my friend.
He's in there.
You taking it? Or what would you...
ain't giving. I ain't giving. I ain't giving my love to you tonight. No, I ain't giving my love to you tonight.
Bitcoin party in Miami, Florida. You're watching Bitcoin Magazine, joined now by a special guest, Brian Corshane, founder of Dame, registered investment advisor. The topic now as we head towards 100K, we head towards this new year, TradFi. What's going on Wall Street? Are they getting it? Brian, you were just telling me a bit about your journey from 2014. Being early, you saw the future then. Can Wall Street see this future now? Are they waking up, Brian?
They're waking up a little slower, I think, than media will portray, right? So the ETFs are gathering a lot of volume, a lot of size, a lot of AUM.
Well, the best ETF debut of all time, right?
All time,
Okay.
just surpassing some gold
And
metrics.
you're saying that doesn't wow people on
There's
Wall Street.
so much more to come. So since 2018, we've been licensed as an RIA specifically for Bitcoin. And we've had a lot of advisors come to us over the years and say, hey, I want some of this. First, I'm gonna open an account with you. I'm gonna feel how it works, and then I'm gonna see if I can pitch this to my clients. They end up loving it. Oftentimes they use a tax advantage account, maybe in an IRA. But then when it comes time to roll out a program to their own clients and maybe using us as a sub-advisor at TPAM, and this is back in 2018, 2019, bear market by the way.
Right.
They had a lot of older, traditional, conservative
But isn't some of this
attorneys.
FUD breaking down? You've got Donald Trump saying that the United States is going to support this. You've got states saying that they're going to buy Bitcoin. You've got other nations. Is this getting through?
The message is getting through, but the problem is in the smaller like RIA space, and you're looking at like the guys that are below like 300 million in assets under management have a lot of flexibility.
Paltry sum.
Yeah, but look, that helps, right? If they're going to make a 1 to 3% allocation, that's great. Then their buddy who owns their own independent RIA firm can do the same thing. It's that middle bracket where the guys that have like half a billion to a couple billion, and they're under the umbrella of like an LPL or something that are just like really restricted because they use those bones, and the compliance under the hood is really just telling them no. No.
But when they see something like, obviously Michael Saylor, public company, amassing over 440,000 Bitcoin, what's their reaction to this? Do they understand the corporations are now buying Bitcoin?
What's been interesting is that MicroStrategy was an investment that was allowed prior to them owning Bitcoin. So a lot of these investment advisors maybe had MicroStrategy on the books.
Okay.
And it coincidentally became a proxy for Bitcoin. And so that's been a benefit to those advisors that had that position on for their clients. They synthetically had Bitcoin, even though they may still not be able to get Bitcoin. And so, you know, MicroStrategy is going to
So it's been a way to help pave the way for Wall Street, right? And MicroStrategy, some insane numbers this year. We can read them off. But I want to stick with this concept of FUD for a second, and just is Wall Street waking up? Obviously, there were the ETFs that were approved this year. There's still a lot of famous haters. We've got Jason Calacanis out there, fudding MicroStrategy, fudding Bitcoin. We've got Paul Krugman retired from the New York Times, but still writing Bitcoin hate articles. Are these critics now being more dismissed? Are these voices diminishing? Or is finance guy on Twitter, still dominating when he says, put your money in real estate and these existing assets?
Look, the All In podcast, amazing, right? One of my favorites for several years. Things have changed recently, right? David Sachs now appointed the AI crypto czar. Jason Calacanis, shock value, right? I think he's been a little bit of the naysayer of it along the way, but Chamath's pro Bitcoin. You see, David Sachs is, this is just short-term stuff to get some attention. We're in a bull market right now, and this is going to continue. And so they have to say something that will get clicks versus just, buy Bitcoin, be long Bitcoin, Bitcoin's great. They have to say something different.
But are they delaying exposure, right? Because so what we're wondering, I think, is what are the headwinds or what are the tailwinds here? Because it seems like everything is going in Bitcoin's direction, right? If you wanted the perfect setup for a great 2025, you wanted a Trump election, you wanted the U.S. Strategic Reserve being greenlit, you wanted nation-state FOMO setting in, you wanted retail coming back and getting activated. It seems like we're checking a lot of the boxes.
And it's not a sell the news event by any means. A week before Bitcoin Nashville, I was on CNBC saying, look, I think this is what Trump's going to say. He's going to say that he's going to make Bitcoin part of the strategic reserve. Now, doing that, moving some of these from the Department of Justice to the Department of Treasury, I hope to see it in the first 90 days. The Bitcoin beehive is going to be on them to hold them accountable for that. And maybe if we at least see 40,000 units start to get moved would be a great
So
thing.
your prediction, you think the U.S. government buying Bitcoin within the first 90 days? You're just gonna
Moving
see-
first.
Moving. Okay,
Moving first, right, from the Department of Justice, the seized coins, approximately just under 200,000.
Right, right.
And then RFK, maybe in year 2 of Trump's presidency, coming in and getting the buying. And that's where it just becomes an unbelievable race where other nation states are just like scrambling to get ahead once they hear the rumblings and then to play catch up.
Well, speaking of rumblings, we're broadcasting live on X, YouTube, and Rumble. We've got a lot of chatter in the chat room now. People saying they missed the boat on MicroStrategy and kind of looking at what has happened. This really took a lot of even Bitcoiners by storm, right? We saw MicroStrategy achieve 477% gain in 2024, the top performing US stock, hitting meme stock territory. We even saw Master surpass its .com era peak. How do you evaluate MicroStrategy in context to Bitcoin? Is it a competing or complementary investment?
It is a bit of a competitor to Bitcoin, right? A lot of people looked at it as a leverage play. It was also easy access to Bitcoin. When TradFi looks at their trading platforms, Interactive Brokers, LPL, these guys in the back end, it's what's easy, what's there. Advisors' jobs a lot these days is based on managing the relationship. Then behind the scenes, there's the team of analysts and maybe portfolio managers, but they're really restricted by that compliance department. But when it comes down to MicroStrategy, if that's the only thing that's available, that still helps the industry, right, and growth. And so over time for us specifically, we do invest in pure Bitcoin. That's what we want to give our clients. There's no carry cost on it. We all know the benefits of it, and we think that clients should be in it if they want to gain access to the space. But if you don't have that capability and you are married to your investment advisor, hopefully he can get you at least MicroStrategy.
Well, we want to get people excited in the chat before we take a break, pinning people down on predictions. Brian, got to hold you in the hot seat. What's one thing we're going to see in 2025 that might shock people?
Ooh, something that's going to shock people in 2025. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Trump to move these over to the strategic reserve. I really do. It might need to be a little bit of language change that gets this done. Like Texas, we're seeing is kind of curving it into like the donation kind of form of language. That way they can just get this going. And I think that delay would be a little unfortunate to happen. But once we kind of see that there's green, we're taking off from
Well,
there.
Dennis Porter predicting we'll see a U.S. state purchase Bitcoin over the first 4 months of 2025. The Bitcoin price, $93,000. We're 3 hours away from New Year's. We're going to send it over to the red carpet. Isabella Santos back with another guest from Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party.
Thanks for having me, Pete.
Here with Simon from Metaplanet, the highest performing stock so far. And it's a full circle moment because I remember the first time we talked, you told me that you got inspired by Michael Saylor, and now we're here celebrating the 100K party.
No, it's an absolute honor and privilege to be here to celebrate this incredible milestone. $100,000 is just the beginning, and it couldn't be a better place to do that here in Miami.
Miami, where the heat is shining and we feel it. What were you exactly doing when Bitcoin reached 100K?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. I should have thought about the answer in advance. Probably in Japan, where I live, looking at markets like I always do, constantly clicking refresh on the screen. Yeah, I think 100,000 is just the beginning. And next year we're going to see much higher prices, much more excitement to come.
Speaking of years, what was the most iconic moment for you in 2024?
In relation to Bitcoin? I think it really is seeing the incredible adoption that has come through Bitcoin. The ETF launched in the US at the beginning of the year, slowly but surely seeing Bitcoin becoming a topic of discussion at the highest levels of government. Corporations around the world beginning to adopt it as a Bitcoin standard. In April, for us, that's when we decided that we wanted to adopt Bitcoin, and now all we want to do is accumulate more Bitcoin over time for our shareholders. And so 2024 will go down as the year where it all began.
The year where it all began, and also sort of like Donald Trump following your footsteps, because now he's saying he's going to have a Bitcoin strategic reserve. Do you think that's actually going to happen?
Absolutely. Being a non-American, perhaps I can say this definitively. I do think that the Bitcoin community in the U.S. helped elect the president, and so hopefully President Trump will do what he has said that he will, which is to make Bitcoin a strategic reserve. and then countries around the world will follow. Japan is one of those countries where they do look to the U.S. as sort of their big brother and follow in their footsteps. And so I think if President Trump does adopt it as a strategic reserve, then Japan and many other countries in Asia will do the same.
In a way, it's sort of like we're going to see the game theory play out in full circle. We're going to see, like, what countries would you say will follow the United States footprints?
Good question.
You said Japan?
Yeah, I think Japan. I think a lot of the countries in Asia, I think a lot of the third world countries in particular that see, perhaps adopting Bitcoin will be a way to shore up their own currencies. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, coming out of the Dubai, Abu Dhabi conference, we got to hear from a lot of the governments in the region, and I think it's definitely something that is a topic, and they are secretly buying kind of behind the scenes, and hopefully they will announce quite soon. I think a lot of them are being deferent to the U.S. So after President Trump announces the strategic reserve, I think a lot of other countries will say, actually, we own Bitcoin as well.
I love that. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and we're going to see it in all the countries play out. Over to you, Rizzo.
New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party in Miami, Florida. We're 3 hours away from New Year's on Eastern Standard Time. Joined by a new round of special guests now to talk about the catalysts that are going to get us back over 100K. Get this party started. We've got Pierre Richard, VP of Research at Riot, co-host of the Bitcoin Advisors podcast, and Morgan Richard, his co-host on the Bitcoin for Advisors podcast. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Yep. So you guys have been out there, not chained to the desk like me. You've been out in the party. You've seen the dancers. You've seen the statues. What's it like being at this 100K party right now? For all the plebs at home, we're stacking sats. They couldn't come here. They couldn't pay for the flights to come to this party. What's it like out there, Pierre?
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's the first time I've met Mr. Saylor, so I had that wonderful opportunity.
And you met Adam back recently for the first time, right? You need to get out more.
That was actually the second time. Adam thought it was the first time, but I had met him in Riga before that. So
I'm glad you rectified that.
Yeah, I need to go to more Bitcoin conferences so that I can meet more big names.
There. Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So Morgan, your thoughts, the people, the excitement. Who have you seen? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, it's been really good to put faces to names on Twitter for sure, or people who I've talked to but never actually met in person. So that was really exciting. And yeah, it's amazing to be out here with so many people who are so excited about Bitcoin and to just connect. It was really cool to go on Michael Saylor's yacht.
Yeah, right over there.
Nice wood paneling.
We'll get you the aerial shot.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about backstage, Pierre and I, about just what a roller coaster it's been over the last few months. We saw each other in November for the election on the Bitcoin Magazine election live stream. Obviously, since then, the price hitting an all-time high then of 73,000. Seems like peanuts now. Hit 108,000. Where were you guys when we hit the all-time high? Pierre, tell the folks at home what happened. Where were you?
I was at home, and the first thing I did was shove my phone in Morgan's face and say, hey, we got to 100,000. It's a historic moment, right? I know that it's just a symbolic number, but at the end of the day, Bitcoin's been around for 16 years. And for somebody who's seen Bitcoin, the first time I looked at the Bitcoin price, I think it was $20. And to see it unfold like this is astonishing. Although, when I first met Morgan and we started dating, I told her that Bitcoin was going to replace the financial system in 2014.
Ah, okay.
So now I'm updating it. 2025 is the year in which Bitcoin takes over.
Yeah.
Well, we've got people in the chat talking about their drunk Bitcoin buying tonight. You guys are Bitcoin advisors. Is this advisable? Are you advising New Year's Eve drunk Bitcoin buying?
So as a financial planner,
yes,
without knowing your situation, it might be okay. That said, though, right, it's obviously, I think it's one thing if it's just a little bit here and you're excited and you're drunk buying. It's another thing if you're moving all of the chips in one direction and you haven't really thought about your financial plan. I know people don't like to hear that from me, and they think, oh, Morgan's so bearish all the time. She's always telling me not to own so much Bitcoin, and that's not necessarily the case. In my practice, we have people who have anywhere from a 1% position in Bitcoin to actually 100% in Bitcoin. So I think it's situation dependent for sure. But that said, if you're just having a good time, you're popping some bubbly, you buy $20, whatever.
There's a bigger problem with this scenario is that this person wasted their money on
Yeah, why
alcohol
are they
instead
buying
of buying more Bitcoin.
right, right.
Totally.
So alcohol's a shitcoin.
They're
We're talking
presumably
about,
sitting in chairs.
You talked about your first seeing Bitcoin at $20, myself $50 in 2013. Is there a sense that you have where if you had told me back then $100,000 Bitcoin, what the world would be like, I would have said we're using Bitcoin every day. It's sort of embedded in society, it's embedded in payments, it's in the financial infrastructure in a way that maybe it hasn't become yet. Does that make you more bullish? What's your reaction to that, Pierre, Morgan?
Well, my reaction to that is that we underestimated how important the store of value function is in the adoption of Bitcoin. And so while philosophically I'm a libertarian, I love the idea of hey, let's just have all payments be on Bitcoin or on Lightning, as it may be. The reality is that most people, they're looking at their pocketbook. They're looking at, how do I make money off of this? And so that's where the store of value, the number go up technology, the scarcity, the finite scarcity of Bitcoin has been a huge hit and has driven a lot of adoption far beyond kind of the libertarian agorist roots of the project. At the same time, while not losing sight of what makes Bitcoin valuable, right? Which is that you can independently verify everything, that you don't have to trust third parties. But I'm a big proponent of accepting reality on reality's terms. And this is the
Doesn't
reality.
really give you another option, unfortunately.
Right, I mean, look, lots of folks have tried to crack that nut of, hey, let's get people to use Bitcoin for payments day to day, and to varying degrees of success, but all the while far less success than this idea of, hey, Bitcoin is like your savings account. You know, the sales of hardware wallets has been very healthy. So I think there's lots of people who are self-custodying, and now you've got lots of people who are holding Bitcoin in these different securitized forms of ETFs, of MicroStrategy, et cetera.
Morgan, does adoption look different than you thought it might when all those years ago you were on a date with Pierre and he was talking about Bitcoin?
So Pierre has always been ahead of his time. I will give him that. It's definitely a gift from above. That he is generally right. It just takes a lot longer than he thinks it will. And so I didn't think that we would be here. I think I'm on the opposite side of that. I tend to be thinking that things are going to actually be slower than they are. And so for me to see after, you know, he's been working in it for 12 years, I've been working in it for 11 years, for us to be here now, it seems surreal, honestly. It seems like it's almost impossible that this could have happened in such a short period of time.
I will say I'm a bit surprised that we're seeing kind of a new wave of FUD, really, even after 100K, even after Trump, the president of the United States, saying he would have a pro-Bitcoin position. You're seeing the Jason Calacanis, your finance guy on Twitter, your Dave Ramsey's, your Gareth Soloway's, who famously shorted Bitcoin, and effectively you're still sort of seeing this narrative. Are you surprised, Pierre, that that hasn't broken down? We haven't seen a capitulation from the Peter Schiffs. He hasn't tweeted at you. He's not apologizing. When does that happen? Does that happen in 2025 in your view?
Something I've learned in life is that success does attract haters, right? And so I think that this will amplify, that you'll essentially have this barbell distribution of people who really don't like Bitcoin, want to FUD it on Twitter 24/7, and the opposite of those who want to pump it 24/7. And so we have to, as rational people, try to get through what is the truth of the matter. And obviously it's somewhere in between, right? Like
it seems like it really just hasn't shifted, right? Paul Krugman, retired from the New York Times just a few weeks ago, now has a Substack, and he's calling Bitcoin a tool for criminals. Still, this is still happening in 2024 when we're at Michael Saylor's New Year's party. Morgan, this is crazy, right?
Yeah, well, on the other hand, though, there's so many families now who have substantial Bitcoin stacks, right, where they're experiencing true financial issues or whatever it is that are actually coming out, where we're doing true Bitcoin financial planning. So like on the one side, right, we have these people here who maybe they're screaming that Bitcoin is tulips or vapor or whatever it is, right? But on the other side, we're seeing people who are actually truly benefited from holding the savings technology and who are now able to do better in the world as a result of it.
Holding technology, we need to hold that thought. We've got Isabella Santos live from the red carpet with a new guest taking us in Saylor's house.
All right, 4. And we're here still live at the 100K party, and we gotta ask Gary, what were you doing when Bitcoin reached 100K?
Well, I was not with a beautiful woman like you. See, she didn't think I was gonna say that, but like I was not with a beautiful woman. Look at this, just perfection. What was I doing at 100K? I was probably thinking about why I didn't buy more at 87, 77, 67, 57 when everyone says it had already reached its top. That's what I was doing. I was like, ding dong, Gary's a ding dong.
Gary's a ding dong. Now that you've seen all the prices go through.
Rich ding dong at this point. So, you know, I might have missed a couple of Bitcoin, but I did a pretty good job in the last 3 years of picking up a couple of Bitcoin.
Would you say rich in Bitcoin or rich in fiat? Because there's a difference now.
I would say that I am rich in beingness because of Bitcoin, actually. And I really believe I could actually I could write a book on how Bitcoin allows me to be me and not be subject to other whims and political constraints, possibly, even though that sounds heavy on a New Year's Eve night.
No, but I love it because it talks about why Bitcoin changed you. How has Bitcoin changed you?
This may not be really like that exciting, but it's made me a better person. Like I find that really bizarre that I even say that, but Bitcoin has helped me look at the world slightly differently. That's given me an attitude of hope, more interest in being free, and more interest in everyone being free. Like the cool thing about Bitcoin, it's not a net zero sum game. Like you can win and I can win. We don't, like you can choose to be a Bitcoiner, you can choose not to be. It's cool. Either way, no one is getting hurt. And I love that about the whole complex.
I like that. And I like how deep we're going. Speaking of deep, do you think Trump is actually going to do what he promised, free Ross and create a Bitcoin strategic reserve?
I think Donald Trump, if he can do something and he's promised it and people supported him, he will support it. I have not seen that he falters on his commitments to people, and I have met him. He has told the Bitcoin community he'll support us if we support him. And to that point, I will say I really want to put my hand up for Donald Trump and the whole administration that is extremely pro-Bitcoin, extremely pro-transparency, and the only way this country moves into further relevance in the next 100 years is if we as Bitcoiners should demand all governments, all education, all systems, all corporate parties to behave the way Saylor's behaving, which is highly transparent, to behave the way Bitcoin's behaving, which is highly transparent, audited every 10 minutes. That is the theme to me that 2025 brings us, is give me a world of transparency. And if there's not transparency, we know there's crime, we know there's inefficiency, we know there's something going on that someone's ashamed of, and that we don't want to continue. That's my view.
No, and I like that. Transparency is key, and I feel like that's the only reason why Bitcoin works so well if you have your own node at home, which I hope you all do. At the same time, I want to ask, what's the most iconic moment in 2024 in the Bitcoin space that's happened to you?
The most iconic moment was, I think, Cindy Loomis pushing the administration during the Nashville event at Bitcoin that some people don't know about. There was a party of 15 or 20 people in a private room that I happened to be a part of. And there were miners there, senators, congressmen, Howard Lutnick, Gemini, Coinbase, everybody. All the major players are there, some donors like myself. And my position was, hey, let's just get Trump to say he's going to keep the 200,000 Bitcoin. And Loomis was like, nah, we need the reserve. I'm like, man, that's overreach. I want to really commend that lady. I'm so impressed because I would have pulled back. She pushed hard. We have a president who has said that he is going to seriously look at this. The game's done now. The trigger has been lit. The fuse is on fire. Every government on the planet must now look at this. Game theory is in full operation.
100%. Game theory is full on play, and we're going to see.
This is the deal, dude. Once game theory goes, it's game over.
It's game over for anybody on the fiat standard. Over to you, Rizzo.
This guy just put all my shit in one.
Yeah, I know. It's same.
Back to Michael Saylor's 100K Bitcoin New Year's Eve party presented by Bitcoin Magazine. My name is George McHale. I'm the managing director at Bitcoin Magazine. Here with Simon and Dylan from Metaplanet. Guys, Happy New Year. How are we feeling?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Wonderful.
Feeling great. Happy to be here.
Well, you guys got to be feeling especially great. Best performing stock in all of Japan, is that right?
Actually, it's the best performing stock in the world this year.
I stand corrected. Best performing stock in the world. All of 2024.
All of 2024. It's obviously very humbling, but of course we've come from a very low base. And so the question really is, on January 1st, everything resets to zero again. And so we're at the start line again and looking to deliver in 2025.
Unbelievable. So what are your plans how do you level up from here? How do you go from the best performing stock in the world? Like how do you, what's the encore look like?
Well, the hope is to become the best performing stock again next year.
All right.
And that is driven by accumulating as much Bitcoin as we can next year. The challenge for us this year is we've come from a very low base. When you come from a low base, it basically means that there's, in Japan, a limit to how many new shares you're able to issue at any one time. But now that our market cap is around $800 million, it's possible to raise money at an expedited pace, obviously to buy Bitcoin.
Amazing. Dylan, how are we feeling? Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year. Feeling great.
We're here at Saylor's place. New Year's Eve, obviously. You know, it's crazy to come all this way. How long, you've been in Bitcoin how many years now?
You know, five and change. Professionally a little bit less than that, but yeah, I mean, it's been a fun roller coaster, you know.
I mean, you're looking around this party, seeing all the people that are here. It's New Year's Eve, 100K Bitcoin hit this year. I mean, how does it feel for you seeing what you've seen in the space?
Well, you know, the party was prophesied 4 years ago.
That's true.
So it's been a long time coming, but no, it's amazing. It's super cool and humbling to play a part at the corporate level, and bring something new to a new market. And yeah, I mean, it's the path has already been set for us, and it's just about knowing that there's already a strategy that's the best out there, and to simply replicate it, right?
Yeah.
Not every idea needs to be a new idea.
Right.
Sometimes it's just about implementing the best idea already, which is Bitcoin.
Definitely, yeah. And I mean, Metaplanet has done an incredible job of following in MicroStrategy's footsteps. And I think, the way that you guys have executed has been incredible. I mean, the results speak for themselves. How would you say, Dylan, like what are you looking forward to in 2025 as you kind of settle into this role as Director of Bitcoin Strategy at Metaplanet? Are you going to do anything different? Are you just going to kind of double down on what's been working, or what can you share with us?
Well, we joke that the only thing better than Bitcoin is more Bitcoin. But no, I think it's more of the same. It's just at a greater scale, right? In the absolute sense. So in about 9 months, 8 months, we've tripled the share count. Wow. But we started at a $15 million market cap, right? And now we now have 12, 13, 14 times the Bitcoin on our balance sheet as the value of the business was in April.
Wow.
And so now it's just about more of the same, right? It's about I think the more exciting thing, rather than just numbers, right, is we get to educate tens of thousands, hopefully eventually hundreds of thousands and millions of Japanese and international investors on the merits of Bitcoin, denominating in Bitcoin on a Bitcoin standard. We adopted BTC yield following the MicroStrategy footsteps, which our core KPI, key performance indicator, is Bitcoin per share, whether that's increasing or not, right? And so this is like a new benchmark in the corporate world, and I think there's now 3 or 4 companies in the world that are doing this, and I think where we're going, we kind of expect that eventually it'll be tens and hundreds and thousands.
Yeah, absolutely. Simon, a lot of presidents, CEOs of different corporations looking at you guys and wondering how they can replicate your success. What would you say to them? What would be your number one advice, maybe lessons learned or things you would have done differently?
The benefit that we have is that we are not the first, and we owe a lot to Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy for the business plan, which they have now created for the rest of the world to follow. And so we can't, take credit for coming up with the idea, sure. But we can be proud of ourselves for following the playbook to the T. And so I think what I would say to other public companies around the world is, there's a difference between just buying 50 Bitcoin for the balance sheet and hoping that will somehow make the stock go up, but to be really focused and disciplined and to understand the value of Bitcoin and what it can do for a company balance sheet. And once you do that, and once you adopt a Bitcoin standard properly, formally, that's when you begin to offer interesting opportunities for citizens of that country to get exposure to Bitcoin. We've been very humbled this year by the number of new investors that have become shareholders of Metaplanet, and I think it's struck a chord with them, that in a country with very low interest rates, where there's limited opportunities for the average investor to get exposure to something that can generate a decent return, we've now come along and offered them something which can give them hope. And so Bitcoin, in my mind, is definitely hope. And we want to play our part in onboarding 1 million people in Japan into Bitcoin via Metaplanet.
Oh, I love that. You said something interesting about companies that adopt a Bitcoin strategy but don't maybe do it the correct way. Like, what are some of those pitfalls? Like, is there a way to, like, if you're just accumulating Bitcoin, but maybe you're not following all the steps, or like what is the wrong way to do it? What are like some warning signs?
I mean, I have been approached a lot in recent months. People want to replicate our success. And again, very humbled by this, and I'm not, I don't take for granted, the performance that we've had this year. It's a lot of hard work that has to go into this next year to continue. But I think some people are probably thinking all we have to do is buy Bitcoin and our stock will go up. And maybe MicroStrategy and Metaplanet have made it seem like it's really easy. Yeah. But there's so much work that goes behind the scenes. Our entire team, Dylan, our IR department, a lot of work goes into properly communicating what we do. It's very important that shareholders understand the vision and what it all means when you're issuing shares, etc. So I would say that one shouldn't look at Bitcoin as just a way to make your stock go up. It needs to be something that is embedded into the fabric of your company and your mission.
Right.
George, I think there's another interesting point there, which in a bull market especially, right? Everybody kind of it's the hot thing, and you buy Bitcoin and it's going in a straight line up, and the volatility is great, right? But maybe we might forget just at the end of the year performance. At one point, mark to market, we were down 25% on our Bitcoin position, for a moment in time, in the summer at one point, right? And if that was, a CEO or a board or a company or a shareholder base that wasn't committed to the vision, it's panic mode, right? And for us, we were cheering, because we had only 100 Bitcoin or so, or 200 Bitcoin, and we want to 100x that figure, right? So for us, it was like, great, we have more time. Bitcoin's not breaking its all-time high. We get to stack. We get to continue to communicate our vision. But when we say volatility is vitality, we know that it's not a straight line up, right? And that volatility also means downside volatility. But when we denominate in Bitcoin, when we report BTC yield, BTC yield doesn't factor in BTC USD appreciation or depreciation. It's Bitcoin denominated. So I think that's the real framework, right? Is what separates maybe the men from the boys per se in terms of the corporate vision is are you in it for the fiat gains, or are you in it because you realize that this is what you want to denominate in?
Yeah, that's a huge distinction. Well, I think a lot more corporations are going to be learning that lesson. So looking ahead to 2025, let's do a few predictions here. What do you think is going to be the biggest company by market cap in 2025 to adopt a Bitcoin strategy? Or maybe a different way of asking it, will any of the top 10 in the US adopt a Bitcoin strategy?
I would say Tesla probably adds some Bitcoin exposure. I mean, it's not. I don't think a full corporate Bitcoin standard, but they're already a top 10 holder, and I think it makes sense to add more. And I think Mark Zuckerberg's goat is named Bitcoin. So he has a super voting rights. Over 50% of the voting rights are Zuckerberg.
Really?
So I wouldn't be surprised, someone like Mark Zuckerberg or some of the FANG companies. I don't expect a full-on Bitcoin standard, but to me it's a no-brainer to add at least 1 to 2 to 5% of your liquid assets, right? So So I would expect, 50 companies or so to do that, How many full-on Bitcoin treasury companies, out of the FANG stocks? Probably 0, but I would be delighted to be wrong there. And I think eventually it's inevitable that they all do it.
Simon, what do you think? Bold predictions.
I'm looking more, I guess, at governments. And I think if President Trump does what he says he was going to do and adopt Bitcoin as a strategic reserve asset, that there'll be many countries around the world that will follow in the US footsteps. The game theory will begin. You don't want to be the last person standing. You need to buy Bitcoin and not be the last one to do so. And so I think there are already lots of governments around the world that have begun to buy Bitcoin already, but I think they're being deferent to the United States. And once the US announces, then they'll feel more compelled to say, actually, we own Bitcoin as well.
Really? So you think governments are quietly stacking and then waiting until the US makes it official and then they're going to announce? Interesting. Some geopolitical dynamics obviously involved there.
Yep, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Source,
right.
David Bailey.
Yeah, we'll ask him a little bit later. Okay, so on that topic, Dylan, do you think that Trump will follow through on his commitment to create a Bitcoin strategic reserve?
I do. I think the question is it passive? We're just going to hold the Bitcoin we have already. I think that's almost a lock. I would say 90%, 95%. The bigger question is, does Trump go, does he go full bull mode and executive order, through Matt Pines wrote up a great report on utilizing the exchange stabilization fund to buy Bitcoin for the U.S. reserves. There's like $35 billion of spare cash. A drop in the bucket in the U.S. government balance sheet, but $30 billion, $21 billion. That's a lot of money. So I think, I do think Trump goes. It's just a matter of how big does he go.
Incredible. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. Happy New Year. We're really excited about this party. We are going to throw it back to Isabella here at Michael Saylor's 100K Bitcoin New Year's Eve party.
And we are here with Guy Swan, the guy that has read the most Bitcoin books. And we got to highlight the fit because he's representing all the Bitcoiners at home. He's got the white paper t-shirt on. He's got steak. He's got his camote. How do you say sweet potatoes? We got sweet potatoes here because we don't do carbs. How you doing?
This is carby. The sweet potatoes are carby. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Tell us a little bit about what you were doing when Bitcoin reached 100K.
Oh shit, what was I doing? I don't know. I was probably just hanging out with Rad, my son. Just doing my normal day, reading Bitcoin stuff.
Rad sounds like a rad guy. Is he also a rad guy?
Rad is the raddest. Rad's the coolest kid on planet Earth. I shit you not. He is the coolest kid ever.
How did you orange pill your son, or did he come out being orange pilled?
Oh no, he came out. He had a hardware wallet from day one. He's made appearances on the podcast like 30 times. Kid teaches me stuff about Bitcoin now already. He's the kid who's heard more about Bitcoin than anybody else you know.
What's he taught you about Bitcoin? That I gotta know.
Key management. What the hell's gonna happen to my keys after I'm gone?
He tells you that?
No, he doesn't tell me, but he makes me think about it. Like, I was not... No, my setup has definitely changed since having a son. Like, because you realize... You realize, like, most of your keys are in your head, or it's just like, oh, I've got it in this place, and I know how to get my setup. But no, once you have a kid, and like, you're leaving people behind, now you got to change that shit. You got to update.
We got to update, but that's the beauty with Bitcoin. It has to change over time, and we as, Bitcoiners, we got to find the holes in it to make it better. What do you think are other things that we need to improve as Bitcoiners?
Oh, everything. Bitcoin has a lot. Bitcoin is a baby, man. Bitcoin is, you don't have to hold it. Bitcoin is a literal baby. Like, we're still, like, just at the beginning of this thing, honestly. Like, it's been a tool for techie people for a long time, and now the services and the custodians have come here to solve all our problems, but now we have to rebuild all of the things that the custodians are thinking that they're going to sell as a service so that it actually makes sense, and we have to raise a new generation to actually understand these things. Just like, generations before, like, grow up understanding, like, bank account and, like, a credit card and, like, here's your PIN number and all this crap. If you think about it, if somebody didn't grow up in that world knowing what that was, that shit's confusing. And like really kind of stupid in a lot of ways. So we just have to normalize Bitcoin. But I mean, there's a mountain of work to do. There always is.
But it's wild to see that the new generation of kids that are coming into this world, they're sort of like the Satoshi generation, and they're going to grow up with Bitcoin already being, a monetary system.
I mean, there are kids who are 15, 16 years old today who never lived in a world where Bitcoin didn't exist. Like, that's kind of crazy to think about. But yeah, there's going to be a whole generation that, like, I think I like Svetsky's piece. I think it was published on Bitcoin Magazine, actually, for the three generations theory. And I really, really like that. Is just that it just takes generations of people realizing that this isn't going anywhere, that this is literal digital money, and to grow up in a world in which it has always existed and it's normalized just because it's normal. They don't know anything else. And when that world comes, that's when you have a real Bitcoin standard, because it's just obvious in hindsight.
It is obvious, but sometimes when things are obvious, people don't see it. And Bitcoin is just the beginning. You heard it here from the guy that has read all the Bitcoin books.
About Bitcoin. Read more about Bitcoin than anybody else you know.
Over to you, George.
Welcome back to Michael Saylor's 100K Bitcoin New Year's Eve party. We are live in Miami with Bitcoin Magazine. My name is George. I'm joined here by Jesse Myers and BTC Sessions. What's going on, guys? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you.
It's been a crazy year for Bitcoin. 2024 was one for the record books. Here we are in beautiful Miami Beach. How are you guys feeling? Can we get more bullish than this? BTC Sessions, why are we so bullish?
Why are we bullish? That's a question I ask myself and many people every week. There's plenty to be bullish about, seeing the aggregation of incredible thinkers and people here tonight. And I don't know, I'm just so encouraged by everything that's being built currently, the brain power in this square mile. I mean, if something were to happen to this group of people, we would be much worse off, but let's hope that it doesn't. Again, the amazing contributions that everybody here has made to the space are not unnoticed, and it'll reverberate for decades to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, who else to host this than Michael Saylor, chairman of MicroStrategy, one of the largest holders of Bitcoin in the world. Jesse, as you look back on 2024, give me some of the highlights, maybe top highlight for you in Bitcoin.
Boy, I mean, for me, that's got to be the Nashville conference.
Good choice.
Yeah,
we like that.
Right. And some of the announcements that were made there, some of the language that was introduced, and the Overton window shifting, where RFK went out the first night and talked about how America should build a 4 million Bitcoin strategic reserve, and that would be parity with what the U.S. enjoys with gold. And that's a new idea that didn't really exist out there in the Bitcoin space and in the geopolitical space before. And then the next day we had Cynthia Lummis come up and say, here's a bill to build a 1 million Bitcoin strategic reserve for the U.S. so the U.S. can be the leader, the leading nation state in Bitcoin adoption. And that's new language. That's a new idea, and it introduces the possibility and inevitability, I think, of new big buyers coming into Bitcoin, nation states, in the immediate future, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole game theory that we've been talking about for years, right? It's like as soon as, and maybe this is what's responsible for a lot of the price action recently, is Trump making that announcement, RFK talking about it, Cynthia Lummis introducing a bill. Do you think bold predictions for 2025. Do you think Trump is going to follow through on his word? And are we going to see a strategic Bitcoin reserve? Sessions, what do you think?
Oh, I am so hesitant to say whether or not a politician will do as they promised.
That's fair.
I mean, I think, so it's interesting. We have this kind of double-edged sword where it's like, great, like price action with Bitcoin adopting, or rather with the U.S. adopting a Bitcoin strategic reserve. And then you also get the sentiment of like, do we want government in Bitcoin? You know, I've always had the position that inevitably everybody bends the knee to Bitcoin and realizes like it's unavoidable, so you have to get into it in some capacity. I don't know what to expect, but a lot of people that I've spoken to and people that I consider to be quite intelligent say they think it's happening, and they think it's actually going to be some type of executive order type thing to make it snappy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Regardless, the best part about it is if they do or if they don't, it doesn't affect the average hodler that is just gonna, you know, they got their cold card and they're stashing away their coins and they're self-custody, they're doing whatever. You get to enjoy Bitcoin, they'll get to enjoy it too. And one of my favorite quotes from Jeff Booth is the hardest thing to grapple with about Bitcoin is that even the person that has ideals that are completely opposite from your own, them using Bitcoin makes it better and stronger for you. And that's a hard thing to sit with.
Bitcoin is for enemies, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what would you say, Jesse, in terms of kind of what Ben's talking about with kind of this, a little bit of a narrative shift in the space around, you know, we used to fight against the government and now, you know, people are saying, oh, you know, now you want the government in Bitcoin. Like what's happening here exactly with this narrative? And what's your take on, should the government be involved? Is this a good thing?
Yeah, I think it's inevitable. And you can argue whether it's good or bad. I think the reality of freedom money is that it is better than unfree money. And that as a result of that Darwinian advantage, it will win out. And so I think that means we're gonna see nation states coming in because it's in their interest to build strategic reserves of Bitcoin. And whether or not that's, you know, fully aligned with the individual ideals of Bitcoiners may or may not be true, but it's coming, it's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us on this live stream. We are going to throw it back to Isabella here in Miami.
We are here with American HODL. American HODL. Is America hodling right now?
Hi.
Is America hodling?
That's right. Well, wait, is America hodling?
I don't know.
Not yet, but we're gonna be, I guess. SBR and shit.
Do you think so? Will Trump fulfill his promise to make a Bitcoin strategic reserve?
90% likelihood we get a SBR in the first 100 days. Book it.
Book it. There you hear it first. I gotta know, what were you doing when Bitcoin reached 100K?
I was reading my kids a bedtime story, and like everybody started blowing up my phone basically. I was reading the Lorax, and I never read the Lorax so fast in my whole life. I was like rushing through it to put the kids to bed so I could get on the internet and fucking meme with everybody and drink champagne. So that's what I did.
You're like, Dr. Seuss, get out of here. We got more important stuff to do. We got Satoshi Nakamoto here living out his promises over here. What do you think the Bitcoin price prediction will be in 2025?
So yeah, I think Bitcoin's going to take out the diminished returns narrative. We're gonna go like, it's gonna be a fight for 200K, right? So like we're gonna climb towards 200K, claw our way there, and then once we get beyond it, there's gonna be a lot of selling. It's gonna go down. All the people that sold will FOMO back in when we start to go up, and then we're gonna go past 250 with significant momentum. Once we get past 250 with momentum, sky's the limit. 500, 600, 700, a million. That's what I think.
And I heard Michael Saylor might do another party when it hits $1 million a coin.
Well, we have to party at $1 million, you know.
We gotta party at $1 million. And I have to ask, what was the most iconic moment of 2024 for you in the Bitcoin space?
In the Bitcoin space, I have to say David Bailey is the MVP of 2024. I'm not just saying this because this is his fucking live stream or whatever, but David Bailey really like just showed that you can just do shit. You can just decide to get a president elected and just fucking do it. And that's impressive. So kudos to David.
Yo, David's motto is just do it. We got to remove Nike and just put Bailey with that slogan over there. Over to you, George.
Welcome back to Miami here at Michael Saylor's Bitcoin 100K New Year's Eve party presented by Bitcoin Magazine. My name is George. I am here with Jesse and Leonard. Welcome. Lawrence, I'm so sorry. Good to see you guys. You got a new book out. Very exciting.
Yeah, thank you.
It's
not entirely out yet. It's coming. It's close to being out. It's in pre-production right now, and it should be available by late January, early February.
Incredible.
First things first, I want to just credit all the people who helped me in terms of writing this book. Jesse, actually, with his great chart, but probably more importantly, Safe, Lynn, Luke, Saylor, Preston, etc. I mean, it's a compilation of a lot of people's ideas, but here's the theory. The book is designed, or the goal of the book, the reason I wrote this book is I was sitting around about a year ago watching people argue about politics on TV. And I watched red team fight blue team, and I thought to myself, this is so absurd. They're not focusing on the real issue. Obviously, we all know the real issue is the money is broken. And I looked out there and I thought, somebody's got to write a book that explains this in layman's terms so that somebody without a financial background or financial education could kind of understand why the money's broken, how it got broken, and then of course how we can fix it with Bitcoin. And so, look, Lynn's book is fabulous. Safe's book is going to go down as one of the greatest economic textbooks ever. But the average American isn't going to wade their way through those books. I try to write a book that you could be in the airport about to get on a plane, you see this thing and it says, hey, the big print, what's that all about? How inflation has ruined America and how we can fix it. And you might think, gosh, I've been hurt by inflation. Maybe I should read this book, right? And so that's what I try to write. And, we'll see. The proof will be in the pudding. The dogs are either going to eat the food or they're going to look at it and go, that sucked. But, I will say this. I wrote the best book I could. I've been very diligent about it for 6 months now, and I put all of my experience into it. And I've been in the financial world for 45 years as an investor. So
incredible.
Hopefully there'll be people who learn something from it.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to read it. Jesse, it sounds like you collaborated on this project.
He did.
Yeah, Larry and I have been exchanging messages about mostly using the global asset landscape chart that I'm, I guess, known for at this point, that Saylor's been using as well. And I guess it sort of paints the picture of like, here's the world that you live in.
Right.
And you don't think about how assets have different buckets and they live in different places and how those shift over time and relative value. And that Bitcoin is this tiny little thimble that shows up on the global asset landscape.
Yeah, and I think it's a really important point that comes out of Jesse's chart, which is brilliant, by the way, and as Saylor does use it all the time. And that's this. A lot of people, and a lot of my friends I know, they look at Bitcoin, they say, oh, it's $100,000. I know you bought some at 20 and 15, whatever. I'm too late. I missed it. Yeah. It's way too expensive. I shouldn't do it. I can't get into it. And it'd be like saying, you're too late for Microsoft in 1990, when it's gone up 4x or something. I mean, it's still 0.2% of the entire global assets.
0.2%
right.
of global asset value is Bitcoin.
Right, and so here we are, we have a superior form of money, the first and only non-dilutable form of money ever devised by mankind, and yet only 0.2% of the assets are in this area. Well, guess what? That's going to grow a lot.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
I mean, what is it? 0.02?
0.2%.
0.2%.
One way to think about it is that 1% of the world has a 20% allocation to Bitcoin, and 99% of the world is completely asleep to what Bitcoin is.
Unbelievable. Right. So we're going to be writing this, we're still early meme for a while, is what you're
telling me. I think so. I mean, if Bitcoin were to go up 10x from today, which would be from 100,000 to 1 million, that would mean it would be 2% of total global assets.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, gold as an example, is 10% of total global assets, or no, it's a little less actually. It's 18. Yeah. What is it?
It's a few percent.
A few percent. Yeah. My point is that it could go up quite a bit, and I think it will go up quite a bit because the adoption is clearly taking place. And that's in my investment career. What I found was, when something is working, you press it.
Yeah.
And this is working, and I think you press this bet. Now, it's very hard though for some people because they have unit bias to say, well, you bought it cheaper, I can't pay 100. Well, Max Kaiser bought it for $1 or $2, and I started buying it at 400.
Yeah.
And
there you go.
so I think that 10 years from now, people will look back and say, you started buying it at 100,000, it's $1.5 million now.
Right.
You have an entire coin? Oh my God, I don't know anybody who has an entire coin.
Completely.
Right? So, that's kind of the thing that's going on. You need to understand it at a fundamental level, that it's really just a change, a base level change in the monetary system. We all know this. But the book is,
quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're going to throw over to Rizzo. We're going to, if you guys are good hanging out, we're going to throw it out over to Pete Rizzo here in Miami.
Michael Saylor's 100K Bitcoin Party New Year's. It's almost here. We've got Alex Thorne, head of research at Galaxy, here with us. Alex, you're vibing. You're at the party. Take the people at home into how you're feeling right now being here.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Bitcoin is on a crazy trajectory. We have a great year ahead of us in 2025 between policy, corporate, institutional, even possibly nation-state adoption. I think a lot of positive catalysts to look forward to.
Well, you're projecting some big predictions. I think that you're on record that next year is going to be a bull market. What are the reasons? Give people at home top 3 reasons next year is a bull market.
Yeah, I think we said 185K is a Q4 target. Could go higher. I think the U.S. government formally holding, maybe even buying Bitcoin would be a big catalyst. Other governments.
You say that so nonchalantly. The government buying Bitcoin, a big catalyst?
I think it's very likely they will freeze all sales and create a stockpile out of those coins. If they buy, that's a whole different ball game that I think is a upside catalyst people have to be aware of. I think other companies and nation states buying is a foregone conclusion. So
a topic that we've had on this stream is the FUD, the new generation of FUD. We've got finance guy Jason Calacanis. We've got Gareth Soloway. What are these people not getting? What are you seeing out of this new generation of Wall Street FUD as you educate out in the public?
I think when it comes to perpetual no corners, you just have to ignore them. There's no value. I've been trying to orange pill friends and family for a decade. And it doesn't go well a lot of times, honestly, right? Either you do convince them, but they feel they bought at too high a level, or you don't convince them, then later they're mad that you didn't convince them harder.
They're salty.
I think, honestly, you just do your thing. Everyone buys Bitcoin at the price they deserve. That's a fact.
Speaking of do your thing, we got going quickly back there. I want to get you to do a little rap. You're an MC, a rap connoisseur. Can you give us a little bit of a rap interpretation of the Michael Saylor 100K New Year's party? Give us a couple bars.
Yeah, well, get on the fastest horse because there is no second best. Everybody knows the force because there is no second best. I think, honestly, you got to just be doing your thing, feeling the vibe, feeling the music, putting your life down in verse. People, you know what? Verse is not a respected enough medium these days. You know what? If it rhymes, it's true, and people need to be rhyming more.
Feel it. Back to the desk.
Welcome back here in Miami at Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve and 100K Bitcoin celebration. I'm here with my guests, Jesse and Larry. Jesse, I'm going to let you take it away from here and completing this conversation.
Yeah, Larry and I were talking about the setup of the big print. And I think Larry does a great job of highlighting the problem for the average person of what is going on with the sovereign debt, the escalating debt burdens in the US and everywhere, and how that is a burning platform for change. So Larry, what does that mean to an individual person, and what does it mean to the country that we have $36 trillion in national debt?
Yeah, so it's really sad what's happened here, and a lot of investors, sadly, are going to be flat-footed if they don't come to understand Bitcoin and what's going on, and the way things are going to change. And as you point out, the issue is we are in a debt doom loop. We've fallen for this Keynesian model, and we're now at the point where all of the compounding is causing the lines to go almost straight up. So we've got federal interest expense of 1.2 trillion. We've got debt of 36 trillion. We've got all kinds of unfunded liabilities, and as a result of this, you and I both know that what should happen is we should have a cleansing collapse, but that would be almost a depression at this point in time. And so as a practical matter, the policymakers are going to be forced into printing, doing what I call yield curve control. And what that really means is that they'll have to buy the debt because nobody else will.
Yes.
And the thing that's so interesting about this is that this has happened many, many times in many, many countries over the past 200 years. It's just never happened in the biggest country with the biggest military and the reserve currency.
Yes.
But if you do all the same things that got other countries into trouble with their debt, guess what? It eventually catches up with you too, even if you're the biggest country, right?
Yeah, and I'd push back a little bit on your characterization that we're not past the event horizon yet. Like I think that we've been limping along, kicking the can down the road more and more, such that if we were to have that cleansing collapse, it would be bigger than the Great Depression.
I think that's probably right, actually. That's a good point.
And so we're well past the point of no return, where they can't allow that to happen, and they're going to keep kicking the can until the can can't be kicked anymore.
Yeah, and therein is the title of the book, The Big Print. I mean, I've been saying for 5 years, I think the Fed balance sheet's going to triple in size again. Before 08, it was at 950 billion. They took it to 4 trillion, and they took it from 4 trillion to 9 trillion. They've reduced it a little bit in the last few years of tightening, but the 7 trillion is going to some much bigger number, and it's just because it's math. I mean, this isn't an emotional view on my point from my side. It's a look at the numbers, a hard look at the numbers, and I think the thing that's tricking a lot of investors is that we've really had 40 years of great investing landscape. I mean, we had 2 bubbles that burst. But in general, even after those bubbles, things came back. And so unless you're as old as I am, you've never really seen a real bear market over a long period of time and in the stock market. And I think that's a possibility. And I think that because the economy runs off the stock market, because the stock market creates a wealth effect and generates a lot of tax income for the government, if the stock market falls apart, the economy is going to have a real rough time. And the government's going to try and figure out what to do with that. And I think their only choice is going to be to print money. And that's going to be massively inflationary.
Yeah, they've painted themselves into a corner now. And one thing I think that the Bitcoiners aren't super aware of is that the M2 money supply graph, for the last couple of years, it took a dip. They tried to bring down the amount of money in circulation with very limited success. And for the last 6 months, it's been starting to pick back up. We're going back to the inflationary norm that we've been in. Yeah. And now comes the next leg of the big print.
Yeah, they have to do it. And as I say in the book and to people who I advise in my investment business, you want to own things that the government can't print. Yeah. They can print the dollar, they can issue more bonds. Those things are going to lose a lot of value in the next 10, 15 years, in my opinion. And, look, real estate kind of works, but can't move it. You can get taxed pretty heavily. Stocks kind of work, but they're pretty expensive right now.
Yeah. Larry, what do you think of the buckets out there? I know I have my personal favorites for which will lose relative size and value to Bitcoin more than others. Yeah. But what do you think will be the
so I think the number one bucket, and I'm sure you would agree with me on this, to lose size and value is the debt bucket, right?
Agreed.
I just in a highly inflationary economy, debt holders lose money on a real basis. I mean, they may get paid back nominally what they're owed, but it doesn't buy anything anymore. So that goes down a lot. The real estate may be the next one. It's unclear. Real estate and stocks is probably a toss-up. I mean, stocks are so fully valued that they could lose a fair amount of money. But there are a lot of people who are treating real estate. Real estate has got a monetary premium in it.
Yeah.
It's not being priced at the value of living in it. As I was listening to Saylor on the way over here, talking to Natalie last month or so, where he said, these billionaires are buying up homes just because they know they won't lose value. And that's not a use case, that's an investment case. And so I think real estate and stocks, I don't know, I'd be curious, what's your view of those two?
Yeah, I think that's right, that those are kind of the two big buckets. There's $300 trillion in global debt.
Right.
And that, I think, is by and large not serving the function that it's intended to, which is you tie up your capital today and you get a small nominal positive real return for doing that. I think I think the reality is that inflation is somewhere around 7+%.
Yeah.
And true inflation, and that's based on M2 money supply growth over time. And these bonds are yielding 4%.
Yeah.
So you're destroying wealth every year you hold bonds.
Correct.
And I think that means that the $300 trillion sitting in that bucket will increasingly see Bitcoin as a better alternative to what they're trying to do.
And another point I would make is that there are a lot of people who think that, look, I was originally a gold guy. I'm now a Bitcoin guy with a little bit of a tail business left in the gold area. And a lot of people think that Bitcoin's going to completely and totally demonetize gold. And over a longer time frame, that's clearly true. But if you look at these bucket sizes today, there's room for both Bitcoin and gold to work.
I agree.
And so, and Bitcoin's going to outperform gold. In my view, it's a much better investment than gold if you can handle the volatility. But gold's not going down.
Yeah. Right now, gold is 10 times bigger than Bitcoin.
Right.
And I think that becomes parity.
Parity soon.
Pretty soon, maybe 5.
And then Bitcoin becomes much bigger than gold. But in nominal rates, I mean, I know people say, well, gold's at 2,600. It's going back to 1,000. No way.
Yeah,
it's not. It's going higher too because it is an analog form of sound money that can't be printed.
Yes.
And so. And what's losing, what's failing, what I think could fail catastrophically, hopefully it won't if we have good management of our economy, is the currency. I mean, we could literally have,
Weimar.
We could. I mean, I hate to say that. My book talks about it, and we're not likely to have it with the guys who are coming in now, because I think they understand it. But let's imagine this doesn't go well for the next 4 years and a blue wave wins. Then let's imagine Stephanie Kelton becomes Treasury Secretary, right? And Andrew Yang is VP. And we do massive, universal basic income.
Yeah.
And we do massive, debt relief, and we do massive spending on everything. I mean, you can trash the currency. I mean, it's possible.
It is possible.
So,
amazing. Remind me again, when does the book come out?
The book will be out in late January, early February, all dependent upon my production team. The book is written, but I've never published a book before, so I don't know how long this shit takes.
Yeah, I hear you.
So early February, hopefully would be the worst case, maybe a bit earlier.
Incredible. Well, I'm really excited to read it. Thank you guys so much for a fascinating conversation.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Happy New Year. We are going to throw it over to Michael Saylor here in just a few minutes, so make sure to stay tuned. We are live in Miami. Hang in there, we'll be there back in about, 5 minutes or so.
Well done, Jesse.
Welcome back to Miami. We are here at Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve Bitcoin 100K celebration. I'm here with Nico from Simply Bitcoin, as well as Tone Base. Guys, how are we feeling? Happy New Year.
Dude, this is such an epic party. Like, we've built up to this, 100K historical moment, and then of course the 100K Saylor yacht party / estate party. And it's been an incredible year for Bitcoin, man. It's just so many things have happened. The approval of the ETF, the nation state adoption, Trump having that epic speech in Nashville 2025. It's incredible, dude. And I'm just so excited. I think 2025 is gonna 2x whatever happened this year. Maybe not just in price, just in historical events and all this awesome stuff. So yeah, man.
Not just in price.
Not just everything's just gonna get 2 times more epic, minimum.
Incredible. Tone, obviously OG in the Bitcoin space. What did you think of 2024 compared to all the years you've been in here? What were some of the highlights? How would you compare it to previous years?
Yeah, no, 2024 was definitely an exciting year. The ETFs kicked off the year. Actually, options trading being added to ETFs is a big deal. A lot of people don't realize what a big deal it is, but it is a big deal. And that's gonna, again, help spread the word. And 2024 changed a lot. And with the elections, just like Nico mentioned, it's huge. It's a huge win for free market, huge win for capitalism. And I'm looking forward to having a 4-year government cycle that is not scared of Bitcoin and is actually interested in a free market economic system. Now, we'll see if it actually stays that way, but I'm very optimistic on that front. More state adoption, more corporate adoption. It's crazy that Michael Saylor is still like the only company that constantly buying Bitcoin. I think more companies are gonna do it, especially once he gets into the S&P 500, like the company got into the NASDAQ 100.
So, I mean, I think that's a really good point that, all of the events that have happened really are putting Bitcoin on the map in a lot of ways. And the fact that we have an administration in the US coming in that's going to be favorable towards Bitcoin is something we haven't really experienced. And I know for me, so at Bitcoin Magazine, we spent a lot of the year preparing for the political season. Trump coming to the conference, the election. We did a live stream. You were part of that. And now it's like, here we are. It's New Year's Eve. We still got another 20 or so days until the inauguration. We haven't even realized what it's going to be like to have a administration for the next 4 years that's favorable. And so that actually is very bullish. We hasn't even started yet. Nico, do you think that it's going to be as promising as it looks on paper? Do you think Trump's going to fulfill some of these commitments? Do you think a Bitcoin strategic reserve is happening? What's your take? Are you optimistic?
Yeah, I'm extremely optimistic because you have to look at it from like a context perspective. Like, why did Trump get into the space? Like, why did Bitcoiners choose to get somewhat political? Like, I would say Bitcoiners inherently are apolitical. It's because we were forced. The current administration with Operation Choke Point 2.0, with the arrest of the Samurai Wallet developers, with the attack on self-custody, with the proposed 30% Bitcoin mining tax, it pushed our industry into a corner and we said enough is enough, and we decided to become part of the donor class. We decided to speak up and say no. And of course, they essentially gave the opportunity for the opposing political party to jump on that and say, you know what, if you don't want your voters, we'll take your voters, right? So I am so beyond excited because even if Trump does nothing, and I think he's gonna do a lot for our industry, it's going to be better than being attacked in a regulatory environment from left and right. Yeah. So I'm so excited for next year. Even if Trump does nothing, at least we're gonna be left alone. And if Bitcoin is left alone, we're gonna win.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's a great point too. Like, if nothing else, it's defense. Like, the worst case is that it's neutral, but we know that, like, based on what he's saying and based on what the people he's putting in his administration, it's going to be offense. We're actually going to do this, and so there's a lot to be excited about. Tone, what would you say? 2025. What are you most looking forward to in the Bitcoin space?
I'm not going to lie. I'm looking forward to Price doing one more bull run.
A man of the people.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the top. I mean, my top views are not as lofty as some others, but I think 200, 250.
Try me. What's your prediction?
I think 200 to 250 is realistic.
Okay.
Anything beyond that would be awesome, but probably not. But I am looking forward to that because it was not easy getting there throughout all of it. I mean, there's still going to be some wrenches being thrown in. I mean, it's good that FTX is gone. It's good that Celsius is gone. There's a couple of other really big companies that I'm not going to name that could be another FTX that are coming. So those are going to be issues. But I am looking forward to that. But it's also super important for the price to rise because, look, I've been mining a little bit this year, and it's not that profitable.
Yeah. That hash price is brutal right now.
Like it needs it. Like the miner revenue now with this past halving, it needs to go up. It'll significantly help the miner industry. But more importantly, it doesn't just help the miner industry. It would help the at-home miner, and that's what is super, super important, so that all the mining isn't done by just a couple of big companies. Right. Because that could also doesn't help the decentralization side of Bitcoin. So I'll be honest, I am looking for the price to go up in 2025. Other than that, I think everything's fallen into place. I don't really have anything else to wish for. Again, all they have to do is just leave our space alone, and it'll be just fine.
Yeah.
Well, anything to add to that, Nico?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a little bit more bullish than Tone, but Tone tends to be right on.
Wait, you're more bullish than the 250 price call.
I'm more bullish, and I'll give you my theory as to why. Okay, so I believe 2021 was cut short because of the China mining ban, and Bitcoiners still have a form of PTSD. Like, we haven't had a proper blow off top since 2017. That's what, 7-8 years, essentially? We don't even remember what that feels like. And the general consensus this cycle, what I get from Bitcoin Twitter or Bitcoin X, is essentially we're gonna be between 100 and 200K and 150K. Now, Tone is right on a lot of these things, and I'm more of a news person, but what I will say is that Bitcoin tends to do the exact opposite of what everyone thinks it's gonna do. So, if we do get a strategic Bitcoin reserve, or we get an announcement that another major country is buying Bitcoin, like, I think that's where FOMO sets in, and then that we potentially could see a $500,000 Bitcoin, and no one is expecting it, right? And Bitcoin takes the path of Max Payne. Bitcoin does the exact opposite of what everyone thinks. So I think it either does that or it actually underperforms. Like, I think maybe we hit 120K, 130K, 150K. Everyone's expecting it to go a little bit higher, but it doesn't do that. So I'm totally speculating, but that's what my spidey senses are telling me.
Nico, it sounds like what you're saying is this time is different.
Yeah, this time's totally different.
Am I hearing you correctly?
We're going to 1 million. and then Tone's gonna move to Vegas full time.
I love it. Speaking of Vegas, speaking of looking ahead to 2025, we got a big event. Bitcoin 2025 this year is going to be in Vegas. Tone, you know a thing or two about Las Vegas Bitcoin events. Are you excited for May? Are you going to be at Bitcoin 2025?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I do plan to be at Bitcoin 2025. I applied to be a speaker at the conference. I haven't heard back yet.
Okay.
So you may want
to heard it here first.
So someone that's watching this from Bitcoin Magazine may want to check out that application. And then I'm going to try to host a poker tournament right after the conference is over.
Amazing.
So those that stick around an extra day or two, come play some poker.
Any tips or tricks for people coming into town for the event? What would you do? What would you avoid in Las Vegas?
Man, I would avoid, because I would avoid gambling unless it's a skill game, which is why the only gambling I do in Las Vegas is poker, because it's a game of skill, not a game of chance. And it's regulated like a game of chance, but it's a game of skill. I try to stay away from everything else in Vegas other than playing some poker. And looking forward to playing with Nico again.
Yeah, Tone takes my money. No. Actually, you know what though? I've entered into Tone's 2 tournaments. I don't have any tournament experience whatsoever. And both times I've made it to the final table.
Wow.
So
that's actually pretty impressive. Out of how many players?
Like 100?
No.
Yeah, it was.
Final table out of 100 players.
Dude, I don't have any.
Bro, props.
I don't have any like professional like Tone has all these like strategies and stuff. And I'm just like kind of like going based on my intuition. and it's weird, man. It's
incredible.
Weird. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for being here. Happy New Year again. We are going to throw it over to Pete Rizzo here in Miami.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Bitcoin party is rolling. We've got Steven Lipka of Swan here behind us, the dancers, the music. Steven, how are you feeling about being at this party right now?
It's exciting, man. I mean, they've done such a great job with, Saylor's put together an incredible event, and, it's just awesome to be here on such a, we've crossed a major milestone this year, it's been an incredible unfolding for Bitcoin, and to celebrate with all you guys has been incredible.
And so you think 100K, the milestone broke. We've been talking a lot on the stream about 2025 predictions. Do you think the bull market's coming back? What are your predictions for what we might see next year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think 2025 is going to be a strong year. I think, especially if you get some of the SBR proposals, I think the stockpile has like a 90% probability and some other chances for the versions where they buy some. But these are huge catalysts and signs of growing confidence in the staying power and quality of Bitcoin as an asset that changes the world.
It's been a long bear market. Are we out of it? How does it feel? And take us in.
It feels amazing, right? You hold through these long periods of not just price going down, but criticism and doubt and the whole world being that Bitcoin failed. And so these are moments where I think you have to enjoy it. You have to enjoy being, on the right side.
Well, we're here, we're enjoying it. Stay with us on the stream, YouTube, Rumble, and X. We'll be right back with more from Saylor's 100K New Year's Eve Bitcoin party.
At Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin celebration, I'm here with my friend Nico from Simply Bitcoin. Nico, how are we feeling, man? It feels good actually to be on the other side of the interview table. I got a chance to be on Simply Bitcoin a couple weeks ago. Now I get to chat with you. How are you feeling, man?
Feeling good, man. It's crazy that this is happening, and I'm originally from Miami, and just having this celebration in Miami is super surreal. Out of every city on planet Earth, and then this is the party to celebrate Bitcoin's historic run up past 100K. Very surreal for this happening in my backyard. You know, so it's pretty crazy. But before we cut to Ruzo, one of the things we were talking about was Vegas, and I'm so excited about Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas is coming up. You guys had an absolutely phenomenal conference in Nashville. Historic. I would put it on the level of Bitcoin 2021. Wow. When Michael Saylor initially made his announcement, and then of course Nayib Bukele with the legal tender. But having the presidential candidate and then now president-elect was insane. Right. And I think the live stream got millions and millions of views. Absolutely historic. What are you guys planning for 2025? What do you have up your sleeves? I have some ideas. I don't know if I could say them. What are you planning for 2025? It's going to be at the Venetian, incredible hotel. So what do you guys have in store? What secrets, what things do you have up your sleeves that you could tell the audience watching right now?
I can share a little bit, but there's a limited amount. And actually, a lot of the details are obviously coming together. We plan these things all the way up until the last minute. But what we already have planned is lining up to be, I think, the most incredible conference we've ever done. And you're right, it's hard to top Donald Trump, presidential candidate, making the announcements that he announced. Saying he's going to free Ross, saying he's going to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Those are incredibly historic moments. Having Cynthia Lummis get up there and introduce a bill, RFK speech. So it's we know Nashville was incredible. First of all, what I'm excited about for 2025 is that it's going to be in Las Vegas. It's really hard to top a city like Las Vegas. It's built for a conference like ours. A lot of people don't realize that it's a pretty short list of cities in the U.S. that can host a conference of our size, especially in a bull market. And so Las Vegas, obviously built for large conventions. And so being in Vegas, being at the Venetian, number one, is going to be incredible. Hopefully we can get a sitting president to come. It's not a promise, it's not an announcement. But it's obviously something we're working on. I don't think anyone would be surprised to hear that it's something that is in the works. Other than that, I think there's going to be a lot of corporations that are going to come to the table with big announcements. I think they're potentially nation states. what the Bitcoin conference has proven year after year has been it's the premier place for people to make these large announcements. And so I don't think 2025 is going to be any different. In fact, I think it's going to probably be, like you said, one of the top moments in Bitcoin history. And so not Bitcoin conference, not just Bitcoin magazine, Bitcoin in general, this community continues to make history year after year. And I mean, here we are again, looking around. It's crazy to see all these people here celebrating what's been happening and looking forward to just an unbelievable year ahead.
Absolutely, and you guys had some amazing events this year. So, and I had the privilege to go to 2 of them. So, of course, Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Bitcoin Amsterdam, great time. And then, of course, we had, you guys recently had Bitcoin MENA in Abu Dhabi, which I unfortunately missed, but I had to take a break because I was traveling so much. But
sorry, you got a family.
It was, I know, right? I regretted it. But, I heard so many good things. I saw pictures. It's absolutely insane. And one of the things that resonated with me was Eric Trump's speech in Bitcoin MENA. This is what people have to understand. That is the president's son.
Right.
And he understands Bitcoin to the core.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and I love the analogy that he made about gold. He's like, we don't know how much gold is in the ground right now, but we know that there's 21 million Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So he has a fundamental understanding of what Bitcoin is. That's the president's son, and we were talking about this. This is the incoming administration, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah,
so
we're just scratching the surface. We've heard a lot of feedback actually about Eric Trump's speech. I think a lot of people were surprised by how articulate he was about Bitcoin, how much he actually knew. It's not like just fluff of another politician just kind of sprinkling some Bitcoin on their policy so that they sound good and they're kind of what's the word? What's the word when you're like
catering? They're catering.
No, there's a different word that's like less appealing. We don't have to argue about the word, but there's a word where you're. It's going to bother me now. I'm going to come back to it. He wasn't just doing that though. He was actually articulate. He knew what he was talking about, and so I was actually surprised. I'm like, you're right. This is the president's son. He's obviously having conversations with his dad, and they haven't even taken power yet. So what's going to happen starting January 20th when they get to have their way in the administration? It's just going to be, I don't think we're ready, honestly.
I agree 100%. And another thing too, George, is the fact that Trump wished Bitcoin happy birthday.
Yeah.
Right? And then he congratulated Bitcoiners for Bitcoin reaching 100. He actually took credit.
You're welcome.
He's like, you're welcome. Which technically he was kind of right.
You're not wrong.
Like he did promise it in Nashville, and then he won the election, and it did happen. So like, I think it would. Yeah, but like technically he was right, right? So yeah, man. Like I think I completely agree. I think we're not prepared. I think 2025 is going to be extremely amazing for Bitcoin, and it's going to be extremely, extremely exciting. And I'm super, super beyond excited for Vegas. I think it's going to be a great celebration.
Vegas is going to be a really good time. But we are having a great time tonight here in Miami, your hometown.
Yeah.
By the way,
this is
thanks
great.
for hosting. Anytime we get to come out here, it's been a couple years, but this has been an incredible night. It's only, let's see, what time is it? We are 90 minutes away from 2025. We are counting down here. Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party. We're going to catch a quick break, but stay with us. We will be back shortly.
100K Bitcoin party. I'm your host once again, Pete Rizzo, Bitcoin historian on X, joined by a new round of special guests. We got Aaron Arnold, co-host.
Austin Arnold.
It's
cool, it's cool.
Austin Arnold, co-host of Altcoin Daily. I got you the first time, you got me the second time. Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin conference. Guys, an hour and a half to go before the big turn to the new year. We're going to read through some predictions. Brandon Green, if you're not following him on X, the free speech platform, at BrandBTC. So we're going to read through his predictions. We're going to have, and I'm clearing my throat here, Austin react.
Thank you.
Giving the yay or nay as from his expertise. And feel free to weigh in the chat on YouTube, Rumble, and X. Again, streaming out now. All right, Brandon's predictions. We like strong predictions on the show. We want people to be bold. His first one, USA creates the Bitcoin strategic stockpile and 10 other nations follow by the end of the year.
Wow.
Austin, your take on Brandon's prediction here.
Well, first off, Brandon, why did you say 10?
I think that's it's a nice round number, and you know we've been at some international conferences this year and talking to some different governments. And
is this 10 net new nations, or does this include some nations that have already bought?
I think it includes nations that have already bought because no one currently.
We're giving you El Salvador and Bhutan off the bat, so he needs 8. Austin, stay with us. Stay with us. Mm-hmm. So do you like this prediction? Yes or no?
The thing is, this quote has been stated many times, but the first country to print fiat, fake money, to buy Bitcoin, real money, wins. I think in 2021 was really the start of corporate entities, publicly traded companies buying Bitcoin. For the very first time in crypto history, we not only have, well, we've had El Salvador, we've had Bhutan, but the largest country on earth has a crypto strategy, and it's not just the president, it's his cabinet, it's the people around him. If/when that happens, the only thing I'll push back on is, can they get it done in the first year? I gosh darn hope so, but
it sounds like you're selling this prediction. You're not buying it.
I would never sell Bitcoin. I would never short Bitcoin.
We need a yay or nay. This up or down? 10 nation states next year and U.S. buying. Up or down? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
I would say thumbs down for the year. Give me more time, Brandon.
Give me more time. All right.
I'm the bear because I don't think it'll happen in a year.
Hey, well, somebody's got to be the bear. All right, next prediction, we're going to have, let's say, the USA ASIC chip fabrication begins happening in America. America begins making mining chips. The Chinese dominance, 10 years of dominance, is over. Brandon, defend this position.
Yeah, I think if you look at the position of the U.S. government, it's very much an onshore of jobs, manufacturing, et cetera. And as that coincides with a focus on Bitcoin, it will be an inevitability that the Trump administration starts looking at ASIC manufacturing as a key business to have onshore in American soil. And so I think this is going to be a focus for next year.
Austin, are you buying or selling this?
100%. I think this is inevitable. I think it's about time. And I think we're already seeing companies like Intel, HP, already have had headlines in the last year and a half that they're getting into this, but this is an easy in for the United States, who maybe there's a stigma to buy the Bitcoin. There's no stigma to invest in the infrastructure and become a part of the network.
We got a shout out from Francis to Austin, just giving you a shout out in the thread.
Appreciate
We're reading your chats, we're reading you on the YouTube, X, and Rumble. All right, Brandon's next predictions, this is at BrandBTC on X, the free speech platform, is predictions for 2025. We will see our first 20K green candle, and the bull market extends beyond December 31st. This is a two-parter. Brandon, your defense of this prediction.
Yeah, so I think that, if you look at the 20K candle, what I'm really expecting is that some of the news that's going to come out this year is just going to be so powerful. It's not just going to be the meme of the news, it's going to be the actual fundamentals that follow it. You're
talking 90K to 110K in a day, maybe 150 to 170K in a day.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the higher you go, the easier that.
Isn't that adding trillions to the market cap potentially, or billions? On a scale that we haven't seen before.
It depends on how high we get, but yeah, I mean, you're talking about definitely billions in a day will be added to the market cap, and this is the bull cycle to do it. And then if you want to look at the extension of the bull cycle in general, I think that there's so much fundamental kind of tailwinds towards Bitcoin this year that I don't think that this stops at the end of 2025. I don't think you're going to see a coinciding bear market happen in 2026, part of that 4-year cycle theory. And so this will be the first change in the way that Bitcoin is kind of moves and structured, and you know, we got to be prepared for it.
Well, of course, all eyes will be on Nashville in June when the Bitcoin conference comes back. Expectations higher than ever. Austin, first 20K green candle on Bitcoin. Brandon says yes. Your vote.
Pete, Brandon, you guys remember this. There was a time that a 1K candle on Bitcoin was outrageous. People were projecting, just be ready, and then the masses still freaked out. 20K is inevitable. That's a yes from me. And can this bull cycle extend past 100K? I think that's healthier, and I actually think that's a better expectation than necessarily following a strict 4-year cycle, especially when you have such notable people like a Michael Saylor letting the market know there will be dips. They will be bought up. This is not a 1-year thing. This is a 10-year, 50-year thing. So it's a yes for me.
So we got two. You're agreeing with 2 of Brandon's predictions, 1 nay. Again, in the chat, feel free. We've got a lot of 10K Omega candles, people going crazy. Next prediction, China, desperate for growth, goes all in on crypto and Bitcoin, but more crypto. Brandon, your defense.
Yeah, so I think this is an interesting one. I think that, you know, again, there's a geopolitical game theory element, like as the US flips positive on Bitcoin, starts to see growth coming out of it. China's not gonna just allow that. You know, they were the center of mass of Bitcoin.
Huge, generational advantage.
In the past, they lost that on purpose. They handed that to the United States. I think if they start reversing course, there's not only going to be an interest to get like Bitcoin activity back on the mainland, but I think you're also going to see a contingent that sees the rest of crypto as a quicker way to try and amalgamate, you know, influence, power, and center of mass. And so I do see them going heavy on crypto, maybe positive on Bitcoin, but lighter on Bitcoin on the front end, and then, you know, what's the old path? You know, everyone kind of has their own path back to Bitcoin, and so
China's redemption arc.
China will begin its redemption arc.
Austin, I'm going to go over to you. China goes all in on crypto and Bitcoin, but more crypto. Of Altcoin Daily, defend. You buying this prediction?
On Altcoin Daily, we speak to an audience of over 3 million across all social platforms, on all networks. We will be at the Bitcoin conference next year. I hope to see you there. I think that Brandon is 100% right, but it's going to be a thumbs down because they will never admit it.
Oh, you had him.
They will never admit it.
My eyes.
Face, like I saw it, just like, yeah, just like.
Sorry to rug pull you.
Yeah.
But well, crypto, you're the crypto guy, so you gotta represent.
I'm the one that's not all Bitcoin, so yes, that's exactly right. But I think that I think they started light in 2020. I think it's only so obvious that they're doing it behind the scenes. I think Saudi Arabia is also doing it behind the scenes. I don't think they'll admit it in 2025.
We'll put Michael in the chat saying 2025, everyone gets girlfriends. We're not going to comment on that one, but a good prediction. Certainly a lot of evidence here would suggest that girlfriends are incoming.
Bullish on that.
Once again, moving down at BrandBTC on Twitter, his picks, his predictions for next year. We're hanging out with Austin from Altcoin Daily. You're in the chat. Give us your thoughts on these predictions. We're 3-2. Austin buying 3 of Brandon's predictions.
What do you think, Pete? What's the most bullish one that Brandon has said thus far?
Oh, well, the 20K candle, obviously, because I think that's the most likely, right? I don't know the causes, I don't know the effects, but I think inevitably we saw the 10K candle, the 20K, it's going to happen. I think I'm all in on the 20K. All right, next one. This is a Bitcoin and crypto one, so I think we're going to have some good interactions here. Brandon saying Vitalik Buterin gives up on ETH as money and admits Bitcoin has won. We're going to go to Austin first here. With no defense, are you buying or selling this prediction?
Well, Vitalik was, correct me if I'm wrong, the co-founder of something Bitcoin back in the day.
Bitcoin Magazine.
That's what I thought.
Well,
okay.
He was the head writer.
Head writer. Thank you for the correction.
And we appreciate his contributions to the platform. Thank you, Vitalik.
There is no question that Vitalik likes Bitcoin. He's not going to throw away the baby. It's one of the things we do cover on Altcoin Daily is...
But ETH has been bearish, man. It's got to have been hard.
The L2s are sucking up all the value accrual. So that's exactly right. Vitalik has never really cared about price publicly, even though they all care about price. If you're part of it, you're founding.
I mean, the thread is rocking right now. People are upset about the state of ETH. It's bearish.
100%. I personally think that the average person will go for an easier UX UI chain. Solana, Sui, there's so many ETH competitors out there that are winning in my opinion for a reason. Ethereum has competition, Bitcoin has none. Maybe it had it in 2017 with Litecoin or Bcash or whatever. Ethereum has, it's much less certain where it'll be, but Vitalik.
Do you think we'll see a split in the Ethereum community, maybe a fork? This sounds like a prediction we're getting here.
That would be wild. That would shock me.
That would shock you.
In 2025, if that happens, I would be shocked. But
it's happened before.
Exactly. So that's why I think they all saw the implications. We're talking about Ethereum Classic for those of you at home. Vitalik. This is Brandon. I want to hear what you think about this.
Yeah.
In a bull market, generally speaking, you bet on altcoins outperforming Bitcoin. In a bear market,
he's saying the quiet part out loud.
Generally speaking, you bet on Bitcoin outperforming altcoins. In a bear market, we're entering into a bull market. So if anything, Vitalik gives up in the next bear market.
Here's the thing, I'll actually answer this. The thing is that the altcoin market has become so volatile and so unproductive. Like the part where you're chasing fart coins, right? It isn't anymore where you get the repeat performers. Like the XRPs are the outliers, right? Even that not even touching all-time highs. You look at the chart of every altcoin against Bitcoin, it's brutal. Sure, you might catch a meme coin, but you might lose it all. You can get a little bit of Bitcoin. I don't know, I think we might start seeing mainstream culture understand that you can't chase the get-rich-quick crypto coins anymore. Quite simply, you don't have enough time, right? You're going to your day job, or you're going to spend 12 hours, 20 hours outperforming these college kids who are memeing fart coin into $400 million. You're going to your construction worker job. You're going to outperform these guys. I don't know, Brandon, I think that we're starting to see a real divergence in Bitcoin and crypto here.
Well, and what I would say, going back to the original prediction, I think that, the kind of, let's say, divergence or the distraction of ETH as money that kind of came out of this DeFi movement in ETH has really held it back. And I think that the issue is that, it's tried to be a competitor to Bitcoin. A wise man once said, there is no second best, right?
We're at his house right now.
We're at his house right now. And so I think that there's going to be a wider acceptance to exactly what Austin said. Like, you shouldn't compete with Bitcoin. ETH has been trying to compete with Bitcoin. That's over. It's time to move on from that narrative. And so I think that because of that, you'll start to see the Vitaliks and some of these other kind of bigger names in the space really start holding Bitcoin in a different place in the way that they talk about the space. And what they're trying to do is much more of like a financial rails sort of play or just a broader sort of compute rails. And that's not going to overlap with the Bitcoin narrative as much. And they're going to get some more distinction created, not just from the Bitcoiners, but from the people in the rest of the market as well.
Chat's getting frothy here. All right, we're moving off the altcoin subject, though we have altcoin daily here. We got Austin, so we got to talk about it. Some of these Brandon predictions at Brand BTC. We're going down the list. This one, I think, might be his boldest prediction. Coinbase gets acquired by a major financial institution. I think this is heresy. I don't think you will. There's no way you see this happen. 0% chance. Brandon, your defense.
So what I'll say here is
a public company.
I know, it would be nuts. It would be absolutely nuts. But you see all of these GSIBs, all of these globally systemic financial institutions that need a play in the Bitcoin space. And Coinbase is sitting there, unlike MicroStrategy, they have not adopted the Bitcoin.
But they could, right?
strategy.
You just turn it on. You just start taking some of those dollars and turn it into Bitcoin.
but they've got to be looking at that, 50 billion market cap, and they got to be licking their chops. If you're seeing something that's a $4 trillion market cap that is like the current crypto market cap, and one of the biggest on-ramps is at a 50 bill market cap, I think you see the opportunity there. And if you're a JP Morgan, if you're a Goldman Sachs, and you're way behind on how to actually take advantage of this market, a Coinbase starts to become a pretty tasty acquisition target. So, if the cost of capital decreases, if you see interest rates go to zero, if you start seeing, movement in the capital markets, I think Coinbase becomes a very, very hot acquisition target.
We got Teddy Leopard in the chat on YouTube. Coinbase gets acquired by ... Google. We're going to turn it over to Austin. This Coinbase acquisition, I think Brandon is crazy. I think this is no prediction. I think you'll see maybe a crypto exchange get acquired by a financial institution. I think you will see one. I don't think it'll be Coinbase at all.
Brandon, never going to happen.
Oh,
in my opinion, only because Coinbase doesn't need it. Maybe a smaller but just as legit exchange, we don't have to name them, but we can think of the legit ones, maybe they'll get acquired. Coinbase knows they're the hottest girl at the party. They know they just got that boob job, and they know that they know that they have value. That's a bad example, but they know they have value and they're killing it.
Well, what I'll say though is that if you look at Coinbase versus all these other exchanges, they're the custodians of these ETFs. They're the ones that have really lurched into the TradFi space. And so I don't think that there's the same appetite for just a Bitcoin exchange, just a crypto exchange as an acquisition target. It's really what Coinbase has been able to do with the custodianship, with some of the key things outside of just a retail exchange. That's what they're looking at. And I just think that it's going to be too appetizing of a thing to go get if you're one of these way behind financial institutions. Someone's going to try and do it.
But true or false, you're a coin shareholder?
No.
No?
All right, just checking.
We got Lisa Loves Trump in the chat. Shout me out, please. We're shouting you out. Lisa Loves Trump, thanks for watching. We're counting down Brandon Green's predictions on X. There's a lot of them. We're getting Austin from Altcoin Daily's reaction. This one is a bit of a doozy. I'm going to simplify it. Saylor and MicroStrategy get blamed by economists for causing instability in global markets. Brandon, you're going to have to unpack this one. We're in Miami. We're at Michael Saylor's house. This is his New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party. Do you think Saylor is going to be thrust into the limelight here for disrupting global markets?
Yeah, so this is actually one of the, this is the prediction that I had that really made me want to write the thread.
Okay.
And so, you know, it's definitely a spicy one and it's way out there. But what I will say is that if you look at the current Treasury market, it is not tracking in the direction that, you know, the Fed and the Treasury Department and all of these kind of financial institutions want to see it. They're cutting rates at the Fed, and the interest rates on Treasuries is actually increasing. And so as it becomes a more and more desperate situation, you're going to start seeing the blame game go around. And when you look at Saylor, what Saylor has actually done is he's created a new product for the bond market really to go after that's much more enticing than just simple treasuries, as evidenced by the interest rates. You know, Saylor's paying 0% of his interest rates, the treasury is paying 7%, you know, depending on the bond. And so I think that what you're going to see is eventually, as US monetary policy doesn't work the way we want it to, the blame game will eventually, someone's going to blame
I think that falls on Bitcoin in general. So I think where I agree with you on this, I think your prediction is a little too specific, but if you were to say, I think Bitcoin will be blamed for, like, the resulting crash from the next bull market will be blamed for this crash in the traditional market. Austin, your thoughts on this prediction?
I think Brandon's dead on. Brandon, this is maybe the thing that I think is the most clear out of your predictions. There is no figurehead of Bitcoin. There is no person that people can blame except for Saylor, who chooses to put his head in the target because he believes that much. I think the mainstream media is waiting for Bitcoin to dip and stay dipped by 30% for an extended period of time to blame Saylor. That he was wrong, but Bitcoin has been declared dead hundreds of times since inception, and the big thing is, you hold long enough, Bitcoin will be fine.
And let me clarify too. Like this from my perspective, Saylor is the most right person in the world right now. I mean, he has.
And you're not just saying that because you're at his house eating fine steak and Iberian ham.
Yeah, the ham is fantastic. But even if I wasn't having the ham, I would be telling you, Saylor won this year. He made the right bet on Bitcoin. He had the right product in these converts, in these debt offerings, and he has wrestled control of the financial narrative of the US and eventually of the world. And so there is going to be a counter narrative to him necessarily. There are going to be people who are left out of this trade. There are going to be people who are not happy to see all the success that Saylor has had, and that will be the narrative that emerges.
I think the bigger question is, does MicroStrategy enter the S&P 500? This would be a milestone. I'm curious, Brandon, your thoughts, but this would be a Bitcoin company entering the S&P 500. This is the holy grail of benchmark for the US economy. Does that happen?
You know, I think it should happen. I think that there's I can't tell
And
exactly
it's in
what's
the NASDAQ 100 now.
Yeah, I can't tell what's the holdup on some of these admissions, but all I can say is that I think by the end of next year, Saylor and MicroStrategy, they're going to be a top 100 company in the world in terms of market cap. I think they are headed on that trajectory. And so, you know, the fact that they aren't already in the S&P 500 is crazy to me. I don't know what's preventing that from happening, but yeah, I do think they belong there.
Austin, your take, MicroStrategy, S&P 500.
I think they should be there. I think that Saylor will be viewed akin to the Elon Musks or the Steve Jobs or the Rockefellers, given enough time in terms of the conviction and just the simple action on that conviction that he showed. Because I personally believe Bitcoin is inevitable. It's either going to zero or $1 million, as Saylor says. And because I believe that, Michael Saylor will be viewed as that pioneer in this space, saying the obvious out loud when nobody else would.
Well, you know, when Soros shorted the British pound, he made around $1 billion on that short, I think, right? Saylor, on his Bitcoin trade, has made over $20 billion. I mean, this is the single greatest trade in the history of the world. It is so impressive what he has done. He saw it before anyone else. He's been talking about this publicly before anyone else. He's been trying to get other people to copy his trade. You know, like
but there's such a thing as being too early, right? I mean, we saw this with MicroStrategy, and people have been digging up the history about its early iterations as a business intelligence company, maybe being too early. Could Saylor be too big too early?
I will say that the bigger Bitcoin gets, the more secure, the more inevitability there is, the more time he has, unlike any other technology or innovation. If you're too late, you're too late, too early, too early. The bigger market cap Bitcoin gets, the safer it is for these companies and governments to
We've
get
got Yuki Elliott. Greatest trade in 2025 would be shorting gold. We're going through Brandon Green's Bitcoin predictions for 2025 head of the Bitcoin conference.
How many do we have left?
Oh no, I think we're wrapping up. Unless what I wanted to do was to give it to you, Austin.
Thank you.
And I'll let you put out some predictions for us to buy or sell, because we're judging predictions right now. So give us a, let's say, ask for 3 concrete predictions. They can be Bitcoin or crypto. We'll keep it open for both audiences. We've got the thread rolling in both directions. We'll be honest, guys.
This will pale in comparison to Brandon Green's predictions. He's a great interview. We've had him on Altcoin Daily. He gets the views. He brings the perspective.
Hey, y'all get the views too. I mean, your audience is fantastic.
There's a lot of people who want to buy a new Altcoin Daily. Yeah,
Altcoin Daily on YouTube and Twitter. Catch us there. My prediction for Bitcoin has always been, and again, does not pale in comparison to Brandon's, but my base case, my bear case for Bitcoin is 120. And by the way, that seems lame now. I said that before the ETFs. So this was very clear in 2022 in the bear market, because Bitcoin in all past cycles has at least 3x from previous all-time highs. Obviously, we get diminishing returns. So say only 2x's, and say we take 69K of last cycle, we've already surpassed it, just a 60K. A 2x is 120. Sounds like a big number. It's not that big.
Is this the prediction?
Mid case is 150.
Okay.
Ultimate bull case, if we get the reserve, if everything goes our way, is 200 for this cycle. Brandon will call me a bear.
Very bearish.
What was your high end?
200.
200. Okay. So are we buying or selling, Brian? Brandon, are you buying?
Did you have a defense of that? Because I think that's really bearish.
I just gave it.
Yeah. You know, I think that if you get this goes back to some of my predictions. If you get the strategic reserve, if you get the stockpile in the US, the dominoes that are already set up to fall mean that the year that Bitcoin is about to have is going to be the craziest year ever for Bitcoin. And so, you know, I put out in that thread a 500K target. That is my conservative, I'm not going to call it a bear case, but that's my conservative case. I think you could legitimately see $1 million plus next year in Bitcoin if you start seeing these world governments go into Bitcoin in a really meaningful way. And so, you know, the 200K, you know, it's a safe bet, but man, that feels conservative to me.
I mean, I think the other driving trend here is, I would say, the bearishness in the crypto markets in general, and just the grasping of narratives in some of these other ecosystems. You know, you're talking about AI agents buying your bags. You're going to have to program new sentient beings to buy some of these bags. For me, I think, you know, there's a drying up in the crypto markets. I think we're talking about the corporate treasury. We're talking about the nation states. I think I'm buying your prediction. So I'm buying this, your prediction. But I think that things are more bullish in general. So I'm being conservative here. I'm going to take your prediction. I don't think I'm going to go as crazy.
Well, but let me you know, what's the touche?
Equivocate?
Challenge, yeah.
Challenge that.
Would be that if there is a drying up of the crypto kind of world, you know, assuming that there's like some liquidity behind that, that money's not going to flood back into the fiat
I think that'll
system.
rotation.
It's going to rotate back to Bitcoin. And so I think, you know, that can be a catalyst for Bitcoin. It's not a catalyst for the whole space. It's a catalyst.
I think I got over my skis in 2021 thinking about price predictions, so I'm just gonna leave it muted. All right, give us your next one. That's one. We've got I'm buying, Brandon selling.
Let's go a little degen. Because
love it.
While Bitcoin magazine is the place to go for Bitcoin coverage,
thesis-based publication.
Altcoin Daily will cover the whole market. I think meme coins are not going away. I think it is almost, you will never, just like you're never going to catch the exact top for Bitcoin or exact bottom for Bitcoin, it's almost impossible you will find the exact meme that hits and take that $500 and turn it into 5 million. You hear about that story. You do not hear about the stories where people took, you know, $1,000, hundreds more, and just lost it, thousands more.
I'm selling that prediction. I think Hawk2 was the top. I think there's going to be a fear among influencers in pushing something that will lose their followers.
That wasn't my prediction yet. So I acknowledge it. This is my prediction. Because that fear is in the air. My prediction is meme coins aren't going away because in a way they're mascots of the chains. They're mascot of base chain, mascot of Ethereum or whatever, or Solana. I think the top meme coins by name brand, so Solana would be With, Base would be Brett. You know, the blue chip meme coins in the space, I think those are going to be the top performers. I think the best opportunity with memes, if you want to degen, is to bet on the mascots of the chain, and you're betting Coinbase is going to get bigger. They're going to funnel their users into base chain, and the mascots of the chain will do well. So I think those, although they don't give you the outrageous gains, those are the best plays for meme coins in 2020.
Taking a quick break, talking 2025 predictions. We're going to Alan Helm, roving reporter now, standing by with Preston Pish. He's on the red carpet. It's counting down. We're almost at midnight. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the heart of the floor here at Michael Saylor's 100K New Year's Eve party. I'm joined here by a star-studded group of people here. We got Danny Knowles of What Bitcoin Did. We've got Peter McCormick of the Mr. Obnoxious podcast, the renowned thought leader, Preston Pish, and the one and only Bitcoin tech coder, D++. Everybody, how are we doing? We're going to start off with something real quick. Flash round, price predictions. Where are we going at the start of the new year?
Price predictions, 300K. Start of the new year? Oh, wait, what? Start of the new year? Okay, the 100K. What? It's like, we're already at 93.6. Saylor's about to buy.
Preston, what do we got?
What's the date?
Start of the new year.
I mean, it's what, 94K? 94K right now?
I guess infinity.
You know what?
We had a bull market. We're done.
It's done. We got to Pete the Bear. Are we in agreement here? We got bears, bulls. Where are we looking at here, Danny?
What was the question?
Bear or bull?
Always bullish. We're bullish for at least another year.
Well, we already know we got a bear over here. Preston, bear or bull?
Danny, I think 2025. I think 300K is in the mix, man. I think it's in the mix by the end of 2025. Yeah, we'll see.
I'm a permabull.
I love to hear it. All right, last and final question. We're here at this amazing party with fantastic Bitcoiners. What has been the highlight of the night so far, Danny?
Spending time with pizza. Fuck off. See impression. Spending time with Peter, for sure.
Spending time with Peter and Preston.
We heard it here first.
Hey,
Spending time with family.
Spending time with you, sir.
All the Bitcoiners. And we're going to cut to a break here. I'm Alan Helm from Bitcoin Magazine, and back to you guys. Thanks, guys.
And you don't want that.
Join me in my journey. My trip. I'm floating on the way. All is quiet and peaceful. Join me in my journey. My trip. I'm floating on the way. All is quiet and peaceful. As I open my eyes, I see a rainbow. Its colors moving, changing, and fading like the night has come. I'm not afraid.
It's Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party in Miami, Florida. Once again, Pete Rizzo, Bitcoin historian on X, joined by a new round of special guests who's got Alex McShane, head of programming at the Bitcoin conference, and Nolan Bowerly, host of The Breakup. You know him from Rumble and on X, of course, his great work. We've been talking about predictions. We're 45 minutes away from midnight on the East Coast. Celebration to happen here. Talking about the catalyst that would get us back to 100K at $93,000 right now. And we've got some oracles on stage, specifically Nolan Bowerly. Want to pick your brain about predictions for next year. As you think about the catalysts that get us back over 100K. This year we saw Trump get elected. We saw Strategic Bitcoin Reserve introduced. We saw Bukele reelected. Julian Assange freed. A year of historic events. What gets us over the 100K again? What's left? What can happen?
Well, what's left is the private sector in specific. So, you know, we got the public sector. We got these leaders. We got the biggest country in the world, America. We got all these places. But what's next is the energy companies. These are the ones who really run the world, right? We can talk about these governments and all that stuff, but they listen to the energy companies.
Potatoes, yeah.
They listen to the energy companies. The energy companies say
We got
need
Mac
this.
Germstad and the thread A McShane, big os. That's a shout
Big
out.
os.
I'm not sure what that means.
Let's go.
So that's what I like. What I saw the other day when Russia announced they're making markets for energy
I saw
and
that.
Bitcoin, that's the future right there. The only market that will exist in the future, and I'm not talking 2025, I'm talking way in the future, is energy and Bitcoin.
Let's talk about Putin, because we haven't talked about that yet. This is Vladimir Putin, president of Russia, coming out recently, basically admitting that Bitcoin can't be stopped. They can't do anything about it. But yet Russia has pretty strong controls on their Bitcoin and crypto markets. Why are we bullish about this, Alex? What's to look forward to here?
Well, we can look forward to, I mean, both simultaneously top-down and bottom-up Bitcoin movements all over the world. In the Middle East, you might have sovereign wealth funds or nations thinking about buying in, but in places all around the world, maybe the global south, you've got these bottom-up communities and ecosystems of people using Bitcoin. In Russia, it's a combination of both. It's people mining for warmth in Irkutsk, and it's also, you know, the government itself making this huge admission. It's the kind of thing you have to check yourself to hear, just like, wait, they can't stop Bitcoin?
Well, they've been saying it for years. Finally, we've been saying it for years, finally on the government level. So the prediction here, you're saying, I think it's energy markets turn to Bitcoin. What does that look like, Nolan? Is that an ExxonMobil? Is that an oil and gas company? Because we've seen some of them, you know, they've tinkered around with mining Bitcoin, but, you know, that narrative really faded in 2022, 2023.
Well, when you look at what BRICS is trying to do and what they will fail at, because who's going to trust a coin issued from all these crazy countries together? Like, it's hard enough for one country to put out a coin and people have, you know, belief in it, and they could create some kind of energy market. Only the US dollar has been successful in that. The energy companies maintain that monopoly over it. So when you see what's happened in the past few years, there's been more countries with BRICS that are talking about an alternative that's non-political, where energy can actually find a market. So what it looks like is large volume. I don't know if it's Exxon. I doubt it's American companies, but you got the Saudis that have said.
A lot of rumors coming out of that region. And on the topic of nation state adoption, we had Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin conference, on earlier, went through his predictions, getting concrete. He thinks the US creates a strategic Bitcoin reserve, but 10 other countries follow in 2025. Are you buying or selling this prediction? Alex, go over to you.
I'm buying it. I think 10 might be a little bearish.
And we're giving him Bhutan and El Salvador off the bat. So
we'll take Bhutan and El Salvador, but
eight.
You're talking about Hong Kong, you're talking about immediately it may open in China, you're talking about competitive markets in Japan and Singapore, and these all need to work simultaneously so that capital can flow between these different regions across the world.
And if you look at Canada, for example, Canada might not survive Bitcoin. People say Canada can't survive Trump, but it's really Bitcoin that's the problem with Canada, in the sense that Canada was created to centralize banking, centralize energy markets. But there's been provinces and states in Canada that are not able to use this system very well, Canadian federalism. So you can see a place like Alberta really join Bitcoin in this way, because they can't use the Canadian dollar to make a political point right now. They could use Bitcoin to make a political point, and I would count that one, even though it's a sub-federal state, still a state.
Well, moving on to another prediction, we've got an ETF-related one here. We've seen the ETFs amass an insane amount of Bitcoin, over 1,300,000. How high does this number go in 2025? Do we see 2 million Bitcoin owned by BlackRock? Do we see 3 million? Right now, we're at about 3% of the network right now is owned by ETFs. Does that cross 10%? Does that cross 20%? Where's the top? I want to pin you guys down to some predictions. The ETF Bitcoin holdings top at the end of the next year.
The race for 10% is on, I think. I think the ETFs are gonna grab a bunch of this market, and I think, but at the same time, you've got competing independent players. You've got just corporations. You've got MicroStrategy itself, 400,000 Bitcoin. That's twice the number of China or the US. It's important to point out also that the US already has a pretty hefty reserve of Bitcoin, more than any other nation at this point. So
190,000. Though Matt Hines has tweeted that he thinks there has been selling that has been unannounced. So still to.
Yeah, I would like to see that. But What you're saying about which country and how can it go down?
I think it's just the specific prediction here is what's the top for the amount of Bitcoin the ETFs can acquire. Over 2 million, do you see 10% of the Bitcoin network in the ETF?
It becomes a game theory situation because at a certain point, the Bitcoiners who hold it just become richer. So how much can they afford? How much can BlackRock afford to buy? BlackRock already holds more treasury bills than Germany. All right, so they're as big as a country. Having one of the big issuers doing the creation and redemption like BlackRock out there, it could turn into that, but can they afford that many? We'll see. It jacks the price for everything. So, and it increases the conviction of those who are already holding. So it's not the same equation. The first million they bought were the cheapest they'll ever get. The next million is gonna be a lot more expensive. So we'll see how much money they got.
We've got Arsenal in the chat saying, I've been trying for more than 2 years to get Canada to buy Bitcoin. Hope we wish you luck with that. Good luck. Another prediction we've talked about, interested in your yes or no here. Elon Musk begins buying Bitcoin again. We saw him come out, influence the elections. He waffled in 2021. He bought Bitcoin. He sold the salad hands. He owned 40,000 Bitcoin. He sold 30,000 Bitcoin, almost on a level of Germany, really. The fumble that happened there, can Elon redeem himself? Does he redeem himself? Nolan, your thoughts?
I do believe so because I've done a bit of mind reading and guessing and hallucinating about him, as many people do. I always believe,
a popular subject with you.
I always believe that because when Elon talks about Bitcoin and his troubles with the SEC, he can't really mention Bitcoin the same way because it becomes stock pumping because of the amount of Bitcoin that Tesla held and SpaceX held. And he always had that going private 420 funding secured, and they always had their eye on him. I always believed Doge was simply a way for him to talk about Bitcoin without doing it.
A distraction, a popular theory,
Yes.
but is the time for that over? What is the risk now of Elon being pro-Bitcoin? He got Trump in office.
That's what I mean.
He got the Republicans to move to the center. He is the most influential person in the world, perhaps.
Here's the risk. If you're planning on accumulating a bunch of Bitcoin, you don't tell anyone about it. If you're the most famous person in the world, you accumulate quietly to not shock
Well,
the price.
apparently the U.S. is not following that playbook. So Elon getting in, you're saying no?
I'm saying yes. No,
you're saying yes.
Yeah.
But you're just saying he's not going to tell anybody.
I would imagine Elon's already got a little Bitcoin, and probably when will he start publicly? I think that's correct. He needs to get out from under this Doge thing that's been haunting him. Maybe a misunderstanding. Maybe he talks about now he's kind of locked in. Maybe he feels he owes something to this kind of lesser asset, and he just needs to keep. He tosses it a bone every once in a while, but he's been mum about Bitcoin. He won't talk about it.
Yeah. What I'm saying is basically, it's going to be just too much opportunity for him, and without the restrictions of the SEC and the dangers that could pose, like under the Biden situation with lawfare and whatever, he's got a free path now to go forward with this.
We're going back to the red carpet now. Less than 40 minutes left to midnight on the East Coast. It's Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve Bitcoin 100K party. Alan, back to you on the red carpet.
Welcome back to the 100K Michael Saylor New Year's Eve party. I'm here with some content creators, the one and only Nico Moran of Simply Bitcoin, and here with Crypto. Gentlemen, we're gonna do a quick tequila shot here. Nico, cheers. We're about an hour away from it being midnight and the entrance to the new year. Nico, cheers. All right, Crypto, you're a big creator in this space. You're here at this fantastic party, tons of great people. What has been the most exciting thing about tonight?
I mean, this event is crazy. I came with not high expectations, but if I would have come with the highest expectations, I think it would still be exceeded. It was really crazy. Everyone I'm talking to here has some interesting insights. I just talked to someone who literally works with the US government, and he shared some insights on my channel, Crypto, about the potential Bitcoin US reserve. And this is like the biggest news for me ever, because what that means is, if that's true, and he said it is, and it is going to happen, that we basically get the biggest buyer in history for Bitcoin. And fundamentally or ethically, what you think about that? Who cares? I think it's very good for the price. And if you're holding any Bitcoin, this is exactly what you want. You want someone who sits on top of the printing machine to buy Bitcoin, it will pump your bags for sure.
So I got to ask, I mean, it's very clearly good for price. Where are we going? What are we looking at in the year of 2025? What is the top peak price prediction?
Well, I'm in the space for like 8 years or so, so I learned to calm down a little bit with my bullishness because I am the biggest Bitcoin bull in the universe. So if you ask me any year, I would have said $5 million, even in 2017, right? But if I want to be as realistic as possible, I think this bull market has been going on for more than 2 years since we hit the bear market bottom in November 2022. So I believe that we have still a few months to go. But what I want to say, my statement is, I think this bull market will end earlier than most people expect. That doesn't mean it can go higher than some people expect. It can go more parabolic and more extreme in positive terms speaking. But I think it's going to end a little bit earlier than everyone expects, simply because of what we can expect looking at the Bitcoin price in terms of 4-year cycles. It should be over within the next maximum 6 months, in my opinion. That doesn't mean we will not see much higher prices, of course.
Okay, so this is an interesting take here. Crypto, I appreciate the insights there. Nico, we were talking earlier on the stage about how 2017, or not 2017, but the last bull cycle in 2020 didn't have the blow off top cycle that we have. And so Crypto is predicting that we might have a repeat of 2020. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, Bitcoin tends to do the exact opposite of what everyone thinks. And what I'm seeing this cycle is a little bit on the bearish side. And I believe it's because of the PTSD that people have from the 2021 cycle. The 2021 cycle was artificially cut short because of the China mining ban. And we as Bitcoiners have forgot what a true blow off top feels like. The last time that happened in Bitcoin's history was back in 2017. It's been a long time. So everyone's not expecting it. Everyone's expecting, diminishing returns, and Bitcoin tends to do the exact opposite. So personally, I think Bitcoin's either gonna underperform next year or it's gonna overperform. I don't think it's gonna be in the middle. That's my opinion.
What's the price prediction? I gotta ask, where are we going?
300K Bitcoin.
300K. So, okay, we're going to the moon. That's where we're going. We are here at the heart of the stage. Crypto, Nico, appreciate you guys coming here. We are cutting back to Rizzo.
It's Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party in Miami. Pete Rizzo, Bitcoin historian on X, back with Alex McShane, head of content of the Bitcoin conference, and Nolan Bowerly, host of The Breakup. Talked predictions, made a lot of wild ones. We hope you clip them up. We hope you hold us accountable in the new year. Want to change as we count down to the new year, to looking back at the past. Tomorrow I'll be pushing a thread, my top 12 moments in 2024, the year that was. I'm going to run them back with these experts now. They're going to tell me if they think this moment is worthy of being one of the defining moments of the year, or if they're selling it. So buying and selling again. Stay with us in the chat. We love you on YouTube, X, and Rumble. We're picking out questions. We're chatting with you. Happy Bitcoin New Year, Yobi. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, number 12. Trump buys a burger with Bitcoin at PubKey. To me, a symbolic moment. Trump, the everyman, using Bitcoin for commerce, demonstrating the Lightning Network in real time. I think this moment was historic.
Selling it.
Selling it, okay.
He's there with the custodians. He's there with trusted third parties trying to make us sell, and Lightning failed. There's a lot of ways it could have gone better. It was beautiful to see. This is a
campaign stop. Every campaign stop has purchases. This was Bitcoin integrated into a facet of American life. Nolan?
Yeah, I'm going to go with definitely buying this. I like the story, and I especially like now, because look how this is going to work. The Bitcoin Policy Institute, as I understand, is going to work with PubKey in DC to have like a satellite office in DC, which is also going to be another bar. Now, isn't that hilarious that people are going to be able to like do their lobbying and go to the bar?
Right.
I mean, Bitcoiners don't drink
Combining
a
lot of things.
Yeah, it's a nice look. They would never have known about PubKey had Trump not gone. it would look ridiculous.
It really put PubKey on the map, and I would say PubKey also bringing the New York scene back in a big way.
Absolutely, yeah. I did an event there this summer. I love PubKey.
He's warming up.
I'm long PubKey, a very long PubKey.
Number 12 on my list, you can find it on X tomorrow, Pete Rizzo, the Bitcoin historian. Number 11, Gary Gensler resigns as the SEC. A symbolic win for the crypto Bitcoin political coalition, vanquishing our chief foe in some ways. A historic moment. Gary Gensler, we started with so much hope, dashed, ends, and really infamy. This will go down as one of the worst SEC managers ever. Nolan, was this a historic moment?
Yeah, it was a historic moment. I think you saw that when Trump got the maximum laugh allotted from the audience at Bitcoin Nashville twice. The way that Trump went and did it twice, fired Gary Gensler day one, and then he just said, I'll say that again. One of the funniest speeches I've ever heard in my life with that little anecdote. So I think it was a big deal. I remember when he came and begged us for work at CoinDesk in the old days, if you remember that. He's like, give me a job. And then he ends up, well, he did.
Finance too,
And then he ends up at the SEC, and it was absolute garbage. I hated looking at him. I hated the way he talked.
I'm buying it. I'm buying it. I'm all for bullying people out of office. This is a wonderful thing.
He needs to be wedgied out of office.
All right, number 10. This one is my most controversial selection. The arrest of Roger Ver for tax fraud showed that despite the divisions in the Bitcoin community, the old tribal technical lines, it's possible for reunification against the larger foe, the political oppression that Roger's faced. Not Ross Ulbricht, but in many ways, this case, Roger being persecuted for tax fraud after expatriating from the United States. This is a case where, they're saying, I haven't looked too hard at the details, that this is almost unprecedented. Almost no one in history has ever left the country, voluntarily given over their money to the US government, and then been sued again. Does Roger deserve our support? I say yes. I believe, to me, Roger Ver is the Barry Bonds of Bitcoin. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. If he retired before the forks, I think he deserves support, and I think he deserves recognition. I think this was a historic moment.
Look, this was our Bitcoin Jesus, and what we witnessed was a clawback of human life itself over Bitcoin. This is insane. So I'm buying that moment. I'm in support of Roger for this. I hope he gets free and clear.
And I think it puts the spotlight on the ridiculousness that Americans have to live with double taxation and global taxation. If Bitcoiners bring attention to that in the world, it's a great thing. Remember, this double taxation only began when the financial crisis happened, right? This is a result of the financial crisis. So is Bitcoin. So to see those two things come head to head and Roger Ver being at the middle of that is appropriate. I'm sad that Roger has to go through this, but it's a likely story for him, a likely final chapter in his Bitcoin story to bring attention to just
a redemption. And to be sure, look, I'm not a fan of the hijacking Bitcoin book. I believe that Roger holds a lot of negative opinions that are incorrect about Bitcoin, but I think there is something larger than tribal, being tribal here, and at that moment spoke to that. Number 9, a bit more of a feel-good, Julian Assange freed, the kiss, waiting 10 years, the WikiLeaks founder. This was someone who early on in Bitcoin popularized Bitcoin as a non-state currency. WikiLeaks deplatformed, debanked at a time when this was a very new issue in 2010 for publishing information about the US government. Julian Assange detained in Ecuador for years under house arrest in the UK, finally imprisoned in the UK, and finally his release by the Biden administration before the election. I think a historic moment. Buying or selling?
Buying. This is one thing the Biden administration got right, and it's a beautiful thing to see. And I gotta say, there's a time maybe 1-2 years ago where I didn't think it was gonna happen.
Well, I always prayed it would happen because I wanted to hear the actual discovery. I wanted to hear I wanted that to be litigated in an American court in America. That would have been the appropriate way to handle it. They actually just chickened out. And
of course, the push for the pardon for Julian Assange, I think, going to be a focal point going forward. We've got Clint in the chat. Is Diddy at the party? MIA. We can't comment. Haven't seen him. Moving down the list, number 8, Larry Fink admits and says out loud that he is a major Bitcoin believer. Said this over the summer prior to the real run-up. I think cleared a lot of way for the run at the end of the year. For me, I think this was the moment for Wall Street TradFi. This was, somebody becoming an advocate. Look, the verdict's still out. BlackRock's still pushing tokenization, but I think this was a historic moment. Larry Fink, a big believer in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm buying that all day simply because I've seen evangelism with Bitcoin. I've seen Bitcoin education. It's a big subject. It's a big job in Bitcoin, right? A lot of people do that as a job. Bitcoin content, Bitcoin educator, Bitcoin communicator. To watch him deploy his entire army of salespeople, probably the top salespeople in the world, probably the top educators. That's what they're doing. It's unbelievable. It's like that scene in The Lord of the Rings when all the elves show up at Helm's Deep. You know what I mean? You get all these like crazy people who are able to sell.
And we got a lot of hate, I want to say, in the chat right now for our wardrobes. I'm not sure why, but I want to point out.
Who is it? Who's best dressed?
So the
here?
person who's saying I'm wearing orthopedic Nikes, these are Trump.
These are the orthopedic Nikes.
These are Trump crypto flyers. These are Trump crypto president flyers, my friend. I will have you know that these are, you can't buy them. They're sold out. They're worth.
Rizzo waited years for these.
I waited years for these. These are worth probably thousands of dollars. So just to put that to rest before we move on down the list, Larry Fink, we're all buying this. Number 7, Bukele reelected. Obviously, El Salvador had a little setback with the IMF having to accept the loan and under some conditions pulling back the Bitcoin reserve bill. Bukele in office again, though, means El Salvador is still an advocate on the world stage. Max Kaiser and Stacey Herbert are here. They're partying, they're having a good time, but they're really working the cause in an area where it's important and a part of the world that needs it. A historic moment for Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, we got to just go back to the Bitcoin 2021 in Miami, the feeling of Bukele coming out and doing that, seeing the amount of profile he's gained in the world, watching him interact with other world leaders, watching him be a leader for Bitcoin. I think this is all great stuff. Him being reelected keeps the voice strong. Him being reelected at the numbers he was elected at really shows that Latin America is bringing the message of freedom up to America now. And it's not something that we've seen before. It's something a lot of us hope to see and could imagine seeing because they've gone through those communist things. Watching them come up and participating in American democracy through Bitcoin, I think is a great thing.
I'd like to shout out Lisa Loves Trump for vindicating my shoes. I didn't mean to cut out the chain.
No, it's all good. First time in office, look, Bukele ran on infrastructure and security, and he held true to those promises. If you visit El Salvador, it's a beautiful place. This time around, he's showing the people what it means to be prosperous and what a prosperous future on a Bitcoin standard can look like. I'd like to amend that moment to just be, after taking the IMF loan, El Salvador went and bought more Bitcoin than they'd purchased in one day in like 2 years. It was amazing.
And they hit 6,000 in a day.
We got a free Ross from Tyler Hunt. We're halfway down the top 12 moments of 2024. We've got Alan Helm on the red carpet. 20 minutes to New Year's 100K party, 100K incoming. Alan.
We are here back on the floor of the center of Michael Saylor's 100K New Year's Eve party. I am joined here today by Alexandre Lizette of the Blockchain Group. Alexandre, we've had a fantastic party tonight. What has been the favorite thing so far for you tonight?
We all focus on Bitcoin. We are a Bitcoin chic event, and we are all aligned on the same mission. Bitcoin for the world and Bitcoin for corporations. And so Bitcoin for the new year and more Bitcoin for everyone.
Absolutely. We gotta love the Bitcoin Chick event. One of the things you just highlighted was Bitcoin for corporations. For the audience, can you tell them a little bit about what the Blockchain Group does? You guys are young up-and-comers replicating the MicroStrategy strategy. I think that's something our viewers want to hear a little bit more about.
Exactly. So we are the Blockchain Group. It's the first Bitcoin treasury company over in Europe. We started the treasury strategy last month. We have already 40 Bitcoin. We are part of the top 60 publicly traded companies in the world in terms of Bitcoin on the balance sheet. And so we are fully focused on Bitcoin per share increase over time. And we have a dedicated strategy of raising capital to buy more Bitcoin and to accumulate Bitcoin with no intention to sell.
So we're here, it's the 100K party. We are just below 100K right now. I gotta ask, last question. Where do you see Bitcoin going? Price prediction in 2025, what's the top?
So first of all, the price prediction doesn't matter in the short time. We know that Bitcoin is going to 1 million, 10 million. And so the price prediction maybe for next year, potentially above 200K, potentially 500K.
Analysts tend to say that Bitcoin is going to digital gold, at least over this cycle or the next one. So probably about 1 million at the end of this cycle or at the beginning of next one or the end of next one, yeah.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. We're going straight to the top, to the moon. Alexandre, thank you for all your insights. Cutting back to you, Rizzo.
Michael Saylor's New Year's Eve 100K Bitcoin party in Miami, Florida. We're at the Saylor Mansion counting down the historic moments from 2024, live on Rumble, live on YouTube, live on X, chatting in the comments, back with Alex McShane, head of content at the Bitcoin conference, Nolan Bowerly, host of The Breakup on Rumble, X, and other platforms. We saw Trump buy a burger at pub key number 12. Number 11, Gary Gensler replaced at the SEC. Number 10, Roger Ver's arrest for tax fraud. 9, Julian Assange freed. 8, Larry Fink becomes a major Bitcoin believer. 7, Nayib Bukele reelected in El Salvador. We're on number 6 now, the number 6 top moment from the last year, according to me, myself, the Bitcoin historian. The fourth halving happens. Bitcoin programmatically reduced its issuance again without interruption. We saw the highest Bitcoin block on record with the most fees, easing concerns about security, a historic moment. Nolan, you're buying or selling this. Alex, buying or selling?
Buy? Good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get too deep into the technical stuff when it comes to halving and all that stuff. I don't really, I mean, I see that it does a lot. I can see that it coils the whole system. It's all wound up. It's got a lot of pressure.
You're making this sound like very esoteric. It's just like, if there's 21 million Bitcoin, something needs to regulate the supply.
So, I'm buying.
I'm buying. Look, we had a historic moment where people chose to pump the price past the previous all-time high before the halving. That was huge. That broke people's brains. That was a psychological hurdle that I didn't anticipate. People had been economically planning around the halving. You had 6 to 18 months after the halving where you'd get that all-time high, and we crushed it. And you just knew this was going to be the bull run of all bull runs.
Number 6, the fourth halving. Number 5, Saylor's record-setting Bitcoin buy. Saylor bought more Bitcoin this year than in any previous year, both 2020, 2021, and 2022 and 23 combined, passing 440,000. I think a historic moment. I don't think this can be copied. I think even if other corporates follow him, I think MicroStrategy will now be one of the top companies in the world, irregardless. I think Michael Saylor's Bitcoin buying spree, taking it to the next level this year, a historic moment. Number 5, Nolan, Alex.
Yeah, I would relate this exactly to what you said before about the halving. In the sense that there's always this anxiety that the miners experience around the halving, but suddenly he came up with this issuance, this new debt, these new strategies, and it looks like they've got a guaranteed buyer for the next, whatever, 3-4 years at really high prices. So based on what he's announced and what he's got access to. So to me, it really brings that whole anxiety to the miners to the forefront. It eliminates it a lot and shows them there's someone who's always there. And
confidence to the market, a buyer of last resort. Alex, too high, too low? Number 5, MicroStrategy, Michael Saylor's Bitcoin buying spree.
It's going to get a lot higher. You know, what you've seen now, this volume's been incredible, but 2025, MicroStrategy has positioned itself to buy more Bitcoin. It could be per day than anyone's ever seen. Tens, hundreds of millions on the day.
I meant too high or too low on the list. Number 5. Do you think there's 4 moments that are bigger than this? Because I want to hype this up.
Well, they better be good, because that is a good one.
All right.
Hey, look, I don't want to get kicked out of the party. I would say it's right where it belongs.
Saylor is the greatest.
I'm not the guy to ask about that. Yeah, okay, number 4, we're moving down the list. Cynthia Lummis, Republican Senator from Wyoming, introduces the Strategic Bitcoin Bill, Reserve Bitcoin Bill, at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville. Number 4, historic moment. It really memed the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve into existence, and I think has caused nation-state FOMO on a level we have not seen. And I think if nation-states do buy and announce Bitcoin purchases in the next year, Cynthia Lummis's bill is to blame, is to credit. That's a historic moment in my book. Nolan, Alex, your thoughts?
Yeah, really good timing on her part. I love the way she did it right after Trump. She got everyone's tongues wagging. Exactly like you said, she turned it into this mimetic expression. Lots of people ganged up. It's happening everywhere. People are talking about it all the time. It's useful for just us, hand-to-hand combat with Bitcoin. Hey, America, strategic reserve.
States are talking about it. Nations are talking about it. We were in the Middle East at the Bitcoin MENA conference. They're talking about it. The Bitcoin strategic reserve, I think, has a mimetic quality far surpassing even MicroStrategy.
Yeah, precisely. And what happened is, with El Salvador's buys, we found a way to bring and to meme into existence and to articulate what it means for this sort of prisoner's dilemma of nation states to buy Bitcoin. And I think after Trump was shot, this bill was suddenly, drafted and thrown out. Just, this is going to happen. We're going to do this. We're going to adopt the Bitcoin strategic reserve.
We got Bitcoin Bull in the chat. Should be happy that you have a chance to buy under 100K. Well said. A silver lining to the 100K Bitcoin party here in Miami. Moving down the list. Number 3, the ETF approval. Obligatory. It happened after 10 years of waiting. Many ways responsible for this bull run, opening up a new era of TradFi, Bitcoin confusion and adoption. I think unarguably a historic moment for Bitcoin. Number 3 on my list. Nolan.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. Indeed, we've waited for years for these decisions every time. They all seemed far-fetched at one point until slowly it became maybe this time, until finally it had to be a done deal. And it took a lot of work, it took litigation, it took suing. It should have been easy to do. It became way harder over the years. No one could have predicted the obstacles they put in. Corruption was all around it. And then for Bitcoin to go through all of these obstacles and this drama, and then to become the greatest from volume, talk, online reference, chatter, the greatest financial product ever launched.
The most successful.
The most successful.
15 minutes left to New Year's on the East Coast. If you're celebrating, stay with us talking about the ETF approval, the number 3 moment on Pete Rizzo's Bitcoin historian list of events. Alex, you supporting this?
Absolutely, I'm buying it. I think it was but a small domino in what's to come, but it really, that was a huge hurdle for institutional adoption and for retail adoption both. It gave people easy Bitcoin access. We can argue all day about the double-edged swords and the trade-off of self-custody, but this brought Bitcoin into the households on a daily basis of anyone that's paying attention to financial markets.
Number 2, Trump pledges to free Ross Ulbricht, a symbolic moment that I think to many reassured the public and the Bitcoin and crypto community about Trump's commitment to the industry and signaled that he was on the side of the innovators. Ross Ulbricht, an early Bitcoin pioneer, created the Silk Road marketplace, a political prisoner, given 2 life sentences plus 40 years. This effectively proved that the Bitcoin voting bloc could bring back one of their own from the dead symbolically. I think a historic moment for Bitcoin. I think Ross's freedom in January, one of the biggest events not priced in for next year, a historic moment. My number 2 on the list. Nolan, Alex, your thoughts?
Can't wait to see him public. Maybe he's here at this party next year. It's just so neat to be able to think about that. If you're in Bitcoin long enough, you met his mom, you heard the stories. We heard the letter in 2021, if you remember.
Oh, what a historic moment that was.
Yeah.
You go to the YouTube channel, go to the Bitcoin conference, search Ross Ulbricht's speech at Bitcoin 2021, a harrowing account, a phone call where he talks about his life and experience in prison. Really, I think, put it on the political map even as a possibility. I mean, if you had told me 5 or 6 years ago that Ross Ulbricht would be pardoned by a sitting president, I think I would have thought you were crazy. I mean, this was just something that, speaking of memeing things into existence, I mean, this was almost the work of a few grassroots people. Unbelievable that it will be achieved. And I think Trump doing this at the Libertarian Party convention, really an early signal to this kind of Elon alliance that we saw where the right did move to the center, right? And then we saw that in this election. So I think historic moment. Alex?
Absolutely buying it. I mean, this one plays on the heart, but this is a victory for free markets around the world. The U.S. government tried to make an example of this man, and we memed him back. We're going to meme him out of prison, and I want us to hold Trump accountable and see him free on January.
Of course, Free Ross,
Yep.
Day one. People keep up the support. FreeRoss.org, a great resource for all Ross-related information. We've got 13 minutes left to midnight. We're here at Michael Saylor's 100K Bitcoin party on New Year's, waiting to see if the price will cross. We've got 12 minutes now to get $7,000 in volume. We see people frantically smash buying in the audience, but the yachts are here. The party's here.
Michael Saylor's going around selling shares, trying to pump this price.
Should I wait for my? I'm wondering if I should wait for my number one reveal, like at midnight. Should I wait 12 minutes? Probably not. We should just finish it out, right? We can't let the people.
We got to do it. We got to do it.
So let's recap. We've got Trump buying the burger at PubKey. We've got Gary Gensler fired at the SEC. We've got Roger Ver's arrest. We've got Julian Assange freed. We've got Larry Fink becoming a Bitcoin believer, Bukele reelected, the fourth halving, Saylor's Bitcoin buying spree, Lummis introducing the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve Bill, the ETFs approved, Trump pledging to free Ross #1, Bitcoin tops 100K. I mean, it was a milestone. You know, is there anything, even the Ross and Trump moment, was there anything better than Bitcoin hitting 6 digits, the new epoch, the new era? I think the price is the mimetic, center point of the Bitcoin universe. I think that, there was nothing to me that could have been above this on the list. This was the definitive moment of the year. Alex, Nolan, your thoughts?
Look, everyone will say we got lucky. This was the psychological milestone of the century in terms of Bitcoin. One Bitcoin will always equal one Bitcoin. You should denominate your world on Bitcoin's terms, but there's a transitionary period, and this is just the start of it.
Speaking of transitions, I will say we're listening to the Bee Gees, what is this, More Than a Woman right now at 10 minutes to midnight. This is surreal, commenting in real time. People are gathering in the center of the venue right now, coming from the yachts, coming from inside the house. Momentum building here as we're 10 minutes away from New Year's on the East Coast here at Michael Saylor's Bitcoin Mansion Villa. Nolan, 100K Bitcoin, you think the milestone of the year, or are you challenging my assertion?
No, I'd say as far as the amount of fun Bitcoiners had, the amount of, that it was worth it, or the amount of dopamine, let's say, that we received as Bitcoiners as a reward for all the things we've done, all the sacrifices we made, all the hodling we did, every bit of abuse we suffered at 12,000 Bitcoin, 12,000K in 2022 when the market crashed because of SBF, and every other crash we've been through, always knowing it would come back. When it came back and hit that number, and you could, brag to those stupid people that that laughed at you and all that stuff. Hard to beat that, it really is.
We got Claudio Borges in the chat. Let's see, where's the party? We're gonna send you out to Isabella Santos back on the red carpet. Bitcoiners lining up for New Year's. Isabella, over to you.
And we are live here, minutes away from midnight. I got the iconic singer-songwriter Sophie in the house. We got the grapes. We're both Latinas here, so we got our traditions coming. We got the champagne, the grapes. You gotta sing us a little bit of your song.
Ooh, BTC, baby.
I love it.
It's coming soon, it's coming soon. We just gotta get visuals for it.
You gotta tell every Bitcoiner out there, what are the Latinas doing for New Year's? What are our traditions? What can everybody at home look forward to?
Well, the Latinas are putting lidocaine on their feet because it numbs your feet so that you can dance the whole night long. But actual traditions are eating the grapes. We have 12 grapes so that you can make a wish for every month of the new year. And we're also eating our lentils, very important, very healthy. Hot girls eat lentils. And what else are we doing we're wearing the red underwear so that we can find true love. Yellow underwear if you want to make some money. But in our case, since we're Bitcoiners, we're going to be wearing some orange underwear.
Hey, we got to wear orange for the video. And back live to you guys.
$100K party in Miami, Florida. It's happening less than 8 minutes away from New Year's. The party is going, as Isabella showed. The hats are out. We're talking about the biggest moments from the year. Just recounted our top 12 moments from 2024, ending in Bitcoin topping 100K. Some of the honorable mentions to me, Jack Dorsey wearing his Satoshi shirt at the Super Bowl, photographed with Beyonce and Jay-Z. I think, a historic pop culture moment as well. Trump at the Bitcoin conference giving that keynote. I'll never forget being on this live stream, seeing Donald Trump coming out, starting his dance. Also a pretty big moment for the industry. Let me just go down through some of the other potential things here. We had the first ARC transaction on Bitcoin, layer 2 scaling technology advancing. The Satoshi statue in Lugano being unveiled. This is one of the first in the world. And I would also say Satoshi Nakamoto passing Bill Gates, becoming one of the wealthiest people in the world, close to the top 10, really entering that financial echelon. Some of the other moments, but 100K, I think.
Yeah, we've got 4 mega blocks, we've got layer 2s chomping at the bit here to develop on Bitcoin. And what we really have is a return of Silicon Valley and also the sort of new inventions of the kind of altcoin ecosystem coming home to roost on Bitcoin, which is something that was long predicted, but we had yet to see, actually.
We had Austin from Altcoin Daily here earlier giving very bullish Bitcoin predictions. I think, if you're asking me, I think you do see next year the crypto markets start rolling over back to Bitcoin. Look, if you can buy 0.1 Bitcoin or 1,000 Fartcoin, look, time is running out to stack Bitcoin, right? It's got to be seeping in. That some of these crypto market bets, we talked about pump.fun, the nihilism of these markets, people threatening to kill themselves to pump meme coins. I mean, it's clear that this is not a good system. We don't want people to be using it. And I think we'll see a rotation into Bitcoin, we should.
And you're starting to see Bitcoin hardware wallets in retail stores across America. It's pretty mind-boggling to see. You can go to Best Buy and pick up. There's a selection of hardware wallets for you to self-custody and secure your Bitcoin offline.
And what it looks like is, we've seen Bitcoin communities fork, right? Bitcoin forks to get Bitcoin Cash and all this. But in a lot of ways, we've forked from all of these crypto people in general now. Like they have gone to the logical conclusion of what that whole thing is. And it really is just, I'll kill myself unless you buy my coin. That's what they're doing.
That was the innovation. We've got 5 minutes left to New Year's on the East Coast. If you're watching, we thank you on X, Rumble, and YouTube. We're here for you. We've got the experts out in the audience. More guests coming. We're going live till 2 a.m., bringing you the best of this party, recap the top 12 moments, talked about predictions. What's left for you guys tonight as we think about on your bucket list? You're at Saylor's house. Have you been on the yacht? Have you gone into the house? Have you seen the spread? What's left on your bucket list to see, Alex?
I want to see some fireworks. I want to see a Saylor victory lap. I want to see he's going to start a marathon from his house. We're going to run all around Miami.
Well, of course, on the stream we were promised a Saylor visit, TBD on when it will be. He's been spotted around the party in his signature Bitcoin B t-shirt. Nolan, 4 minutes left to New Year's now. What are you looking forward for the rest of this night as you think about your time here in Miami?
I mean, there's so many great people here, Bitcoiners, that you get to see every now and again at an event or you haven't seen in years. So, there's Chris Pavlovsky, the new Bitcoin balance sheet guy from Rumble. I haven't gotten to see him yet. He's on my bucket list to go say hi. I passed him, but I didn't have a chance to say hi. But there's people he didn't even know were going to be here. It's just all kinds of characters. It looks like a Twitter, big hangout. So
you've got people that haven't been seen in the better part of a decade. OG Whales creeping in. It's insane, man.
And we're getting close. 3 minutes now to New Year's, counting down. Bitcoin on pace to end the year up 113%, up 30% on gold, 30% on the S&P 500. This is after outperforming gold and S&P for the last 10 years. You just heard there the bullhorn. The bulls are out. We're not sure what it means. What do we think about this historical performance now that it's piling up? How do you feel about plus 100% this year, Alex, Nolan?
Look, me and my degenerate friends just outperformed all of your favorite, investors on Wall Street, all of the pros. It's quite simple. We did it while having a great time and just memeing Bitcoin into life. Magic internet money for the win, man. Money of the people, and it's unstoppable. We're not going to be stopped.
Nolan?
that's what it comes down to. You see all this pessimism in the world, all of this anger, all of this difficulty, people fighting about visas all week on X or some shit like that. All these people fighting about visas on X, buy Bitcoin, get involved in
2 minutes
Bitcoin.
left
I wanna see your
until
math
New
score.
Year's. 2 minutes left. We've got
math
people
test at home.
pouring out now
Don't get a
over to the
job.
main stage or into the main pavilion now, coming off of the yacht, coming in from the main house. We're not sure what's building. We're told there could be a Michael Saylor speech coming up, maybe something bullish, maybe something that would push us over 100K. Still $6,500 away of your home. Smash buy. Get on there. Going out the Cash App. It's time. It's time to make the
we
final
gotta buy some
push.
Bitcoin while we're up here.
Alex is getting ready to smash buy right
smash
now.
buy
Are you
some
going to
Bitcoin
add?
right now.
It's his own personal strategic reserve.
This
We've got
is
2
McShane
minutes
Capital
left.
smash buying right now. Trying to keep up with Saylor.
Michael Saylor's 100K New Year's Eve Bitcoin party, and can reveal now that Michael Saylor earlier told us he's scheduling the next party for $1 million. It's happening, according to Saylor. Going to happen. We've got 1 minute left until New Year's Eastern Standard Time. We're going to go to Isabella Santos on the red carpet. Bitcoiners are partying. It's here, New Year's, 100K in Miami.
That's $1 million sats. Let's go.
Dude, I love the production voice. Thank you.
Woo!
What, it cuts from the live stream now?
Yeah, man.
Hey, wifey.
Gracias.
Now we gotta get the grapes! Happy New Year! Yo, okay, the grapes, you gotta make wishes every time you eat one. And then you have to drink champagne. This is the first year I'm not running with my luggage. You run with luggage because you want to travel.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Happy New Year! We reached 100K in 2024. We have no idea what's gonna happen in 2025. Saylor's gonna speak soon, and we're gonna be right back. So don't move. Get your grapes, get your champagne, and start dancing because 2025, we're coming for you.
welcome back to Michael Saylor's 100K New Year's Eve party. We just hit midnight here on the East Coast, and now we're doing the countdown for Central, Mountain, and Pacific. To my left, I'm joined by our great dear leader, the Bitcoin evangelist, the guy that brought Trump to Bitcoin 2024.
What's up, people? Happy New Year's.
David Bailey. And to his left, my good friend, host of Simply Bitcoin, Nico Moran. Gentlemen, I wanted to start this whole segment off by just talking about some of the wins of 2024, but I think David positioned it way better earlier, and he said, let's just talk about how right we were this year. David, lead us off.
I got one of those candles for my wife for Christmas that is smells like I was right about Bitcoin, and I just feel like that's the perfectly encapsulates what this year was all about. We were right about Bitcoin in so many ways. Almost too many ways to count. In fact, it's almost like what Trump said, like we're winning so much we're going to be sick of winning. I mean, I kind of feel a little sick of winning, but we're just going to keep winning, and we're going to say, please, Mr. President, no more winning, please. But we're going to keep winning. That's where we're at right now.
I'm not at the I'm sick of winning point yet. Nico,
I don't know. I got to say, like, first of all, what you guys did with Trump at the conference was absolutely insane. Historic moment for Bitcoin. Biden kind of created that situation. Like, they created an opportunity for their leading political opponent to capitalize on the drop ball on their end. And that's exactly what he did. And, you know, to give him credit, because he did take credit for Bitcoin hitting 100K, which I thought was absolutely hilarious. But he did promise us that in Nashville, and he did keep his promise.
Like, made, promises kept.
He won the election, and Bitcoin shortly after hit 100K.
No,
so
every time I see him, he asks how many trillions has he added to the market cap of Bitcoin.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for next year. This is the first Bitcoin president going into office. His son, Eric Trump, had an amazing speech in MENA, and he really understands Bitcoin on a fundamental level. And my mind can't fully comprehend the fact that this is the president's son, and this guy's about to be sworn into office. Mind you, Ross is going to be freed too. So yeah, I'm beyond excited for 2025.
Yeah, man, I think that where this goes from here is really unknowable. It's a complex situation, but the space race for Bitcoin has begun. And so, like, as this goes from something that's kind of like a sideshow to something that, like, this is a real thing that's happening, and the state, your national sovereignty is on the line. I think there's like lots of ways that this can evolve that none of us anticipate. And I think, you know, the one thing that's really makes me bullish on Trump is, and Eric spoke about this in MENA, is like the reason that Bitcoin resonated with him finally, because he had heard about it for years and he only got into it in the past year, was the weaponization of the financial system, of the banking system against the Trump family. And when they realize, wow, banking is now just a tool of the political system to punish your opponents and to lock them out of the political dialogue, like that's what blackpilled them to Bitcoin. And that's something that you can't take away from someone's experience. That's a lived experience that, like, doesn't matter what happens from here, they're going to remember that. So I'm glad that happened to them, because it taught them something about Bitcoin that there's really no replacement for. But, you know, as Eric said, like, his dad checks the price, like, two prices every day: the Dow Jones and the Bitcoin price.
I love that. Let's go.
And the Bitcoin price is the Dow Jones of the next generation. And it's so true. And I think that a booming Bitcoin price is a booming American economy. It's a booming US dollar. And I think that is completely mission aligned with this new administration. And so, yeah, you know, Eric said it in MENA. Under his dad's administration, they want to see $1 million Bitcoin prices. So I don't know if that happens in 2025, but I think we go well on our way there in 2025.
Well, you were just talking about how we're on this Bitcoin space race, or as I like to call it, the accumulation race, right? And David, you kicked off this whole conversation amongst world leaders who influence public perception, have access to the banking cartels, have access to financial and fiscal policy, and can influence maybe some of these more emerging market economies. Outside of the US, you just talked about how with Trump, what resonated with him was this concept of debanking. Is that the same narrative that you see going on with maybe some of these sovereign wealth funds, or what is it that resonates with them?
No, and I think what resonated with Trump was, I think what resonated with Trump was the analogy of Bitcoin as digital gold, and how America being the dominant power in the gold market, custodying the world's gold in the United States was good for the US dollar. That custodying the world's Bitcoin in America, or under the American, legal system, is good for the US dollar. And that spoke to him. And so, I think that is really the story that's going to take root over this next year, is that we're going back to a gold standard, but it's a new standard. It's the Bitcoin standard. And in the same way that every central bank treated gold as a priority to hold, they're going to treat Bitcoin as the same kind of geopolitical priority. And we only need a few nation states to take this seriously for all the nation states to have to take it seriously. So, I think that's what the Bitcoin space race is all about. And I think if you get back to first principles and you start studying what was the economy like, what was the monetary system like under the gold standard, there's really a lot of interesting lessons to extract from that. There's this well-established narrative that the gold standard was somehow bad for people, it was deflationary. Whereas if you actually look at the period of time that was the gold standard, it was actually the standard of living for people around the world dramatically improved. I mean, it was really a golden era for humanity. So, I think that there's a realignment happening globally. The system that we are currently in is widely viewed as unsustainable, and Bitcoin represents an opportunity to, do what the globalists always thought they wanted to do, but in the opposite way. It is the Great Reset, but it's the Great Reset that's built around the economic values of freedom and capitalism, rather than the Great Reset of totalitarianism and socialism.
Nico, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I think he's spot on. One of the things I've always said is if you take a look at the World Economic Forum, I see that as the Quintillionaire Conference. And if you take a look at the Bitcoin Conference, I see that as the Freedom Conference, right? And there's two opposing worldviews. One of the things I've always said is Bitcoin or slavery, because that's really the future that we have ahead of us. So it's a future of the continuation of fiat, which is central bank digital currencies, which is a future of nihilism, endless wars, fiat essentially. And then there's the future of Bitcoin, the future of freedom, peace, prosperity, opportunity, hope, optimism. And I think that's the future where we all want to live in. And most importantly, that's the future that we want our children to live in, right? And we're in this fork in the road in human history. The election of Trump was so pivotal. I mean, the things that come out since Elon acquired X and he freed the bird, so to speak, it was damning. It was unbelievable, the amount of censorship that was happening behind the scenes. And Trump was even a victim of this himself, So I think what Bailey was saying earlier, this Bitcoin thing, it resonates, because Bitcoin is this lifer. If you live in a totalitarian country, it doesn't matter. If you have Bitcoin in self-custody, you can communicate with the world economy without anybody having the ability to censor your ability to transact with the world. And that's extremely powerful. And I think, what we do today and what we do as individuals and the message that we continue to propagate is going to have lifelong consequences, because if not, it's a future of slavery. If you guys want to take a look at what a world of central bank digital currencies will look like, look at China. I mean, the central bank digital currencies connected with a social credit system, I guarantee you, if a Bitcoin standard doesn't get adopted in the United States or around the world, that is the only inevitability. There is no option. There is no in-between. That's the continuation of central banking. That's a continuation of fiat. And people haven't realized that, but that's really what's at stake. So what we do now is going to have lifelong consequences. Of course, we're going to get rich in the process, number go up, 100K, we're celebrating. But this is real. It's real business.
and it's going to have consequences what we do now for the future generations, our children. And you know, it's a privilege to live in this time in history, but it also comes with a tremendous amount of responsibility.
Absolutely. So I want to get here, last question before we cut to Isabella. We talked about a fork in the road. It's hope versus despair, hope being Bitcoin, despair being this continuation, the manipulation of the fiat system. David, it's easy to think long term, but in the short term, what are some of the things that you're most excited about leading into 2025?
You know, I think first off, the price of Bitcoin is going higher. And so, you know, my kind of gut instinct is that like we end the year in 2025 at like $250,000 a Bitcoin. That's like where I think we head. That translates to like a $5 trillion market cap, which is roughly equivalent to 20% of US GDP that we've created. You know, I think we're starting to hit we've already hit escape velocity for Bitcoin. I think the Bitcoin ETF was like the escape velocity moment where Bitcoin has now truly infiltrated the financial and monetary system in such a way that Bitcoin doesn't need anything other than time in order to take over the whole system. So like I don't see any blockers, let's say, any true blockers. You know, I think to hit something that you mentioned, Bitcoin is you know, freedom or slavery is the pivot in the road. What I find very interesting about Bitcoin is that you self-select to get into Bitcoin. There is a certain type of person or a certain mindset or philosophy or worldview or whatever that predisposes people to buying Bitcoin earlier than other people. And if you look around the world, the profile of a Bitcoiner is very, you know, you can take a Bitcoiner from China and a Bitcoiner from New York and a Bitcoiner from Germany and a Bitcoiner from Russia and a Bitcoiner from you know, fucking Nigeria, and you can put them all in the room together and they're gonna have a lot in common and they're gonna share a very common worldview, even if they approach it from different perspectives. And so as Bitcoin appreciates and it fulfills this higher price point, there is a global audience of people that hold Bitcoin that it is positioning to take the reins of leadership in our financial system and in our political system. And I truly believe that you know, it's this whole Trump thing has been interesting because it's caused people from around the world, Bitcoiners around the world, that are talking to their own governments to reach out and kind of tell a story about what's happening in their place, who they're talking to, what their concerns are, etc. And it really is like a global conspiracy has unfolded. And there are Bitcoiners in the inner circle of every president on the planet at this point. And so I see a scenario where as Bitcoin booms, not only does it give back the self-sovereignty to countries and the self-sovereignty to the individual, but it empowers a new political class that believes in similar ideas and instills a sense of a common ground and political cohesion that doesn't exist today. And I actually think that if Bitcoin goes to 250 or 500,000 or $1 million, you know, it's not just America that's going to have a Bitcoin class that's elected as the head of state. China's going to put in, the next president of China after she will be a Bitcoiner. And so I actually feel like it's like we're all shareholders in this common corporation, and we all have an alignment that happens from that, where, you know, what's good for Bitcoin is good for all of us, and it induces some level of cooperation. So that's a very long-winded way of saying that I see the political moment that we're having now expanding, and I see that resulting in a greater number of indirect political decisions that are made that are aligned with our political movement that's happening everywhere. And so, you know, maybe that means Bitcoin can be the common ground that China and the United States find to come, you know, to find cooperation and peace over the next several years. So Yeah, you asked me what am I most interested in? It's the merging of the world that we already live in with the ideas that we've always had, but have been able to be put in a box. And now they've reached a scale that they can't be put in a box anymore, that these ideas have now infiltrated the real world, and people are forced to interface with them.
You know, I couldn't agree more that humanity as a whole has a vested interest to see the advancement of Bitcoin and adoption globally. I can't help but crack a smile just at you painting the picture of what could be essentially for the future of humanity. And to Nico's point, right, I think something that I find really interesting is that China implemented a CBDC a couple of years ago, and I don't know, in the last, month, Xi came out, and the financial minister that was responsible for the China ban was removed from that position of power.
Bro, there's a lot happening in China right now. There's a lot happening in China. I think we need Trump to sign this executive order for the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, and then it is a full-on sprint of nation-state adoption happening at a pace faster than anybody thinks is possible. And I think that if Trump signs the SBR on day one, I think China's going to have their SBR stood up within 24 hours.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's the game theory, right? Like, look, it's not a coincidence that, you know, Trump won the election, and within a couple weeks you have Putin basically saying Bitcoin can't be banned. You have a politician in the Duma, which is the equivalent of the House of Representatives here in the United States, introducing legislation to make Bitcoin strategic reserve in Russia. You have a politician in Brazil doing the same thing. On the state level, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, all, you know, politicians there introducing legislation, strategic Bitcoin reserve. So it's the game theory. China's at a strategic disadvantage to the United States if the United States is accumulating Bitcoin. So like, even if they don't like it, Alex Vatson actually wrote an article for you guys. It's called Bitcoin is a Trojan Horse for Freedom. And he makes the case in that article where that number go up technology and freedom go up technology are inextricably linked, and you can't disconnect the two.
No.
And what you're gonna see is in some of these countries, they're not gonna be able to resist the number go up, but they naively think that they could just, it's the freedom stuff, we're gonna put it here, and the number go up, we're gonna put it here. But they don't realize that once they let that in, it's a Trojan horse, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah, I think China's inevitable. I think Russia's inevitable. Any country that sees the United States as a competitor, they're not going to have a choice, even if they dislike Bitcoin. It's like with Larry Fink. I mean, he went 5 years ago, he's saying Bitcoin is an index of money laundering. 5 years later, he's like, you know what, Satoshi's right, a non-sovereign alternative, it's probably a good idea. He's not doing this out of the goodness of his heart. Putin isn't saying Bitcoin can't be banned out of the goodness of his heart. He's doing it because he sees the writing on the wall, and he's like, number go up, better get on the train than get left behind, and then put ourselves in a strategic disadvantage with the United States, right? And same with BlackRock. It's like, we're gonna get left behind. You know, so that's something that I think a lot of people don't understand about Bitcoin, which is it's a system of aligned incentives, which is in stark contrast with the fiat system, which is a system of misaligned incentives, meaning there's a group of winners and there's a group of losers. In Bitcoin, everyone wins. And if you're coming from the fiat system, that's actually pretty hard for you to comprehend and to wrap your head around, right? And now we're heading into this world where if you have nation states competing for your Bitcoin, if you have institutions competing for your Bitcoin, dude, you are going to win as a Bitcoin hodler, right? I think it was Max Kaiser that coined the term, like Larry Fink, employee of the month, Bitcoin employee of the month. That is so freaking spot on, you know?
Well, if we had to give somebody Bitcoin employee of the year, it definitely has to go to David. Props
give it to Larry Fink.
I mean, Trump, bro.
Larry Fink, hey.
That Trump. You were there on the stage. I didn't mean to interrupt
go
you.
for it.
You were there on the stage, bro. You gave him that frickin' Casasis coin. I don't know how to say it, but you gave him the coin. Do you think he still has that coin?
So he had to peel the coin for FEC reasons, which there was a whole conversation around. But the Casasis coin is framed and up on the wall. So
snap!
He loves the coin, but they peeled the key.
So is there actual Bitcoin left on that coin?
No. They send it to Gemini, and I hit up Gemini. I'm like, guys, isolate the UTXO. But no, legally they had to sell it. It's otherwise they could actually go after them. So, but yeah. So and you know, Trump told me before all of this went down that, you know, he owns a significant amount of Bitcoin. I'm not going to disclose the number that he told me, but you know, he doesn't manage his money himself directly, but that he had a significant position even at that time, and the price of Bitcoin's gone up a lot since. So, you know, you're right. It's all about creating alignment. It's all about creating alignment, and you know, Bitcoin changes the dynamic where, you know, what's good for Bitcoin is good for all of us, and what's good for Bitcoin is the fundamental ideas of freedom. So it's like advancing freedom is what's good for your financial interest. I will share some I guess this is rumor and gossip, but
hit us with it, Dave.
You know, this is what the crowd wants. So, you know, I talked to a great Bitcoiner from Russia, someone whose family is deeply politically involved, and you know, maybe he wouldn't use this language, but is a trusted confidant of Putin, and he told me Putin has 100,000 Bitcoins personally.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He is the richest man in the world.
I mean, Putin, sovereign wealth funds in the Arabian Peninsula, Trump. I mean,
oh, dude,
like,
the Middle East is going wild for Bitcoin right now.
It's
going wild.
We're approaching the laggards here. Gentlemen, I want to pause here real quick because we just hit 2025, the 100K party. Here's some fun things are going down on the dance floor. We're going to cut to our roving reporter, Natalia, here for a quick word.
Hello, Miami, reporting live from 2025. We're here at Michael Saylor's 100K Bitcoin party. Efrat, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Can you tell us some important events from 2024 in the Bitcoin community?
For sure, yeah. I think the biggest moment in 2024 for Bitcoin was definitely Trump at Bitcoin Nashville. Like the fact that this guy stood on stage for about 45 minutes, doesn't matter how much of the time it was a campaign and how much of the time he really spoke about Bitcoin, the fact that he was at a Bitcoin conference and he made that mainstream and everyone was watching him and talking about it all around the world, that he is endorsing Bitcoin now, even if they couldn't understand exactly what he means. The fact he was saying the words self-custody to the people of the world means a lot for mainstream adoption. So I think that was the moment. And then two other personal moments that I had in 2024. One was my interview with Michael Saylor, where I interviewed him in Prague, and it blew up on my podcast, You're the Voice. And the second one was when I was interviewed just a couple of months ago by Walker for the Bitcoin podcast, while missiles were actually just landing next to my house. So I had to decide whether we continue or we stop there. And I told him, this is what Bitcoin's all about. It's about our perseverance, our courage. So let's just keep going. And we did the podcast like that, with the sirens, with the bombs, and it was fine, but it was a moment for sure. So that 24 was definitely an eventful year.
I'm sure, and it's super important to show authenticity in what's really going on. So would you say that 2025 is Bitcoin's year?
For sure. I think 2025 is going to be the year where most of the world is not just hearing about Bitcoin, but actually getting the FOMO, what I call the mind virus. People are going to start really panicking when they understand what this asset is all about, especially if it's going to be adopted as a strategic reserve by the US, then it's going to kind of force all the other countries around the world to follow similar paths. We've seen El Salvador starting with that in 2021, and then the US is actually trying to go in the footsteps of El Salvador, that small country. That's going to be a massive thing for the world. So I think we're going to see that alongside the central banks around the world that are adopting CBDCs in about 120 countries today. CBDCs are being piloted and are being advanced. And so alongside the trajectory of adopting Bitcoin as a strategic reserve, you're going to have central banking trying to tighten their grip of their money monopoly with CBDCs, and that's going to make people question even more, what should I have? Should I have CBDCs? Should I have Bitcoin? Because if more people do what I do, which is putting Bitcoin as the antidote for CBDCs, we're going to see more and more individuals understanding the power of this asset that is basically liberating them from the control of the state, whereas CBDC is coming to do exactly the opposite and tighten the grip of the state. So I think we're going to see a very important year in Bitcoin's life in 2025. It's going to be chaotic. Unfortunately, I think we're going to see even more conflicts and wars and a lot of shenanigans around the world, but the people who really start to tune in and understand Bitcoin, they are going to be the winners in this. And the misconception that they have to have a whole Bitcoin is definitely something we should educate the market about, because they can just start buying and start small and start understanding what this thing is all about, and by that discovering their own sovereignty, discovering their freedom and their ability to be their own bank. So I think 2025 is going to be a fantastic year for Bitcoin.
Absolutely. Efrat, thank you for joining us tonight. It is super important to know what's on everyone's mind and what everyone is looking to solve tonight. So thank you for being with us tonight, and we hope you have an amazing new year. And we will be right back. We're going for a quick...
No time to hesitate, it's through. No time to wallow in the mire. Try now, we can only lose. And our love become a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire.
Welcome back to Michael. Oh, there's some guy. Look at this. Look who's on this cover here.
Oh my God!
Strange guy, TJ Miller.
Exciting.
Joined
Oh,
me to the
really?
left. TJ, the best Bitcoiner, the one and only Bitcoiner. You guys,
I hope,
better
you know
know.
what? I hope that's not the case times 1,000, because I hope 100,000 means we'll have more than one Bitcoiner, but a million, but a trillion. It's really exciting. Do you think that it's made the global impact that we were all hoping it would be, in terms of, because 100,000 to me, that number, and I was reading about it, I'm like, is it? But 100,000 does say to the world, oh, this is fucking happening. Don't pretend like, well, it's only $60,000.
Okay, now it's going on and off.
What do you think?
Did we make a global impact? Let me tell you, TJ, when I found Bitcoin, I was a kid mowing lawns, dropped out of school, didn't care, and I'm sitting at this guy's
No, you didn't even drop
billionaire.
out, you failed out.
I failed out.
You would always tell people that you dropped out.
He knows the truth.
I do.
He knows the truth. But now we're sitting here at Michael Saylor's house. Crazy. With some of the best people in the world.
Michael Saylor's house. Michael Saylor, a man who's been essentially the messiah of Bitcoin, right? And who you guys did a hot take piece on how he didn't understand what was going on.
Did we do that? Give me the TLDR. Did you read it?
Why would I read it?
I don't know.
Trust your publication.
Says the guy on the cover of our publication.
I want to say this too. It's like, you guys, as much as anybody, I've been telling people this all evening, even before I was intoxicated. I've been telling people all evening, all of us did this. The 21 shares, a guy, Ophelia, my wife knows Lavinia, Branca. We were saying, I said, this is incredible. I go, well, you helped usher in the ETF. You're the reason for this. And I meet somebody else. He goes, well, I have a YouTube channel. I try and spread the word through education. I go, you're the reason for this. Bitcoin Magazine, you're the reason for this. Samson, you're the reason for this, and you're going to be the reason that it explodes even more globally. So that's why I think Michael Saylor is right when he said, this is good for all of us. This, in my opinion, this is because of all of us.
So David Bailey, the one and only dear leader of Bitcoin Magazine, was up here earlier, and we were talking about the same thing, how it's in humanity's best interest, the collective consciousness best interest to move forward on the Bitcoin adoption front. Join here to the left of TJ Miller, none other than Samson Mao of Jan 3. Samson is doing incredible work on getting some of these nation states who have some of the most beneficial tendencies to want to adopt Bitcoin. Samson, I want to hear a little bit about the work that you've been doing. How's Bitcoin adoption been working?
Before, Samson, you say that, and I know all of the Bitcoin Magazine tech people are shit-faced right now. Can you help us hear what's going on? So let's just bring up Samson's audio and my audio.
I heard everything except for the last little bit.
Let's give the audience a breakdown on what your work is, some of the exciting things that are coming up in 2025. How have some of the conversations happened tonight? What's some of the things that are exciting you?
Yeah, so we are actively engaging with countries around the world. Last year we met with heads of state from Colombia, Montenegro, Suriname, and last year, or the year before last year. And right. And I had a few drinks.
Yeah,
but,
and it's only we're 45 minutes into this year.
Let's just say 2025, we have a lot of things lined up, and a lot of the inroads we've made, we hope that they will pan out. Thailand is looking like a potential candidate. I don't know if you saw, but the former prime minister was talking about some things they're interested in doing. That was after our meeting that we had with them last year. So we're really bullish on nation-state adoption. But I think a key driver is going to be what happens here in the US with the new Trump administration and the creation of a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I'm really bullish that it actually is going to happen. And I think that's going to kick everything into high gear, and you have nation-state FOMO.
Of course. I want to break in here and say two things. One, he showed me his New Year's wish list, if it's okay to say. And he said X many nation states will adopt a Bitcoin reserve, that the United States does that. And I agree with him. If the US, if Trump does what he says, which he always does, I don't know if you guys know that, he always does what he says he's going to do.
He's never
my
not.
Camera. He's never lied about what he's going to do. So he'll do this. What I said to him is, I think that can still happen without that. I think, yes, that's the thing that immediately gets us to, I'll say it, a $500,000 Bitcoin. If it rolls into China suddenly adopts, Russia gets crazy and goes after it, the major South American powers get excited. But what I think is amazing that you're doing is that Thailand, like El Salvador, is a great example of a place that should do that, needs to do it, and amazing if they are the early adopters of a reserve. It's good for them. It's good for global equality, which I know you've always talked about this whenever we're drunk on a yacht. Is kind of the basis of what makes Bitcoin beautiful. And so that's why as soon as Ed Julian, who I work with at MicroStrategy, he just said immediately, this guy's doing incredible things. And I think what's incredible is with or without, that's my wish for you, with or without the United States doing that, other nation states will do it, and the domino doesn't have to fall from here. It can start and then snowball, and we can get to a great place with it. But I think because that's how it becomes really all-encompassing. And yeah, if the United States did it, then that would be pretty incredible.
TJ, for the audience here, I'm not going to sit up here and lie. I think it's pretty incredible that a person like you, big name actor.
Sweating this much?
Sweating.
My wife goes,
Silicon Valley,
my
Deadpool.
wife goes, TJ, wear the jacket. I was like, it's fucking Miami. We live in New York. This is a mistake. She's like, no, what are you, hot? And I tried to be like macho. What do you mean hot? I'm at a Bitcoin party. I can wear as many layers as I want. I can have a three-piece suit and a tailor-made shirt and then a Bitcoin tank top underneath. A person like me, meaning a celebrity, a person of note, somebody who does stand-up comedy, voiceover, children's films, R-rated movies, major commercial projects, Sundance films. I do all that.
A major voice.
But
a major voice.
I think what's interesting, and I was just talking about this on the yacht. Here's what I think is interesting. I said to my buddy, I go, it's crazy. The CEO of MicroStrategy said, well, what other celebrities are into Bitcoin?
Yep.
And I was like, I don't know. I don't think any. And he's like, what? I go, I don't think any. I said, now there was a football player who demanded to be paid in Bitcoin.
Yep.
I'm forgetting.
Russell Okung.
Yep. Yes, and so, which is brilliant, and really was like a major statement, especially as an African-American guy who's in this like powerful machine, almost like that was amazing. But as far as a comedian or a movie star, I go, yeah, I think it's just me. He's like, really? Wow. And then I was talking to somebody and he said, why is that? I said, here's why. Because we all have a sample bias. We all know each other. We talk about Bitcoin. We know people know about Bitcoin. We know that oh, did you? And I'm in this space. And well, actually I started, this guy came over talking about meme coins. Well, DeFi had its moment. That's our ecosystem. But we also, all of us say, hey, it's early, get in. There's only a 1% adoption rate. So think about the antithesis of that, of saying to everyone, you should become a part of this, no one knows about it. And then going, I can't believe nobody knows about this. And so somehow, largely, well, because of the Winklevoss twins, because of the show Silicon Valley, because of Mike Judge, because of my wife, Kate, somebody said, who orange pilled you? I said, I wasn't orange pilled. The Winklevoss twins were like, hey, we're doing this thing. You should look into it. I was like, okay. I started reading and just went into the fucking rabbit hole.
And you haven't come out yet?
Not yet, but once I get that fucking Alice in Wonderland clock, I myself did it to myself and I fell in love with it. And what I was also talking about is, I think all of us, I like this Bitcoin story. Here's somebody, I got it in 2011. My God, this guy's $500 million. No, the story is always the same. How many did you buy? Like 50, because then what happened? Well, I sold it when it was at 2000. Really? Yeah, but then I realized it. And it goes on and on. And so it's like you wait until the money and that part of the story stops and the philosophy starts. That's when you become a Bitcoiner.
100%.
I think. That's when I think people start to say, oh, I get this thing. And that's when you really start to hodl. That's when you start to go, no, I want to be a part of the bigger thing. And to do that, I'm not trading, I'm not doing this or that. And last thing I'll say about this, like, look, what are you even in this for? The next film I'm doing is a Christmas film. We have this incredible producer, brilliant guy, done huge films. And he's always asked me about Bitcoin for like the last 2 or 3 years. I tell him the same thing we all tell everybody, right? And just recently we did a writing meeting with him. And he goes, oh, Bitcoin, huh? And I was like, isn't that amazing? 100,000. And he goes, yeah. And then the crash. And I said, what? And he goes, well, now it's crashed. So what's the so much for that? And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, well, I mean, what? Now is it what, 98,000? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's almost like you hear these people talking, you're like, are you crazy? Do you see how crazy you sound? But that's another guy looking to tell himself, I haven't made a mistake. By getting in too late, you've made a mistake because it just crashed, or it's this, or it's that. And I think the patience and the beauty of Bitcoin is, instead of being like, what the, I just was like, it's not too late.
It is the antithesis of you get Bitcoin at the price you deserve.
And I said that in a girl that I had just met in the fucking one of Michael Saylor's 50 great rooms. I said, well, you buy, and she said at the same time. We both said, well, you buy Bitcoin.
You know what
price you deserve.
You know you're at a Bitcoin party when you say the same thing.
And Sam said that's exactly what I said, because I go, here's the problem. No one in a 50-mile radius tonight has said that same thing together at the same time. That's how far we are away. And if I can do anything, any push, anything to help jettison that forward a little bit, I think MicroStrategy is cool about how they're doing it. I fucking love Gemini. I love you guys, even though you make mistakes, like putting me on the cover. Look,
hey, I didn't vote for the cover.
Like a dog found him.
For what it's worth.
Yeah, of course you do. You don't have that taste. But no, you at a huge level, MicroStrategy and the way that they do it, which again, I think is cool, it's smart, it rides the line between institutional and fucking anarchist, ledger wallet, memorize the phrases and move to, anybody who can continue and push this fucking thing forward and up, always upward, I'd love to be a part of that.
And
even
you are
if
now.
I'm sweating so much.
And you are now. And we love you.
I love you, man. And
Hey, there's a bunch of love going on up here, and I know Saylor's got this incredible mansion over here, but apparently there's a roving reporter that wants to chime in right now in the middle of our great conversation. So we're gonna cut to them real quick, and then we're gonna come back right back and resume this conversation. To you, roving reporter.
Hello, Miami. We are live. It's 2025. We are at Michael Saylor's 100K Bitcoin party. Welcome, welcome. Isabella, is there anything that you want to note about Bitcoin's 2024 year?
Honestly, the vibe here is incredible. There's everything that happened in 2024 happened, and it's been an incredible year for Bitcoin in the Bitcoin space. We got ETF, we got Donald Trump talking about Bitcoin. We even got Cynthia Lummis. She is the big boss because she pushed the bill for all of us to have a Bitcoin strategic reserve over in the States. There's been many monumental moments. I cannot wait to see what's coming in 2025, and I'm beyond excited. I hope you guys are too at home and enjoying this beautiful night.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year's. We are so excited for Bitcoin 2024.
Happy New Year! You know, Bitcoin to the moon!
And we're
here to be like, this party, like he said, it's like.
And we are back here at the Michael Saylor 100K NYE party. TJ Miller here was just getting real sappy with me, talking about how incredible.
It's about us, you guys.
It's about us. It's
and
us.
you know,
It's a
he said it.
party.
This is for all. This helps all. This is about us. But it fucking is. And you guys are here covering it. I know there are people at home, but I gotta tell you, the champagne's cheap, so it's good you're not here. But that you're celebrating with us right now just by watching this, because you fucking did it. And fuck everybody who doubted you, talked shit about you, every family member that was like, well, yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. He lost so much money. We get it. All of us went through that, so this party's for you.
Have fun staying poor. Samson, how do we close this out?
I mean, Happy New Year. 2025, I think, is going to be a big one. We have a lot of things that we're working on, and everyone's got big things. I know MicroStrategy has big things in the playbook, and we're just going to crash all the way to $1 million.
So my wife asked me something, and I want to ask you this, Samson. What is one, it could be two or not, the first defining moment of 2024 that comes to your mind? Like, what's just one moment where you're like, wow, that was 2024 for me?
I think it's just crossing that barrier, that $0.1 million barrier. It's a blocker for people, and when they see that Bitcoin can go up and break these barriers, then it becomes easy to conceptualize that, yeah, we can hit 1 million. Why not 10? Why not 100? Why not go to dollar sat parity? And I think this all becomes very visible when you cross that mark. Like, from here to 1 million is 10x. In the past, Bitcoin has gone 17, 20. It's nothing. And if you look at the raw demand out there from every institution, there's just no way the demand can keep up. I mean, right now, we should not even be at 100. We should be at 200K.
Should be at $1 million. Should be at $1 million.
What about you?
Bitcoin standard.
What's
the defining moment of 2024 leading into?
Not just A.
A. Oh, I mean, it's
First
got to
thing
be TJ Miller on the cover of Bitcoin. No, I'm just kidding.
It's true. He's really a sweet, human, kind individual. What is it for you personally?
Personally,
it doesn't
for
have to do with Bitcoin.
I'll tell you, so I'm very blessed to work this job and travel around the world and see Samson speak, not just in Nashville, not just see you speak in Nashville, but I'm here in Miami, get to run into you. I get to run into these same people that are here that are really focused on like, hey, like, the money's fucked up, but like, no, really, the money's actually really messed up and we need to do something about it, we need to talk about it. Bitcoin's the solution. And we're blessed to have people like Saylor, we're blessed to have people like Donald Trump, we're blessed to have people that just understand that the current financial system is non-sustainable. And if we continue down this trajectory of printing money ad nauseum, I mean, we're at what? Feudalism?
Yeah.
Dictatorship, that sort of thing.
Yeah, everything we make fun of about other countries.
Yeah.
I gotta say,
mine, good.
2024, I think we all agree, Michael Saylor is the Employee of the Year for Bitcoin.
I love that.
Let's go.
All right, let's
Thank you,
fucking go.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael. I want to do mine really quickly. When it hit an all-time high at 71, I think, in that moment, I cried. I cried out loud as a human man person. I cried because I was like, it's true. Not even vindication. Like, everyone who was some of my family stopped talking to me about Bitcoin because they're like, wow, he really ruined his own life. And it was tears of like, yeah, see, it's not even I told you so, it's like, it's true. This is all true, and it's for you. And so that was my favorite part of, I think, 2024. It definitely wasn't when I wore a three-piece suit in Miami, sweating like a...
Definitely not this guy here.
Next time I'm gonna cut those sleeves off.
Well, TJ, Samson, I appreciate everything. I think the big takeaway here is Bitcoin is hope. And thank you, Michael Saylor, for being the Employee of the Year for Bitcoin. Thank you to our listeners who watched this entire stream. I mean, it was a 4 or 5 hour stream here on New Year's Eve. You guys had nothing better to do. Thank you,
Bitcoin
everybody.
Magazine.
And we will be back next year, maybe at, I don't know, 1 million, maybe at 10 million. We'll be back at some point. Signing off.
I'll take half of
Bitcoin Magazine. Thank you, everybody.
busqué, tanto